There we go. Oh, that was weird. It said like, oh hey, your closest thing is in LA. And I was like, oh, that's weird.
Your closest friend is in LA, maybe.
Yeah, that too.
There he is. Oh, look at this fucking guy. I see your face, guy.
Yeah, I figured we might as well leave a thing up in case an animal arrives. And then we can go back to puppy cam.
Is that a Bluetooth one in your ear, or am I just not seeing the wire?
No, yeah, they're earbuds. They're
Okay.
standard wired earbuds. Alright, so what we gonna do is... This is my... here's my shit for the day. Set cheat keys. Okay, so... First thing we're gonna do... Add exit function.
Wow, that's super clear, dude. That looks great.
Nice. I'm glad. Yeah, actually, I should be cropping the screen so that you can see. It's going to open a portal to another dimension. Don't worry about it too much. I'm trying to make it so that you don't see. Trying to make it so that the code is bigger. Let's take the bottom out so you can kind of see this a little better. Let's take the top out a bit and then take the right in more so you can kind of... Here we go. I think that looks better. How's that looking? It's looking... Oh god.
What was that?
That was the text. Rando, wow, that sounds good. System update. Yeah, install that. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this little cheat keys thing. And if you are interested in any learning Unity stuff, this could be super helpful. I've never seen anyone do this yet. I've been running this game the whole time. Oh, this is going to show up differently too now. So I need to rearrange my screen a bit, I guess. I had not considered this. Maybe I will make this... fuck it, I'll rearrange my screen. I'd rather rearrange my screen, and I can pop it out even. Pop out the game, that's the scene. Go away. Put all this shit over here.
It's weird when you have to try and minimize all your shit into one screen.
Yeah, I know. I actually really also need a second monitor for this, but that'll happen at some point.
I have a hard time fucking making it all into 3 screens. What? I gotta fucking... I mean, I guess. I don't want to have IMAX quality shit.
Okay. it's not going to disturb this too much. Okay. So we're gonna take care of a problem that has been plaguing Alex for a while.
He wants to make a game.
Well, that's the bigger problem. So the fun little thing about this game right now is that the keys that allow you to move, so WAS, so actually WA and D, and actually it should just be A and D are the left and right keys, and space is to jump and also to hover.
Right.
The weird thing is right now is that they're all surrounded by cheat keys. So W is like your fly cheat. S does the space death, so that kills you. E does the ragdoll, so that also kills you. R resets, so that can get annoying if you don't mean to do it.
Right.
And basically, so like we have all of our cheat things are like surrounded by things that are are kind of problematic to accidentally hit.
Right.
Alex has been a little upset about this. So what we're gonna do is find these things, and actually, so since I'm already here, we're gonna go over to the sector settings script, and we are going to make some new fields here. So sector settings is a fun little script that's over here in the big game object. Let's just toss it over
Python?
here.
Oh, that looked like Python for a second.
No, that's C#. Actually, that reminds me. We should really change this stuff. Oh, I can't really do it here though. Oh well. I wonder if I can just do it on this one, because it still says indie game development level design buzzwords, which is not what's happening here. So
What's buzzwords?
that's just like he just did that as a joke.
Ah.
Log in. Did I remember the password correctly? Shit. Guess not. Let's log into Skype. Any case. So yeah, our sector settings is right here, and what we can do is add key commands to this so that we can just have a quick setting. So what you can do is add a public key code, and we'll make this one the let's make fly cheat. Oops, I'm gonna check it out in our thingy. I'm just gonna check out all of the scripts because I don't feel like dealing with this anytime I change a script.
Bird.
So we're gonna make the fly cheat, and now if we go back over here, we have a fly cheat setting that we can add to this, and if you click on it, this is every key that Unity can use. So let's see, left bracket. I've had it as W, but let's make it different to test it. And I will make it, where's the, I can make it the keypad. That would be annoying. Let's make it, can we just make it number 1? I think it was probably at the top and I just totally fucked this. Alpha, so I assume it's alpha. Alpha 1. Please. What the fuck? Where is the goddamn... Saturday.
I'm sorry if you hear any tapping, Joe. My cat has decided that the mic is a good spot for his tail to whack.
I completely agree that that is the case. Shit.
Out here, you can see it if you want. Streaming it now.
I'm kind of in the middle of something.
Oh.
Oh my god.
You right there, boy?
I think so. Here we go. Okay. Unity, C#, program, game. There we go. Alright, now I can move this out of the way. And we're done with that bullshit. I'll just have to decrypt my phone, and we will be on our way.
I'm seeing a whole lot of your Google Chrome.
Yep, that's what's happening. Okay, so as I was saying before, so we're going to try this out. So I have the fly cheat as a setting here, and so we need to actually hook that up to something. So we're going to go into player control. I'm going to find out where I have these problematic things.
Oh.
So here we go. Oh, look, fly cheat is actually a button. So if we're going to change this to if input dot get key down, I guess get key, and int levels settings fly cheat.
Thank you, Katie.
Summer.
Oh, I just got a T-Fury shirt.
Okay, so now this is on our fly cheat setting in our sector settings. And so now alpha 1 should be what makes you go up in the air. W no longer does it, and alpha 1 does in fact lift you off the ground. Sweet. So let's do that for a couple other ones. We'll go sector settings. We need to make a space death cheat. Space death and a what's the other one? Ragdoll. Ragdoll. Actually, space death cheat and ragdoll death cheat. So that should be easy enough to find these space kill. So we'll make this input get key down, settings space death cheat, and we'll make reset is another one we have to do. Keycode.e is our current ragdoll cheat, so we'll make settings ragdoll death cheat. Let's add one more for like keycode.
So I got a question for you, buddy.
Reset, yeah.
What's the init level?
Great question. I'm so glad you asked. The init level is my own, basically it just holds a bunch of variables. It's my own class. I'll show it to you real quick.
Is it so that you can quickly change things?
It's basically like it's a global. It just holds a bunch of global settings. So like right here, this is all has public static stuff, and the reason for that is that I can just access it from the class rather than from an instance of the class. So if you make something public, for instance, I'll show you. Like if I were to say, if I were to in this cheats things, do like if I need to get the sector settings component for something, I'd have to do GameObject.get component sector settings, and then get the variable that I wanted to get from it.
Right.
What I can do though, what I did was, the easier way to do that is to just make it public static. And so what the public statics do, what all of these do, is it just makes me be able to access it from the class itself. So now for my init level has a whole bunch of public statics, and now I can just go to like player reset, name, pause, all this stuff is now global to this class. because there can, no matter how many, like even if I were to instantiate a whole bunch of init levels, they all share the same, they all share these same variables. And so if you change one, it would change all of them. And so that just makes it so I can really quickly access all of this stuff. So what I did was, the problem is if you make things public static, in Unity they will not show up in the inspector. They have to be public and not public static.
Right.
So the way I got around that is I made this sector settings script which has a bunch of public things. So all these public variables actually show up in Unity as in the inspector. So all of these settings that I have right here, yeah, these other ones will pop up. All of these are public variables, so they show up here. If I made these public static, they would no longer show up. So
that means that you can like quickly change all of your shit in the inspector, like the key code or a bool or any type of thing, true, false.
Right, you can really quickly set it in the inspector, but I can't access it the same way like I could through when it's a public static.
Right.
So what I had to do was I kind of like did this kind of cheat way around it, where I actually made this sector settings script and added that as a component, and then the first thing that this script does is it sets itself to a public static variable for init level. So init level, one of the public statics in init level is the sector settings. So that is somewhere, yeah, here we go. So the last variable here is sector settings. And so now that I have a public static variable for this sector settings component, I can then access anything straight through my init level. So even though these are public and not public static, I can access them through the public static variable in my init level. So init level dot settings is my sector settings component. And now because it's set to an instance of that class instead of the class itself, I can access all of the public aspects of it and not just the public static ones.
That's awesome.
So yeah, anything that can be set in the inspector, I put into the sector settings, and that way I can immediately access it from this init level public static member variable. So it's super handy.
Yeah.
It really has saved my life, because it was not originally like this. What I started out doing was I put everything into init level, and I had duplicates. So for my energy layer, I had to have a public energy layer, and then I had to have a public static, and the start function in that script would set all of my public variables and duplicate them in the public static so that I could really quickly access them.
Right.
So, I mean, it made it easy to access things really quickly, but it duplicated all of my information. And that is like #1 cardinal sin of programming, the DRY principle, if you've ever heard of it. DRYs, don't repeat yourself. So you should never be duplicating code. And so the fact that I was a pretty clear red flag that something was not being done the way it should be done.
Word.
So this new way of doing everything, where the sector settings is itself a public static, allows me to access stuff from anywhere and not have to worry about it. So it's pretty handy. So I think we're gonna add one more variable to the, let's see, we have fly cheat, space death, ragdoll, quick reset was the last one. Let's set this to #4. I'm just gonna make these all alpha then. So alpha 1, 2, 3, and 4 are going to be my cheat things. So now, if I go in and I hit #1, that is my fly cheat. 2 is space death, so that blows up my head right now and makes me do a jiggly dance, because that's how Unity physics seems to work when you have objects that are attached to each other but are also box colliders with rigid bodies. That's always fun. Let's see, #3 should be ragdoll. And it is in fact ragdoll.
Oh, that's amazing.
Ragdoll's really fun to use. Okay. And 4 should be quick reset. I did not hook up quick reset. Good. And that's a clone. Let's not worry about that for now. So I didn't set up quick reset yet. Let's go over to, see, I still have this. I actually have this as a setting in my input, but because we don't want to actually release with it, we're not gonna do that. So I don't want to have an input setting for quick reset when you're not actually supposed to do that. The way that you would do it in the game once it's released is to suicide, which is much more fun and a little more legitimate. So let's see. So input, no, not init level. Good thinking though, Visual Studio. Input.get key down. Init level settings. Which one am I doing? Reset. Quick reset cheat. And so now that will follow my quick reset cheat instead of the normal setting that it is on. So now R does nothing. Got our little clone there, and 4 will reset me. It actually doesn't reset the clone, which is interesting. Whoa, what? Oh, awesome! So I fixed everything for the player. So now the player uses the sector settings, but what I did not realize is that the clone does not follow those rules yet. So let's go ahead and fix that while we're at it.
That's kind of awesome though, because then they have 2 separate types of fucking movement.
It is, and honestly, we may want to do something like that for debugging purposes. I just don't know. I don't know if I really want to do that right now. It's kind of a weird overhaul of the current controls in this. Well, in any case, let's get these clones working properly. So key code .e, let's change this to, this is the ragdoll, so init level settings, ragdoll cheat. The quick reset is no longer, oh, so this will actually reset the clones as well. Actually, I don't have it doing anything, but get key down, settings, quick reset cheat. We should, I know you're using, here we go, fly cheat. Get button down, fly cheat. Oh, I made a setting for fly cheat as well. Input get key down. Init level settings. Fly cheat. Nope. Should really fix that. Okay.
That's okay.
Fly cheat is now in, let's see, what were the other ones? Get key down. Key was not found.
Key!
What a shock.
Key!
Quick reset cheats, and there's nothing else. Okay, so this guy doesn't even have the other cheats. I don't know if I want to add them. I guess it's fine that they're not there. So now our little clone will be using all of the same cheats. Oh, weird. Why isn't he? Oh, I did get key down instead of get key. Hey, kids, never use the wrong function for your cheats. It'll just be sad. Where the hell did fly cheat go? There we go. Get key, not get key down.
Way to go, idiot.
Yep. This is the fuck up stream. There we go. Now clones follow the player all of the times.
It looked like you still had some get key downs in there.
Yeah, the whoa, look at that. Look at that. That's something else. I don't know what just happened there. If I hit 2.
Whoa! Okay, I'm like 20 seconds behind you.
Yeah,
but...
no, I know. So 3. Whoa. Okay.
I mean, maybe it was a naked Joe Kelly. Why you gotta be judging?
So 2 seems to do nothing to this guy. He just chills. But 3 appears to launch him into the air.
And explode the other guy's head.
Yeah. Well, so the ragdoll is what blows this guy up. I have no idea why that happens. Let's see. Is there? Okay, so ragdoll, death cheat, joint grav. This is in clone control. What does player control do? Oh, I guess I don't have. This guy doesn't have a space kill, I suppose. Does the camera shake kill?
Mary's making more brownies.
She should email me one.
Maybe you will.
She said maybe she will.
Pretty sure Gmail's gonna have that feature soon enough.
We got a person talking in the chats there.
Habs.
Don't worry, I'll moderate. I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, you gonna tell him what's up?
Yep.
What's being made here? Oh, I missed somebody else. Nearish22 said hello. What's being made here? But I don't know when they said that. It was apparently before I refreshed my laptop screen. But in case.
This is great.
But in case Nearish22 is still here, which I can kind of.
He goes, ha.
I don't see Nearish22 here anymore. But for anybody who's curious, what's being made here is a Vidya. Commonly referred to as the Vidya. It's a puzzle platformer. For the time being, it is called Teleportal, and this is just my test level, so there's nothing super interesting to see, except for various ways of dying, like ragdolling. But I'll just load up a different sector for now. Let's go to scenes. Let's see where sector 1's at. Yeah, save this one. Go ahead. I dare ya. So let's see where Alex left off. So this is the clone. So you kind of hit this button.
I'm still 20 seconds behind you, son.
Oh boy. Clone spawner doesn't exist anymore. Clone prefab.
Did you break?
I don't know. Fucking, I guess Alex broke something with that clone spawner.
Oh yeah, I seem to remember the clone spawner being cloned. Like, if you go into your perspective mode, you'll see the clone is like way off on the side. I seem to remember that particular one had the clone way off to the right. The clone should.
Well, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be on the right.
I know, but way off to the right.
Well, let's see what level we're in here.
Like off screen to the right.
Here's our clone spawner. Yeah, so this is where the clone should spawn. So let's see.
It's not there.
But, well, it spawns after you hit the button. But it's not spawning because it's saying that the prefab is missing, which It seems
I don't see.
to be. Let me see.
I actually don't see your errors.
Oh yeah, that's right. I cropped it for the sake of Visual Studio, but let's just open this prefab over here. So this could be a problem though if we are having issues with new objects being. So now it should be there because yeah. So now I got it because. But is he not hitting buttons? No, I hit the button. Animation state cannot be played. Oh boy.
Mer drops something. She goes, "Oh my god, sorry."
Really interrupting this super professional stream.
I know, right? Where 3 of the people in the call are us.
Is Alex still watching?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just toss this start location over here. So this'll give a nice little idea of what this game is all about. So let's go over here. Zone 2. Alex made these little signs, super helpful. Who's talking in Skype?
I think it's Alex. I will relay.
Who's talking?
That would be Alex. He said, "I am watching stream again briefly. Feel free to add me to the Skypes."
I think you're actually hosting.
Am I?
Yeah, 'cause remember you called me.
I called you.
Oh boy, what happened to these platforms? Alex, I'm gonna assume that you're responsible for these giant platforms.
Holy shit, what happened to those platforms?
I don't know, the prefab got changed.
That's a fucking cool ass idea though. You never see platforms that are that thick.
Actually, this might be my fault, and I feel really bad now, because I changed the prefab for testing the character being pushed by platforms.
Right.
And now I feel really bad about that because at the time I had not anticipated that change, like that was a local only change.
Yeah.
But since I was the one who uploaded to our source control, wow, it was really close.
Oh, I'm gonna add Alex to the call.
Yeah, you can see our temporary shit right there. Oops. Okay.
Oh my god.
What the fuck happened to those platforms?
That was my fault, I'm sorry. Oh god.
God.
Why don't you fix your goddamn textures for once and maybe I'll feel bad about it.
I like to pretend that the earlier sectors don't exist.
I noticed that. I like to
I
pretend
kinda
you
like
don't
it.
exist.
I think it's kind of awesome because you never see platforms that are all huge.
We actually do have some platforms. What the fuck? Whatever.
Oh god, yep, that one doesn't apparently go anywhere. I got killed by your stupid thing. Oh, no, this one doesn't go anywhere either. Great.
You're still alive in my thing.
No, I won't be for long.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck with this level.
Yeah. Thanks for making that impossible and a death
Ain't
trap.
no problem.
You get into the level and literally both of the
Did it!
portals kill you. Okay.
You gotta watch out for that.
I'm gonna join you in pretending that the earlier sectors don't exist.
Yeah, we gotta kind of look at those again. Why doesn't it
little
go
bit.
anywhere? I don't get it.
I don't know.
Because you touch yourself at night.
One of the things that I am
I don't
definitely
think
going
that's
to one of the things I'm definitely going to change is I'm going to make all of our assets, all of our scenes, and all of our assets use text instead of a mixed binary in text, and hopefully that will help with this. I'm a little bit concerned about the whole things not transferring properly. Like when you set the clone prefab up, that didn't like that very first clone level. It was the prefab didn't register. It was empty. It said it was missing the prefab.
Yeah, I noticed that's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah. So, but did you see my sweet little change that will save you from ever having to fuck up your accidentally kill yourself?
I missed it.
So, I'm throwing it on stream now. I have these little cheat settings in the sector settings. So you can change these to whatever you want. These are all the different keys that Unity can use for the cheats. It is super handy.
Sick.
So I'm gonna change the fly cheat to W in my thing because that's what I've always had it as. And it's easy to get to. Space death. The death things can stay. They're alpha thingies, but I'll make that R.
Yeah, this will be good because once playtesters figure out the fly cheat, they never stop using it, even when I tell them to stop.
Well, I don't know if you can make it so that it's nothing, but I guess you could make it... Actually, I think you can make it a joystick thing if you want so that it won't show up at all, or you can make it some obscure key that, you know, maybe you don't even have... If you don't have a keypad on the thing, you can use any of those buttons. I'm not certain that you could make it nothing, though, you know? Or maybe right apple. There's a right apple button. Hopefully that won't register as anything in Windows.
Yeah, and no one owns a Mac anyway, so I think that works.
Yeah, or they shouldn't.
Oh snap!
Sorry, that was the day job talking.
I like the fact that as soon as I entered, like 10 people left the chat. Sorry, guys.
Well, we know what the problem is.
Yep, we just need to put more cats on the screen.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and... So I think that is all set for that little feature that I had there. Actually, let me real quickly just do new... And hopefully this won't show up. Save this as passes text. Get rid of that, and we're good. So, set cheat keys, sector settings. That's good. Editor script, scope, animation. That can come later. Oh, hold on, guys. We have Puppy Cam back.
Puppy Cam?
Puppy Cam.
Let's put this back here. I'm gonna need to... Oh, Dean got camera shy. It's okay.
Oh.
Tegan's not camera shy. Are you? No, you're not.
Baby.
Puppy Cam.
Where's the dog?
Man.
Not gonna lie. I came here for the game development, but I stayed for the Puppy Cam.
As you should. Okay. Add exit function to level. Oh boy, these are all bigger features than I kind of wanted to stream at the moment, but... Oh, damn it. They ran off.
What? Puppy already ran off?
Yeah, they both did.
That's the jeez.
I know.
Lame.
They're really inconsiderate to this whole process.
I know, right?
Alright. Okay, if camera on clone, reset to player. If clone
Look at
dies,
that
reset
palm.
button that spawns.
It's like the palm of an old man. I need to get a triple monitor mount.
Holy crap, that palm.
Right?
I'm seeing it now.
Dude.
Seeing that palm.
Fucking hot.
What the hell? Can you zoom in a little to that palm?
I think he did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see it in about 20 seconds. Yes.
Not me. I'm looking up fucking.
Let's see. Let's put
I need to buy some
back.
shit. Oh god, there's a palm again.
Yes, T.
Oh, there's Dean.
What can I do for you?
AJ, I think you're ahead of me.
Definitely ahead of you.
Yeah. Cat. And
Cat's
a dog.
No, show the cat.
Oh, dog and cat.
Nope, just dog. Let's see if camera on clones is player. If clone dies, reset button that spawns it. Oh boy.
Are you
So many
fucking?
things.
Oh my god.
I'll get
See,
it.
you're really messing with this stuff. You gotta stay on camera.
Sorry. Oh, babe, look at the dog.
Alright, so clone. I guess we're gonna try this whole. Actually, I'm gonna do the exit function.
Yep. He's just very patient looking at Joe.
I'm gonna do this exit function.
Mer said that she's dogging you. Get it?
I got
I don't. How do you dog someone?
Stare at them incessantly.
Well, I guess here's Dean again then. Let's put Dean back on. No, he left. They both are leaving. Oh well. Fine.
I've also
Lame.
decided that I want this whole package.
I don't want you guys to see my palm anymore. Self-conscious. Palm self-conscious.
That is a hedgehog.
Yeah, I'm talking about what's in the hedgehog.
Sonic?
Cotton? I don't understand.
Never.
Oh, apparently 100% polyester.
Oh my god.
Did I get it?
Nope.
It's Made with Love by Sazak.
Nope.
I don't understand. I couldn't possibly see where you're going with this.
Anyway, so how we're gonna add a function to the room.
Hedgehogs?
Oh, wait.
I don't appreciate any hedgehog that isn't Sonic.
Facts.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just saying.
Okay, so guys, you're distracting me. Okay, I'm trying to work here.
Sorry.
Trying to work. I'm doing
sorry.
this for you, Alex, because you know what? This whole like save thingy that's going on here.
It's a giant pain in the ass.
It is a giant pain in the ass.
And it's Alex's fault.
A little bit.
It's usually my fault.
It's a little bit
Hey.
your fault. So here's the
Oh,
thing.
sorry, never mind.
So the problem is that right now we have you can save we have checkpoints now, so you can save the room at any point if you cross one of these checkpoints that we have. Problem is, that's the function that gets called when you leave a room, and so that's where I do all of my cleanup. So it removes all the clones is the biggest thing, and so right now if you hit a checkpoint, it's going to clear every clone in the room, and that's bad.
That is bad.
So what I'm going to do is actually make a separate function that is void exit. So this is going to be a part of the room script, and this is what's actually this is going to be called every time you leave the room. It's going to call save state and then exit, and exit is going to be what's doing the cleanup. Funny thing is, I don't actually technically need anything in the exit function for the room itself. What I need it for is the clone spawner script. So in the clone spawner right over here. So you can see save state will destroy the clone object that has been assigned to it, which is bad because we don't want checkpoints to do that. So I'm going to make exit, and we're going to move this up out of here over to exit. So now save state will do what it actually says it does, which is save the state of the object, and exit is actually going to be the thing that cleans up the clones. So what we need to do now is in our handy little sector settings, probably. It's been so long since I've messed with this, I don't know where it is, but hopefully it's in sector settings. Or maybe it's not. And current room, broadcast message reset, enter. So this should be, oh, it's the fucking player control does it, son of a bitch.
Yep.
The teleport should do it. This is what does it. So anytime the player gets teleported, this is all the stuff that happens. And one of the things that happens is it saves the current room, which is great, but we also now need it to send the exit message. And so, and just to test it out, I can make it so that anytime exit is called on this clone spawner, it's going to, anyone who doesn't use the debug log in Unity is dumb.
Yeah.
It's the
What a bunch of jerks.
Exiting plus gameObject.name, and now, so now if I go into our little test level, and oh, I don't have an active portal to use to actually exit the level, so let's fix that first. So this will go right here, boink, and as we can see in our console log that I will pull up right here, it says exiting spawner, because spawner is the name of the object. So that's easy enough. I might want to actually, it's tempting to actually make exit the standard function for all of this stuff, and in most cases it just calls save state, because now I'm broadcasting two messages when I don't really want to do that. But that's really just changing every single script that saves anything, which is not going to be the most fun thing to do. But what I'm also going to do while I'm here is change the suicide functionality, because I was testing out the new space death and I removed all other suicides, and that's no fun. So
Right.
we're going to fix that.
I was wondering about that. I saw that a while back. I wasn't sure what it was.
Yeah, damn it. Go somewhere that isn't here. Okay. Yeah, before I made a button for it, I changed it so that it doesn't do anything. Does this scale? No, it doesn't. Okay. Our GUI doesn't scale, because why would it? So suicide does a whole... Whoa! Okay. Let's go ahead and fix the suicide functionality. We found a bug. If you're not familiar with this shouldn't be happening. Every single piece of the character had a missing component exception, because there is no box collider. So we're going to change that. So somewhere in one of the suicides, it's trying to access the box collider. So that's going to be in the telelim script. Could be. Let's see. Goodbye, shatter delay. Shoot limb. Shoot limb's definitely. Oh boy. Check auto, check manual, check portal. Okay, so what we're going to do is add a function that just adds all of the necessary components. I thought I had one, but it doesn't. Oh, yep, add physics. There it is. I knew I had it. I knew I was too smart to not have this. So this is just going to call add physics first. Add physics. Suicide. Add physics. Head explode. Suicide. Space death. Space death should be. Add physics. And slow shatter. Shatter delay. Add physics. Shatter. Oh, slow shatter has add physics. Shatter delay. Alright, let's see if we didn't break everything. So we're going to suicide. There's no rigid body attached to B6. I don't know which thing happened, is the problem. Let's see. And suicide. And suicide. There's no rigid body. Okay. So these things are problems. There's no rigid body. The add physics should be taking care of that. Rigid body. Oh, no, it's not. That's fucking. Wow. Add component. Nope, not box collider. I'm just looking in the wrong place. Let's just hope that fixes everything. And we're gonna suicide. There we go. That looks more like what I was expecting. Suicide. Yeah. The slow shatter is probably my favorite. Boom. And is there any others? I think there are 4. Yeah, just the head explode. There's the head explode again. It really likes that one. There's the full explode. There's the slow shatter. Blum, blum, blum. I thought there was one more. Let me double check. Nope, there are 3. Okay, that's all of them. There's also the space death now, but that is not part of this. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna make a little note that later make exit call save state. That's gonna be a task for later because it's super boring to do on stream. Even more boring than this to watch. Set cheat keys, that's done. I guess we can try this little camera thingy. So a clone. So if we happen to spawn a clone like such. Oh boy. This is gonna take some doing. I think the clone physics are broken. So that'll be fun. That'll be a fun thing to fix later. Let's see.
Oh, did he just disappear? He didn't.
Yeah, he kind of just shoots up in the air and just instantly just disappears. So that's not good.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
We'll have to fix that. But for right now, we are gonna do another thing that, yes, the clone thingy. How would you set the You know, I know we discussed this, but I don't know how you would set the... How would you set the camera to a clone?
How would I set the camera to a clone?
Yeah. Because I don't think it's actually possible right now.
I'm not sure how I would do that.
Oh, P.S. Yes. Omicron Phantom. This is Unity. If you're confused about the about this little thing right here, I'm not using MonoDevelop. I'm using Visual Studio because MonoDevelop
It's a giant sack of balls.
Thank you.
Well said.
I couldn't think of a horrible enough thing to call it.
Yeah, MonoDevelop can suck a dick. I fucking hate it.
What's it made to do? I'm not. I don't understand the question. If you're asking what the game is made to do, it's made to kill Spaceman Mike in a variety of horrible ways. That's pretty much the goal of the game, for us anyway. The player will have the goal of surviving. But let's see. So right now you can spawn a clone, and he will just kind of follow all the same rules as the character. So maybe I could make it so that if you try to set the I don't know, if you should we make it an option for the clone spawner maybe, so that when you spawn it, it instantly goes to the clone?
For what?
For setting the camera to a clone.
Oh.
Because you can't, because you can only set objects that are already in the scene to the camera. You can't set it to a clone. The clone doesn't exist yet. So we're going to have to find a creative way to get the camera set to the clone instead of to the player.
Gotcha. And I'm trying to think of the necessity of doing this. This would be in regards to if we wanted the camera to follow the clone. I mean, obviously, I know that's obvious, but that's at a high level, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming that you want that functionality.
Yeah, I'm not certain where that would come in necessarily. I mean, if you want to throw it in there, I'm certain I could definitely make use of it. But that being said, I mean, usually the camera's going to follow the player is the thing.
Right. I'm just wondering if, like, for an extra, you know how we're talking about having levels where you're not sure if you're the clone or the real person.
Yeah.
So you can basically have a clone, and when it dies, you realize that it was a clone, and then it goes back to the player.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah. If you throw that in. That'd be rad.
So do you think it's enough to just have it when it spawns, you automatically go to the clone? Or do you think we need some other way to do it? Or well, first of all, do you think that functionality is useful? Because if it is, I'll just do that right now as we discuss. how else to do it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So, as it spawns, okay, I'm just thinking. So
I'm
as it
just gonna
spawns, goes
play around
on.
for a minute with dying because it's really fun. It's hard to communicate like in the game just how many ways you can really die. So like if I go into here and then you can see I move this right over to, let's take a corner out of him. You can see it kind of cuts the little pieces, and then we can take this piece and then we'll take this piece and we can just slowly take them apart as we go, and then just take the rest of this. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to destroy him in horrible, horrible ways. So let's see. But actually, an even better thing it would be unstable energy, which is super easy to do. All we're just going to do is change this guy right here to unstable energy. Now when our hero collides with it, he just slowly gets shredded. Which is also fun times. Let's see. Oh, no, the clone died. Yeah. I think I could seriously just do a stream of this, and like people would like it. I think that would be just be like take off his head, and then slowly take these pieces off.
Is that not working on the clone yet?
It should be. The clone died immediately when I walked him through it, and the problem is that his physics are super janked.
Shit.
So, so let's just take his head off. And I'm still getting a little bit of that invisible spot holding on to the corner. Oh. Oh look, I pulled an Alex. You respawn inside of unstable energy, and so every time I hit enter, you just die over and over again for eternity.
I have never done anything like that in my life.
Yeah, no, I don't know what I was thinking there. That was a horrible accusation to make.
Seriously,
let's take his legs off. Yoink.
Wow. So who's the dickhead who designed that spawn location?
Yeah. Who would do something like that?
So let's see. Alright, so I'm just going to add this functionality so I'm going to stop digging around with murdering Mike horribly. And so let's get the clone spawner. So what we want to do is the second that a clone spawns, then we're going to put the camera to the thing. When we spawn a clone, we're going to set the camera immediately to follow the clone instead of the player. So to demonstrate that a little better, I'm going to set the spawn location farther away so that we don't get too confused. So the clone spawner is going to be all the way over here on the other side of the level. I can't really see that, so I'm going to put it over here. So this location right here is where the clone is going to spawn, and the player, on the other hand, spawns over here. When they hop into this trigger that is right here, it's going to spawn the clone. So, and we can see that by hopping over here, and you can't see him because he's all the way over here, but if I run over here, you'll see our little clone friend join us. And we're going to just kill him because fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck him.
So you don't notice that the clone spawns because it's not on screen, so we're going to fix that by making him the new star of the show. And so when we spawn a clone, which is the override activate function right here, We are going to actually, let's see, how do we want to do this? We want to set the camera. That should be in sector settings. Smooth camera movement. Set camera to, how am I setting the camera? This is frustrating. I think, where's the camera toggle script? I'm just going to use that as a reference. So the camera toggle script will set the camera to a new location on trigger enter. Let's see. Camera target. So here's what we do. Init level, camera target, and then camera remaining time. So those two things will change the camera position. So we're just going to take these out for now. We're going to add a new public, let's see, bool. It's going to be a bool. So we're going to say, what do you want to call this? I rarely have you on stream to name variables. So if you add a checkbox that would allow you to set the camera, upon spawning, will set the camera to the newly spawned clone, what would you want that checkbox to say?
Clone follow.
Spawn follow?
Clone follow?
Clone follow?
Yeah,
Clone
not
follow.
your mom.
We're going to set it to false by default so that you don't accidentally
follow
break
your
it
mom.
every time.
Follow your mom.
Okay, so the new init level dot camera target, which is a transform. So because it's a transform, I can't just take the game object. I have to actually take the clone object dot transform instead of just the clone object. Oh shit! Do you need a smoothing time for this?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay. So public bool clone follow, and then public float. Should I just call it smoothing time, camera time? What do you think? It's gonna be right under clone follow. Checkbox for clone follow, and then the amount of time you want it to take to get to it.
On the other one, it's smoothing time, right? I would just keep it the same name.
Okay. So smoothing time, which is, I'm gonna default to 0 because I hate you and I don't want you to have smooth stuff.
Fine. What's like the medium smooth time? Oh, that's right. It's a number of seconds, isn't it? I would just default it to 1.
So you wouldn't want it to snap to the new character by default, because I feel like that might give it away.
Sorry, it's so distracting.
I mean, it's going to be the default, so it's not a big deal. Try not to camel case in the real. Wait. Try not to camel case in the real world and see all the star you get.
Shit.
Try not.
Oh, is that what the stars stand for?
Well, it's only 3, so I wasn't sure. Maybe it's all the ass you get. I don't know. Do you get a lot of ass for camel casing?
Because that would
this guy is sitting here giving you shit for using camel.
Yeah, no, stack of pancakes. I don't know what you write in or where you do it, but camel casing is pretty standard. I've never heard a professional programmer go, "Ew, you use camel casing?" I put underscores between every word. Like people don't do that. That I've ever worked with.
I'd actually like to point out that if you get ass for using camel case, that's actually a compliment. I would think.
Well, it says he said try not using camel case in the real world and see all the ass you get. So, well, I don't know if that means like, hey, if you don't use camel case, you're not going to get any ass whatsoever.
You're going to get a lot of ass.
If you're going to get a lot, then I suggest you never camel case anything.
Never camel case ever.
Just don't. Just stay away from camel casing.
I'm glad this is resolved.
Yeah, I'm really glad we came to this.
What the fuck, dude?
So the funny thing is, right now, it's gonna always set the camera to the new clone because I did not add this case in to say if clone follow. So we're going to do that. I'm glad that I caught that before I tested it, and I was like, what is happening? I want to kill myself. That happens a lot.
Things are happening.
Pretty much every new feature I do, I want to kill myself for at least an hour. Which is why I'm really happy every time Alex comes up with a new feature.
Hey, you came up with the last one.
I know. I did that to
That
myself.
was you.
Which one was that, anyway?
I don't even remember anymore.
So let's see. So here's our new camera time. Do you want me to set it to 1, or do you want me to set it to 0?
I would set it to 1.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So
I don't
you
want to see
it
like snap.
when it will. Yeah, there's a... You know what? I'm super proud of this camera system, honestly. It was okay for a while, and now it's great, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's really
And
cool.
I think you would agree. It's so much better. Having the time for it and guaranteeing that time regardless of any kind of movement of your target object comes in super handy. It's so nice to guarantee that stuff and never have to be like, oh well, if you move it, then because of the smoothing time, it's just gonna take forever to get there, and you'll never get there. Then that was a problem we had with the original camera system, actually, when it was following the player, but we had a little smoothing on it. Because like if the smoothing was high enough, if you ran away, the camera would just never catch you. And that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, that was a problem.
So, alright, so let's test this out now. So we have our spawner.
Joe, AJ, I actually got to run. Thanks for being cool. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
Do it.
Alright,
Have a good
do
stream.
stuff that's not this. It's okay. You don't have to care about teleportal.
Yeah, whatever. Teleportal's
Oh, don't do
not your
that.
game or anything, dick.
Dude, it's all of our games. I gotta go. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Alright, so here's our clone follow. We checked that. Smoothing time is 1. So now, when we enter our game, I'm just going to shove this over here. So now it should go over to the new clone, I hope. Yay, look at that. So now we are following the clone instead of the player. And so now when I die, when the clone dies, it's not following anything actually, because
What?
because now the clone is technically still right here. And I think that if I delete it, it's just going to give me a bunch of shit. Which apparently it did not. It's just hanging out. So I guess if you delete the object that the camera's following, it just sits there. It doesn't care. It doesn't give a fuck. You can do whatever you want. So what I'm going to make sure happens here is that if the clone dies and the camera is set to the clone, it has to reset to the player. So that should be in the sector settings or something. I don't even know. Sector settings should be like set camera to player or something. Smooth camera movement. I don't even know. Where the hell is that? Camera toggle. What say you?
About what? Camera toggling?
Not you, I just mean the script. Whoa, why'd I get echo?
Sorry?
What just happened?
I don't know.
Okay. So looks like the echo went away. Alright, so in this clone control, I have too many things open. I don't know how people do like Chrome and all kinds of shit with a million tabs open. It fucking bugs me. I need to close everything I'm not using at this very second. Alright, so clone, when the clone dies, we need to make sure that that the camera's no longer focused on it. So when we get this kill character thing, first thing we're going to do is say init level settings, no, actually, camera target. Camera target equals init level player object, which is a transform, great. And I guess we don't really have to change the smoothing. I'm not going to change the smoothing for now, because I just don't care. It's going to snap right back to the player. Oh, actually, this will happen every time the clone dies, even if the camera's not set to it. So that's bad. Let's fix that. If init level.camera target is this dude's transform, then we reset the camera to that transform. And I keep opening up Chrome instead of Unity because I'm fucking brilliant. So let's go. So now we have our little cloney guy. We're following the clone instead of the player. And now when you die, we go right back to the player. So that works beautifully. I don't know whether to put a time to return. But I feel like it shouldn't snap. We pretty much never want it to snap. So for now, I'm just going to give it the same time. Smoothing. Camera remaining time. Smooth. Camera time. What is the camera shake time? What? Oh, this is not. Oh, shit. This is. Oh boy. So we ran into a little problem trying to get this part working again, because this is the clone control, and the clone control is what has to reset the camera, because that's what recognizes when the player dies. But the issue is that the clone spawner script is the one that actually has this setting. And yes, you may change everything. So that could be an issue. Spawner, I don't currently have a way to. Alright, well, let's fix this problem then and add a little functionality to our spawner. So what's going to happen is this clone control needs to know the object that spawned it. So we're going to fix that. Adrian, are you even still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just muted it because you were getting feedback.
Oh. Yeah, I'm getting feedback again. I don't know. It's definitely giving me feedback again.
Sorry.
Oh, it's alright. Anyways, so the clone control needs to know the object that spawned it so I can access the information from it. So what I'm going to do is make the spawner set the clone control. So I'm going to add a little function to our clone control and say void. No, let's make a public void just in case. Or a voidy. That one's fine too. Let's see. Set spawner. So this is just going to inform the clone of the object that spawned it, and I'm going to need a variable now for the spawner. This thing has too many goddamn variables. So this is a clone spawner variable, and just spawner. It's a shitty name, but it works. Set spawner in the clone control. Actually, let's not do that. Let's instead make this a public clone spawner, and that way we can just directly access it instead of having to send it a message. We'll just directly access the component and then this variable within that component. So in the clone spawner, when we actually go to spawn an object, in the override activate, we are going to take the clone object, get the clone control component, and get the spawner object from that, equals this. So what I'm doing here is getting the component, the clone control component, from this object, from the new clone that we just spawned, and setting the spawner variable of that to this component right here. This keyword is quite handy if you never use it. Basically, this just means in the case of Unity anyway, it means the script itself, or in this case the component. So because this is a clone control component that we're accessing, and I'm in the clone spawner script, this will immediately set, you'll see the spawner change, and I'll show you in Unity what happens. So now we'll see if it works. So right now I'm going to take the hierarchy over here. Here's our main character, and it says clone because that's the word that Unity uses for spawning instantiated objects. It always puts clone at the end. It doesn't mean that it is a clone in the sense that we are using it. Now when I jump into here, this is our new clone that we just created. And let's shove this over here. You can see in the spawner there is nothing in that spawn location. So this clearly did not work. We have an invalid index 252. So we don't know what that means yet, but basically this accessing that spawner did not work for some reason. We're going to get to the bottom of that. So let's see. Clone control, clone spawner. Oh, that's why, because I put it in the deactivate instead of the activate. So override, activate. This is how smart game development happens. Let's try this one more time in the proper function. And now I do here, our clone, you can see we have under our spawner, it is the correct, see it says spawner, which is this object right in here, and it's actually the clone spawner component of that object. So it tells you the game object and the component in that object that it's using. So now we actually have our clone, so our clone basically knows which object spawned it, which is super handy, because what we're going to do is now make it so that when that clone dies, it's actually going to send the spawner a message to reset the camera position to the player instead of the clone. So now when our clone control, actually we'll make the function first. That's probably the best way to go about this. So clone spawner is going to need a public void, actually. Oh man, we did that. Okay. Reset camera. And what reset camera is going to do is do exactly what it sounds like it's going to do. And it's going to set the target to the player object. And it's going to set the camera remaining time to smoothing time. So now, once the clone dies, it can send this reset camera message to its own spawner, the object that spawned it, and allow the camera to reset to the its correct position on the player. So we need to do this in the kill character. This is the function that actually, makes the clone dead in every sense that we need it to be dead. So what we're going to do is do the spawner dot reset camera, and you can see that I am able to just directly access that reset camera function because I made it a public void. So it makes things much easier. Let's go back to Unity and test this out. So now we have, whoop, this is a shitty, let's put the game back over here and make it bigger. So now we're on the clone. I'm just going to reset because that was a bad start. So we hop over to the clone now, and then we're running through with the clone, and now when the clone dies, we get reset right back to the player. So the clone just kind of goes away, and whatever smoothing time was used to set the camera to the clone then gets used to set the camera back to the player. And it's not super obvious because I only have 1 second in there, but if we make the smoothing time, let's say 10 seconds, which is an absurd amount of time to move a camera over this, but we're going to slowly work our way over to the clone, which is now great. It took so long that I accidentally moved the clone to the off the level. I should probably have a fix for that. So we're going to slowly make our way over to the clone and lock on. We are now on the clone. And so we run along with him. And once you're locked on, there's no smoothing attached to it. So we're going to kill this clone now, but we're going to do it a little bit farther away.
That's really slow pan.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds. And so it's going to demonstrate now that when I kill this clone, it uses that same the same amount of time to get back to the player. So now we have the slowest pan ever back to our hero. And now that we've done that epic pan, we're just going to kill him.
I don't know, dude. That's a little slow.
It's not a real thing, I'm just demonstrating it.
Right.
And then
Just
we
for the
can,
smoothing?
Yeah. And then we're going to slowly chip away at Mike's body parts. And kind of clean him up. Get him out of there. Except for the feet.
We got a guy asking if C# is like Python.
No.
I mean, they're two completely different languages, but realistically speaking, like...
They are. So, I mean, yes and no, which is a super helpful response, I'm sure. It is more like... C# is more like Python than it is like... than Python is like C++ or something like that. The way that it's similar is that C# kind of has this forced object-oriented design where you can't make something, like you can't just have, well, in Python you can have a global function technically that's not part of a class, but in general you don't do that unless it's just a main function. Anyway, in its object-oriented design it is similar. The syntax, however, is very, very different. You're gonna get a lot of you're going to get a lot of the same concepts that happen in C# and Python, but the way that the syntax that you actually use is very, very different. Python is pretty odd in that it doesn't use any braces or anything like that, which you see like
it's
right
more
here.
like English, I swear.
It's Python's a higher level language, so it does more things for you, and it uses white space in a way that most other languages don't, especially C-like languages. So in Python, you wouldn't have these brackets right here. You would just like remove those, and what they use for substituting instead of brackets is you just indent the next line, which is, I of course have the next line indented, but I don't have to do that in C, C++, or C# or anything like that. It's very different. Let's see.
Well, he says that he's a student and stopped before he learned classes, which is kind of the most important thing to learn in Python.
It's pretty much the most important thing to learn in any language that has classes, which not every language does. But I mean, even languages that don't, there are kind of ways around it.
Yeah, but even shitty languages like Mel have some form of class structure.
Right. Well, sure, but language like Lua doesn't have classes whatsoever, but you can basically arm wrestle tables into acting like classes. So you can use the same types of things. Classes are super, super important. So it's different indenting. Well, it's different indenting in that in C# you don't have to indent at all if you don't want to, and you can make everything on the same line as long as you're using the appropriate brackets and stuff like that. You don't have to indent. Indenting is almost always used, though, just because it makes it more readable and it makes all your logic a lot easier to follow. But I mean, if you're thinking about learning C#, then the Python that you learned will help. It's a lot of the same concepts. You just have to kind of relearn a lot of the syntax, a lot of the things that you're doing. Like one thing is that this void keyword at the beginning of all my functions, that's not a thing in Python. Python doesn't actually, you don't have forced return types in Python for functions. That def keyword in Python just says like, hey, this is a function, and it can return something if you want it to, or it won't return anything at all.
And that's actually what he just asked, was he said he keeps seeing the function void. That's not a function. The void just means that it's not returning anything.
Right. So instead of a keyword that means this is a function, like JavaScript has, like Python has, you actually, the first word in it, like before the function name, is the return type. And so void basically just means that it is quote-unquote returning void. In other words, to say returning nothing. So the void, if you have anything other than void at the beginning of your function, then that means you have to return something at some point. Like every possible exiting of that function has to return something.
Like an int would return a whole number, and
right. And you can see, and the one example that's right here is this IEnumerator, which, not to confuse the issue, but it's very different than all of the other, all the other types of returns, because it returns but then it continues on, which most functions don't do.
It's okay, go ahead.
But you can see, so in this IEnumerator, this is not void, so I'm actually returning something, and I'm doing that right here, which is this yield return new wait for seconds. So an IEnumerator returns a wait for seconds. So I am technically returning something.
He seems pretty hell-bent on using Python.
I mean, I like Python. I support Python. Python's great, and there are lots of things that you can do with it. I write in Python pretty often. Anytime I need to do any kind of like quick scripting for a tool for anything, I write in Python for all that stuff. I don't think it's awesome for game development. There are.
It's great for tools.
It's great for tools. It's not super, super great for game development, mostly because so many Python programmers are lazy, or Python is some weird cult where like you do things a very certain way, and that way is super arbitrary and not intuitive to anyone who is not a super into Python programmer. Let's see.
He said that he wanted to learn Java first, but his school said Python first, then you learn other things. I don't know. Honestly, I think that learning any programming language, like, first thing I ever learned was, what was it, Dark Basic?
Yeah, no, and that's the thing is that like yes, learning another language is a way of easing into learning programming, and that can be super helpful. It really depends on how you like to learn things, but it's not needed in any way. There's nothing that says like, hey, you really need to. Okay. There's nothing that's like, oh well, if you can't jump straight into C# because it'll be too confusing for you. I think that like that's a bad attitude to have. C# is not that confusing, and especially if you're using Unity, very easy to just learn C# pretty quickly. Let's see. But yes, it can help. Like if you already know a little Python, then learn stuff like learn functions, learn returns for functions, learn classes and all that stuff. But you don't really need to. You don't need to do that by any means. If you are, and especially if you want to go into game development, there's no need to learn Python and get really good at Python and then jump into C# when you kind of have to start over with a lot of your syntax. There's no that could be a hindrance more than anything. So I would say don't learn a language just saying this is my stepping stone and I'm just gonna use this to kind of learn about programming and then forget everything and start over in a new language that is actually suited for game development. I would say just learn the language that you want to learn first. Let's see. Actually, I can put this up here for now. Just this is much easier. Let's see. Coming to the Heroes Raid. Let's see.
Just to clarify for Dr. Fire Penguin, we stream kind of randomly. It's usually on the weekends. But
weekends are more. We're Pacific time, so if you are Eastern time or anything that is farther is in the future, it might be a little late, but weekends are really good, and then evenings, like I have a normal 9 to 5 job or 10 to 6 or whatever it happens, so nights and weekends basically are good times. Certainly, I encourage people to follow, and you'll just get an email whenever we go live. This is Psydra Games, so in case nobody has ever heard of it, which you probably haven't, we released a game called Dark Scavenger. It is on Steam, and it's fun. It's a weird little point and click, but this is the new game that we're working on. We haven't actually announced, so we're just kind of playing it and getting an idea for this whole streaming thing, because we really want to be more in tune with fans and stuff like that in a way that like is not a shady Kickstarter, if you give us a lot of money then we'll talk to you kind of thing. We just want to be streaming game development, and I think it is super helpful for people who really are getting into game development and all that stuff. And I watch live streams of game development all the time, like in the background while I'm at work or something like that, because I find it super informative. I learn new things, and it's motivational in a weird way. I just like to watch other people program, especially.
Well, it's really hard to get pumped to work on shit, especially after we put in like 12 hours of work. And you come home, but if you're watching a stream, then you can come home and be like, okay, yeah, all right, I guess I got to get something done.
Yeah, and you can get ideas for things like. And I watch. If anyone hasn't watched him, Binri. Ben is great for he does a lot of game jam stuffs and all that stuff, and it's really really great. Like he streams like every day. I think he was streaming today. I don't know if he still is. But yeah, Binri, 2D Heroes. Yeah, Binri is great. He was basically the inspiration for me to get the rest of Psydra to like really want to stream. I'm like, guys, you got to get on this. Like
Well, all we were really streaming before was like fucking video games, Dead Rising.
Yeah. Yeah, but well, then that's why we're on Psydra right now, because it's a actual game company so that's why we're doing dev on here. I mean, there are plenty of streams of people playing games. More and more, there's people developing, which is great. Super.
Which is also more motivational and inspirational.
Yeah. So, but team-based sexy survival game. Oh yeah, I unfortunately haven't been able to watch today because we've been doing streaming and other stuff, but I'm very excited to see what comes out of Binry's team-based sexy survival game, because that's probably going to be pretty great. He makes really like super weird games. Like he makes games weirder than the games that Psydra generally likes to release. Yeah, he's super fun to watch. I watch him at work all the time. I just have him on as much as possible. Yeah, so we're number 3 on game development right now. We should probably do some game development then, don't you think? I think we should probably actually make a game or something.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Binry is very energetic. He's absolutely great. I don't know. Let's see. We can kind of put this over here. But I don't have a second monitor, so I can't. It is all right. So yes, let's. I'll
let you know if anybody says anything.
All right. Yeah, that's cool. My monitor. So we did this. If camera's on clone, reset to player, and if clone dies. Oh no, we don't have this one though. So this is a whole other feature. So. Little backstory for this. So what you can do is spawn a clone from a button. And so I'll show you. So basically right now the thing that we have is spawning a clone through a trigger point. You know what, I'm going to change this spawner. Let's make this 1 second so that it doesn't take forever to get over to the clone. So right now if I jump down here, there's this invisible trigger point. It's going to spawn a clone, and now we have 2 of us kind of sitting here. So now we got double mint twins over here.
Oh, there it is. Never mind.
Oh, whoops. Everybody died. So we have these invisible trigger points that can spawn clones, but sometimes we want to actually kind of show it to the player a little bit more, like what's happening. So that's why I have... let's see.
Hey, somebody's giving us props for the animation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's this bro right here with the animation.
Working on some new animations right now, bro.
Yeah, so yeah, the animation is super great, super detailed actually. I'll show you. We can actually zoom in a little bit on the character to give you a better idea. This camera, we can change this size. And we can kind of... Oh wow, is it not gonna... I was too effective in my coding of the camera system, and you can't change the size manually. You have to do it through script. So in this trigger, let's add the trigger zone camera toggle. We're going to turn that off. I'm going to do camera follow player. The camera zoom is going to be 2. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. There we go. So now you can kind of see this guy a little better. So for, let's see. How do I make this bigger? There we go. I can see actually things on chat now. So yeah, his hair flops a little bit when he runs. It's pretty great. Jumps got a little. He kind of his arms up.
I should give you the new one with the space death.
Yeah, yeah. It would unfortunately take a little while to implement, but. Let's see. But so this is my favorite is the jetpack. So I can turn him around so you can kind of see the back where the jetpack kind of like, kind of pushes him up a little bit. So yeah, it's some good stuff. And actually, I can show you another thing, but we'll get to that later. Yeah, sweet animation. Props to AJ chilling on Skype with me here.
Thanks, man. This guy, Trent, he says, think you can slurp left, right facing or play an animation to swap directions?
Yeah, I thought about that. It's a little tricky, like right here, there you do see a little like delay with how he goes back and forth. So I definitely, it's a thing that we could certainly do. I guess
I kind of like being able to see the back.
Right. No, he just means slowly turn around rather than right now I have it snapping left and right.
Right.
And that's definitely not ideal, If you want to see me do that, I guess I could do that. I just want to do this one thing that I had planned already. So we have buttons that will allow you to spawn clones instead of using. Shut up. Instead of using these invisible. Let's put the scene over here. Instead of using, this is our little trigger zone that we use. So instead of that, I'm going to get rid of this actually and use a button. And so, problem is I hate Alex's prefab for this, so I'm just going to use a little black block to do it. We're going to call you button. So button right here is going to have to be scaled down a little bit. Let's make him...
Dr. Fire Penguin's leaving.
Peace, Dr. Fire Penguin. You got a sweet name right there.
Well, he was the one who was asking about all the Python stuff, so...
Well, we're not going to talk about Python anymore then, so there. No more Python talk. I'm just kidding. I will.
Nevertheless, he was still very active in the chatting, so I think...
Yeah, no, it's great. Okay, so Trent... So Trent, yeah, I will do that right after I do this. So we're going to just put a little button script, and I feel like I should have just shared my whole screen, but I want to make it so that you can actually see code more clearly. It always bothers me when people show their whole screen, and then I have to full screen it to be able to see any code whatsoever, and it's frustrating. So, and this is mostly like a coding focused stream. It's not really, I'm not doing level design. If anyone wants to see level design, when Alex streams, you will see all of the level design for this game. It's great.
Yeah.
So.
And you'll see how much shit he breaks.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I'm on Skype with him, I'll yell at him, and that'll be really entertaining. So we're gonna put the button script on here.
Oh no! I think he's giving me crap. There he goes.
Did he say something about it?
Yes.
About you talking shit? Oh no, he's talking. Yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
So we're gonna make this button spawn a clone right now. So let's put the spawner. Our spawner object is all the way over here, and we're gonna make it not follow our new clone. We're just gonna have it spawn. And so the way that we do this, we have this activate objects, and Alex is distracting me now.
I know.
And fuck you, by the way.
I know. I'm gonna tell him to shut up for a minute.
Word. Well, yeah, you can handle the Alex communication.
I got it. I'll take care of it.
Okay. So we're gonna make this button spawn a clone, and the way that we do that is we have this spawner object over here. So here's our spawner. So this is the location that the clone's gonna spawn in. We're gonna take our button, and our button. So what we do is we have this array for the number of objects to activate. So we just toss our spawner right in there. So now our spawner is element 0 for activate objects. I know, he's just not shutting up. Okay. So now when you hit this button, the button's gonna move down, and so we have our move by is our variable here for how much the button moves down when you hit it. And then it's gonna activate the spawner object, which is gonna spawn our clone. So I'll show you that now. Just go over here. Now this all works, then it'd be a miracle. Okay, so it doesn't. Oh, right, it doesn't because I need a moving plat, I think, on it. Something of that nature. Alex is gonna have to help me because I don't even remember how to make fucking buttons right now. Let's see. There's another thing though.
I'm just gonna grab my headphones, dude, because it keeps fucking bedwooping.
We're gonna look in player control, see where this thing is. Let's see. Shortcut button, if hit game mode, get component. Okay, trigger button. I just put button on it. Shortcut button, trigger button. Oh, okay, so note to self, delete the button script. It doesn't do anything. The trigger button script is the correct one. Maybe Alex is telling me that right now. No, he's not telling me anything useful. Anyway, so let's use the trigger button. We're going to do the same thing. I knew that script looked old, but I'm not smart. I don't do smart things. So, activate object number 1. What?
This guy named Fighter Jet says you need more comments in your code, bro.
Apparently, you could be right. Actually, we can talk all day about the legitimacy of comments in.
You know what? Honestly, I use a lot of it in my my scripting in for Mel.
General rule: if you have a lot of comments, it means that your function names are not great.
I mean, benefit of the doubt, I got function names called fucking test.
Sure, no, absolutely, and especially if it's for like a tool and it's for a temporary tool, all that kind of stuff. Like there's a million reasons to put comments in it, but like if you are going for like really clean, good-looking code, it should not need that many comments. It should ideally not need any, honestly. The only reason the only reason that comments unfortunately would not have helped me in that case, except to just put a comment at the top of the script saying like don't use this. But actually I think I can safely remove it because if it's not even activating properly, that means that I should be able to pretty safe in removing it. Anyway, let's see if this works now. Yep, okay, so I spawned like right over top of the button though. That didn't seem right. No, okay. So you can see this button doesn't go all the way down. So we're gonna just fix that by changing its move by. I'll set it to 10. And so that's just the number of units it moves down by when you jump on top of it. So 10 should, yep, looks like that covered it. So now hitting this button spawned our second little friend over here. And so now we got the Doublemint twins just kind of hanging out, hovering with their jetpacks. And this is my favorite thing, is you can use the fly cheat when you hover, even though when you hover you're not supposed to be able to move. You're stuck in one place, you can't go anywhere. But we do have a fly cheat that kind of just like allows you to shoot up in the air as much as you want.
Oh, that's awesome!
So if you do the hover and then it looks like you're just shooting up in the air when you hover.
Well, especially with that new animation.
Yeah, no, it's super. It's really like it looks really good when you do it. It makes me a little bit want to have that somewhere, but hovering is a pretty set functionality. We don't want to fuck with it too much.
Oh, that's funny.
So, okay. So anyway, yes, ChaosCom, you are absolutely right. The only reason that comments like that wouldn't be super handy in Unity is because you don't see the script when you're just adding a component. Like if I go into this inspector and I just go, okay, well I'm gonna go ahead and add the button, I don't see the comment that says don't use this, you're an idiot. Maybe I could, the only way to see this would actually be to put a public variable that's called something like you're an idiot, don't use this, or something like that. Which, you know what, let's just do it right now.
Let's make it static.
It has to be public and not public static. That's the trick.
Oh.
So, like, for instance, if I just made the public bool, we're going to make it a checkbox to say, you are fucking dumb. And we're going to default it to true.
Of course, as you do.
So now, when you add this button, the first thing you're going to see is a checkbox that says, you are fucking dumb. And so hopefully that will prevent anyone from using it. I could also, I wonder, you can make required components for different scripts. So I could actually just, anytime you add the button, it will just add the trigger button, which is the correct one. But it would still leave both of them there. I wonder if I could somehow make it delete itself after it's done. That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I'll look into that, and maybe we'll stream a little dev goof.
Yay, dev goof
of doing stuff. So anyway, I completely lost my place, and I know that I'm doing something with clones and buttons, but I forget what it is. If clone dies, reset the button that spawns it. Okay, so the last feature that we just did was making a clone aware of its spawner. So what we're going to have to actually do now is make the spawner aware of its button, and we're just going to have a train of just everybody can send everybody messages. It's going to be madness. So the way that we're going to have to do this now is actually to add a variable to our spawner, and so the spawner is going to have to be aware of what button activated it. Actually, now I'm not sure how to do that.
Joe, real quick, just while you're doing that, I'm getting rid of this emitter for particles in Maya, so you're gonna have to do it in Unity.
Oh yeah. We already have blood particles in Unity, so
I know. I'm just letting you know that I'm getting rid of it. So
yeah, fighter jet. I can delete the script, and it's probably safe to do that because they don't even work right now. The only reason I am not doing that is because very old levels may be using that script, and if I delete it, that means that we won't have any idea of what object it's supposed to be activating. It will remove the script. It'll say it'll say that we're missing a component, and then we won't be able to get that information back for what objects it's supposed to be activating, so that we can update it with the new script. So we're gonna have to do a whole pass on making sure that everything is using the most updated script before it's safe to really delete a thing like that. Yes, we're using Unity and Visual Studio because, once again, for the 50 of you who weren't here when we started this stream, monodevelop is... What was your word for what monodevelop is?
Sack of balls?
Some shit sack of balls is what monodevelop is. So if you are using Unity, do yourself a favor and download Visual Studio and use that instead of monodevelop. And just don't install monodevelop when you go to install Unity, because it's just not worth it.
There's some good Python ones, but I haven't found any good C# ones for just writing code.
Well, if you're writing code with no particular,
Visual Studio, I mean.
right? If you don't need a full IDE though, this little piece of software right here, which is called Sublime Text, is very, very handy for you Python people.
Right. You for that.
For you Python people, yeah, it'll do the syntax highlighting, it'll do autocomplete, but it's not like a full thing. And this says it's unregistered. I actually do have a registration code for it. I did buy it. You can use it. It's kind of free in that you can just use it as long as you want without registering it. It'll just once in a while give you a little nag message being like, hey, you should really buy this if you're using it this much. And so I did a while ago. I just haven't. I format computers as often as I change underwear, which is once every 6 months, in case you were wondering. So I have to like re-register all the software and stuff that you don't have to register. Then I just forget and just don't do it. Sublime is pretty AF. I don't know what AF at the end meant.
I think they mean that it's pretty. And
Yeah.
AF, I'm assuming, is talking to somebody else.
I assume that he's referring to Final Fantasy 11 Artifact Gear.
Wow, going back.
In which case, yeah, Paladin AF1's where it's at. I once again forgot what we were doing. Let's see, we're doing the clone dies reset. So, in our clone spawner, we need to add a variable that is the button that has activated it. So we're gonna do that right now. So it's a trigger button. So what we do is we add a new public, or public if you're like me and can't spell words. It's a public trigger button, and it is we're just gonna call it button because that's really simple. So what's gonna happen is in our, let's see, so in the actual trigger button script itself, the trigger button script is going to have to be responsible for assigning this variable now. So when I go into our trigger button, when that goes to actually activate an object, so this is our little activate, let's see, I have a bunch of old code I'm going to delete right now because we have source control and who cares. Let's see.
Hey, source control.
So let's see. Somebody's talking on Skype again. I don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So let's see.
God damn it, Alex. All right, I'm just going to turn off my notifications. I think Trent told me to do that.
So override activate. So what we're going to do in the override activate. So now I haven't confirmed this, but I'm pretty sure that you can't in any way access, if you have one script send a game object a message, that game object that receives that message cannot like find out who sent the message. So you can't just say, oh, like, well, I was activated by this button over here, so I'm going to set that variable. You can't do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I did it, 2D Heroes. Thanks.
Trigger. Well, actually, I mean, what I'm actually just going to do is on this computer, I'm just going to sign out of Skype because I just don't care anymore. Oh, so actually, that's a bad idea because now I just removed the call. So I'm going to call them back. That was really brilliant. I was just trying to get rid of everybody because I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, so override activate. So when we go to activate this object now.
Yep.
So
Hey.
Oh, hey, it's Alex.
Hey, how's it going? What's up?
Well, I actually just called everybody back just on Psydra chat just because I accidentally, I purposely, foolishly signed out of Skype because to avoid getting messages on here while I'm streaming, thinking like I have my laptop on. But then I realized I was in call with AJ on this computer, so that was dumb. So nothing to worry about here. Anyway, so you don't have to be here if you don't want to. There's nothing urgent.
Okay, yeah, I'll jump off. If you got any questions, just let me know. But things are looking good. By the way, Kyle made some new levels, and they're freaking insane. So I'll show you guys those sometime.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Okay, have fun.
All right, but goodbye.
Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna the button that is actually activating these things. It's gonna check if I just checked if it had this thing. I'm actually looking for the clone spawner script. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a check to see if this object has the clone spawner, and if it does, we're gonna set that clone spawner. The variable in clone spawner for this trigger button, so that if our clone spawner is activated by a button, that spawner will know like, hey, this is the button that activated me, because we're going to use that information later. So let's see. So we know at this point that our object does have the component clone spawner. And so we can access the script that is spawner because it should be public. Oh, it's called button. That's why it's not making sense to me. So the button is going to be this. Because once again, for the people who weren't here, the keyword this in C, C++, C#, and all that stuff is referring to the script itself. It's not referring to the game object, it's referring to the actual component in that game object. So it's just saying like the trigger button component that is on the game object that we're in, we're going to pass that component over to our clone spawner script. And so because this is public, we're actually going to be able to see it in the inspector. So I want to show you real quick. When we do that, so here is our spawner, and as you can see right now, the button is set to none. So it starts off and it doesn't have a button because we haven't activated it with a button yet. We're going to do that now when we hop on this button, and you can see now we have this button popped up because the button itself actually realized that it was activating a clone spawner, and so it set that variable in that script. So we're going to use that information just in case this clone dies. So let's see. So what we're going to do is go over to, so now our spawner knows about its button, and our clone knows about its spawner. So we kind of have like clone, spawner, button, and we are trying to basically traverse back up that hierarchy to make sure that button goes back up when our clone dies. So I suppose now for our spawner we'll just have to make a meantime trigger button. So what we're going to do is have a checkbox, which we call in code land a bool or boolean.
Yay, bool.
Yay, bool. Let's see. I'm just getting as a stream. Yes, game development is interesting. Simozek, something like that. Yeah, even if you're not an actual dev, I think watching it is interesting, and hopefully other people do as well. It's a thing that most people don't get to see if they are not game developers. You normally don't get exposed to what goes into making a thing. And 50% to audio guys for lols. I don't know what that means. I'm actually an audio engineer, so if you're trying to fuck with me, doing it well. Yeah, by trade I am sound designer turned audio engineer, and for making games turned into a full-blown programmer, the sole programmer on this project at the moment. Anyway, let's go back.
ChaosCom has kind of a useful thing here. He says audio aspects are the most inaccessible of all of them, worse even more than art.
I agree, and the part of the problem is with sound design in particular is that I would say, and I'm saying this as having worked as a sound designer for over 6 years, at least half of it is looking through sound libraries of things that people already recorded and repurposing it. And so that's not like, I guess most people wouldn't really find that interesting to watch. Like you go to Sound Ideas or freesound.org and you just look like oh, I'm trying to find this sound and I need a gunshot, but it's not super practical for me to go ahead and shoot a gun and hold a microphone up to it. So I need to find somebody else who has done that for me already. So sound design's a little weird in that it's not super interesting to stream. It's not super. If you are recording your own stuff, it's not really super easy to like stream it, because a lot of times like I need a gun sound, so I have to go to a gun range and bring a microphone and record it. And
yeah, that's not going to happen.
Streaming that isn't super practical. And looking through a sound library for somebody who already recorded a gun also isn't super interesting. So I will probably at some point be doing a sound stream, and as soon as I figure out how to make it a little more interesting than just like scrolling through stuff that people already made. I can
stream the animation if you want.
Yeah. I mean, I think we should stream everything that we can, and I will be doing a sound design one since I am a real sound designer. And this is my office. It's not my bedroom or anything like that. This is my office, so I can move shit around and repurpose things and use this as kind of my sound room, even though it's horribly not soundproof at all. I can do little sounds. I have done some sound design like in a closet before, just to, surrounded by pillows and blankets to make it a little more soundproof. I have done that. I cracked an egg. I have several eggs inside of my closet to get a good like splitting sound, and I may be using that for one of the deaths in this game. In fact, when your head explodes, I can just basically make it an egg crack sound. But yeah, so I probably will be doing an audio stream, and I will be able to stream it. I'm gonna see how I can set this up to actually stream recording sounds and getting that, because I think that's a thing that people don't normally see.
I think Trent wants to see the game itself.
I need to finally finish this. I get sidetracked a million different times. I'm getting sidetracked from my sidetrack.
Sorry, buddy.
No, it's not your fault. I like answering questions. I want everyone to know all of the things, and so I always want to answer questions. But
if you want, I can.
It's hard to do that and do this, but
I can try and micromanage a little bit, because it's not that hard for me to do that and animate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, whatever. If there's anything that you
kind of what I do all day anyway.
Go for it. So again, we're adding a checkbox. That checkbox is gonna. Naming stuff is so hard sometimes. This is gonna have to be called reset button on death. We're gonna default it to false, I guess, just in case. So what's gonna happen is when the clone dies, it's going to send its spawner a message to say, hey, I died, so do something about that if you have to. So we're going to add a function for that, and that's going to be called... This one is only internal, so only I have to deal with it, which means I name it something a little more obscure. But I'm just going to call it, I'm just going to call it reset button in this case. Or, no, let's call it like clone died or something like that. Clone died.
Out of curiosity, just to not to like sidetrack you or anything, how long do you want that kicking out of the for the clones? How long do you want that animation to be?
What do you mean the kicking out?
When they
like the enter kind of thing? I don't know. Like, honestly,
right now I'm looking at about a little over 2 seconds.
That seems a little long.
I'm worried that might break flow. Yeah,
I would say. I mean, as a general rule, I'd just say make it as fast as you can without it looking stupid.
You got it.
Okay. So we're gonna add this clone died, and that's going to figure out if we in fact are resetting upon death. So we can say if reset button on death, then this button. Let's just say real quick. We also want to make sure that we have a button to reset. So we're going to say if reset on death and button. And in case you're not aware, this is the case in Python and a lot of other languages. you can just put an object as an if case, and it will evaluate to true if it is not if the object is not null. So if I'm not referring to a null object, then this will evaluate to true. So I don't have to say, like, what I could do is just write if button does not equal null, and that does the same thing as if I just say if button. So that's a handy little thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to our button, our little button friend.
Hey, button.
Hey, button. Except I need to make sure that our trigger button. See, it's void. We're going to actually make this. Problem is that we have to do override deactivate. This is the thing that we're doing. This is the function that we need to call. So I'm going to make it public so that we can call it directly. Because I'm not doing a send message in this case, because the button variable is the trigger button script. It's not the game object, so I'm not sending a message to the game object. I'm actually directly calling the function inside of trigger button. So I'm going to say button override deactivate. And so what that's going to do now is that's going to raise the button back up and allow us to push the button again if the clone dies. That is, if any of this worked, that's what it's going to do. And we're about to find out if any of that worked. Actually, I think I defaulted this to false. So reset button on death, we're going to check that box. When we hit play and we jump in and hit this button, we have our button variable right here. Now, if we go ahead and murder this clone, it did not, in fact, raise the button back up. So we're going to have to find out why that happened. So here's a lesson in debugging things. The very first thing to do is just do a debug log here. And we're just going to say button has been reset. So if we see this message pop up in our console, that means that this function has been called and something else is a problem. So let's hit this button, let's kill the clone, and we saw nothing in our console. Nothing. So that script, that function was not being called. So our trigger button, clone died. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure I know exactly why. Because the clone died is going to send the override deactivate, but the clone has to send the clone died message. So we are one broken link in this chain right now. So when we go to kill the character, we're actually going to set the spawner dot clone. Oh, I didn't make that public. I'm an idiot. Clone spawner. The clone died needs to be public so that we can directly call it from our other script. So now clone died. So when the clone dies, clone finds the spawner, sends a message saying that the clone in fact did die, and then the spawner is going to send a message to the button to raise back up. So that's our whole flow right here, if it works. So here's our play, hit the button, kill this bro. Our console does in fact say that the button has been reset. So we walk over and our button has indeed been reset. So we can just basically, problem is,
so you can kill the clone and then make a new button.
Make a new clone.
Or yeah, sorry.
So the problem is though right now is that I am actually doing something that probably is not necessary, and I'm saving the state of the spawner. And so when the spawner actually spawns an object, let's see, save state equals false. So the thing is, if you run through a trigger point, and you can run back and through it we don't want to. We only want one clone per spawner in general. And so what needs to happen is if you run through a trigger that spawns a clone, and you run back through that trigger again, we don't want it to spawn another clone because there's already one out there. And then you just end up with infinite clones. And the game would probably crash because there'd just be too many and they all take up quite a bit of processing power. And we need to keep the link between, the button, spawner, clone link all is very delicate. So we don't want to spawn more than one clone at a time. So I save the state of this temp save and save state. Those are basically making sure that you don't spawn multiple clones. So we're going to set those both to false because we know in this case that our clone has died, so we no longer have a clone to work with there, and we can safely actually get rid of. So what we're going to do is also destroy our clone object. Nope, not clone follow, clone object. So, in case you don't know or have not followed, the clone when it dies, it doesn't actually it doesn't disappear. The physics will just kind of ragdoll it, and it will just sit there. Which is a problem because then if you spawn another one, even though that clone is dead, it's still technically there and we won't be able to clean it up. So I'm just going to clean it up when you go to reset the button. So we're destroying our clone object, we are resetting the save state, and then we are doing this override deactivate to raise the button back up. So let's see if all of that worked as soon as Unity wants to play the game. Okay, so we hit our button, spawn our clone, we kill our clone, he goes away, button comes back up, and we do it all over again, except a new clone did not spawn. So let's see. If clone object. Just in case this, for some reason, is not being clear. So we kill you.
Die!
Hit the button again. We are not getting a clone back when we do this. There's something preventing our clone from spawning a second time. So let's find out what that could be. Trigger button, press pause. So let's see. The button is being reset properly. You see that, and it is going back down properly, but it is not reactivating the.
Ah, what the fuck?
It's not spawning another clone, so I'm guessing this is an issue with the clone spawner. Let's see. Deactivate. Clear the clone. So override, activate. Let's see if save and save state.
Might get 2 animations for you tonight, Joe.
Nice. Deactivate. So let's see if we are in fact getting the override activate message. Let's see, so debug, spawning clone. So let's see if that happens the second time. No audio source.
Oh, I think he's talking about your debug line.
So let's see, spawning clone only happened once. So our Is it our button then? Our button is acting normally, as far as I can tell. Deactivate. Oh, because the activate object. I see. I know what the problem is.
What seems to be your boggle?
The problem is that I have a separate. I should have a function that resets everything. So the problem is that because of the way the trigger buttons work,
Yeah.
I keep a boolean to keep track of whether or not it has activated each particular object. So you can see in here when I get to the point where I need to activate an object, it will set the boolean has activated to true.
Right.
And so then as it's updating, it'll make sure that it doesn't activate something over and over and over again. That's what that does. So what I need to do is reset all of those messages. Let's see.
Ugh.
So I should just be able to reset then, actually. So call that reset function. That'll be quick enough.
I'd say it's kind of weird being back in Maya again.
Okay. So I'm calling the reset function, which clears out all of the stuff that the button is holding, saying that it already has activated each object. So hit this button. I got my clone bro right here. I'm going to kill my clone bro. He's gone. We go back up, and now we've spawned another clone bro. So, and we can just do this forever. Let me tell you. We can just spawn these guys. We murder them. We come back. We spawn another guy. We murder him. We come back. And we just sit here murdering clones just day after day.
Oh, they're not exploding though.
No, like there's something weird about if I change this to a portal, you'll be able to see it better.
Right.
We're gonna make this a portal, and most people probably have not even seen this working yet. But the way that this game works is it's based around this portal mechanic. So I have to get the character entirely in this white space right here within the time that it takes for this portal to activate. And if I am only part way in, only the parts of me that are inside the portal will be whisked away, and the rest of me will fall down in a deadly ragdoll slump. So I'll show you that right now. I'll walk halfway in, and then see, yep, we're gonna have to tone down the camera shake a bit. Let's see, camera shake amount. Let's go with 0.1 because I just don't want to deal with it so much right now. So when I walk part way in, and see I kind of slump over dead, and I can just keep doing this. So you reset, you have to start the level over again when you die. And to kind of really, show you. And then even after you ragdoll and die, the pieces of you that are left can still be teleported away. So you can just walk mostly in and all that stuff, and so you can just die over and over again. So the way that the other thing is supposed to work, the other thing is called unstable energy. So instead of a portal, I can make this unstable energy, which is a little bit more volatile, as we can see. So I got my clone there, but ignore him for the moment. So if I walk into unstable energy, I just basically get shredded. Anything that touches unstable energy, the second it touches it, you just get shredded. So I can actually, I'll show you over here. If I walk over to this guy, I can actually just move this, and kind of just take his head right off. And then I can just slowly pick away at him, and all of his pieces go flying. And it's a lot of fun to do it, and then I can kind of just chop his legs off if I want.
I like fun.
And then I can just shred him over and over again. There are a million ways to die in this game, and all of them are quite unique.
And fun.
They're a lot of fun. They're more fun than they have any right to be.
That's not true.
Yoink! And you can just kind of just totally blow up if you just jump into it. Square is a chainsaw. It actually has... I don't think it's hooked up right now in here, but there actually is a kind of like circular saw type sound that goes along with it. So yeah, it's a lot of fun, and so you can kind of just get little pieces chopped off of you just over and over again. And the rest of you, oh, that was a good one. You had a nice bounce on that. 10 points for your bounce, Mike, Spaceman Mike. So yeah, oh, he just disappeared that time. I don't know what happened. But we're not debugging the death system right now. Let's just ignore that. So where were we? So okay, so we did the clone thing. We can reset buttons now. When we spawn clones and the clones die, they can reset the button, and you can just spawn another one. You can just keep doing that forever. Let's see. I expect. Well, it won't be a white square. That's, believe it or not, that's not final art. So when you actually go to play this game, I can show you what they look like in another scene.
Show some concept art, maybe.
I don't think the portal is in any of the concept art, actually.
Oh, that's true.
But I can show you. I don't know what room we're going to end up in, but yeah, it's this one. Well, yeah, here's some. So this is a little more what the game is going to look more like a bit. What button? I thought. Oh, it's not set on this one. That sucks. I don't know. I know the Sector 1 has some. We'll just hop in there. Take this big game object. We'll do the. What levels?
Has a point. The white square is pretty scary.
Yeah. Well, oh, you haven't seen the real thing yet. How do you know what's scarier, huh? Maybe it's a fucking dragon face that chases you the whole time. You're gonna be like, I wish it was the white square. That was so much more effective. That scared the pants off of me. All right, this level has proper. Looks like we have a real portal in this one. So I'm gonna show you what they look like. You're so excited. Let's see. Start at right there. And boom. So this is what the portal actually looks like. Is this symmetric? Yes. Very good eye, or good whatever it is. Good deduction. It is in fact a Metroidvania-like game. It was originally it's a puzzle platformer. Metroidvania is like the most description I can give it that remains accurate. Now I want to scare. Trent Sterling wants a scary dragon head.
Why wouldn't he?
I'll just have you know, so I am the programmer and the sound designer on this project, but I have been given free reign by the designer to make a room. I get one room where I can do pretty much whatever I want. So
I get nothing.
So there could be a dragon head. I'm pretty sure everyone gets a room. If you want a room, you take a room.
I would put so much animation in that room. He would not be happy.
There's this game on Steam about cloning and also Metroidvania. That is true. I think there's actually more than one. This game is not about cloning. There is simply a section of the game, a relatively small section of the game, that uses clones as a mechanic. But it doesn't happen until much later in the game. This is not a game based around clones. It is just one small facet of this game.
What was the name of that game that was based around cloning, though? I think it was on Vita, too.
Are you talking about the Swapper? Is that one? There's a Swapper. But I think I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what it was now. There's a couple of them.
Robot clones, whatever.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch. There's also, I guess, not clones, but there are other ones where like you have to kill yourself multiple times, and that helps you like progress through different things. Like you can jump on spikes, and then you can walk over your previous dead body to cross it to make it safe. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, the swapper is the one that I thought they were referring to.
Really?
There are a couple other ones though.
I swear that Alex had one that he was playing too.
I'm sure he had a bunch. He plays many more games than I do.
Yeah,
I
it's 'cause
just
he's got
play
time.
Fantasy Life for 80 hours straight and never stop. Okay, so we're gonna actually go ahead and do the do our little lerping thing. We're gonna turn the character and have it turn more smoothly. So I'm gonna reload my testing area. We're not gonna save the changes that I just made. So that's a terrible idea. I don't want Alex. Alex is going to come back and be in a completely different room. He probably wouldn't notice, but so, whoops, that's unstable energy. That's what happens when you forget that you're dealing with unstable energy. All right, so right now, as you can see, our character just kind of like really quickly just swaps back and forth between looking left and looking right. Damn. No, that's not right. There we go. That's it. You can also moonwalk. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. It's kind of a tricky little cheat thing. But that is going in the game. In the final
You
game.
gonna leave it?
Yeah, we're leaving it. It's too good. Alex wants to use it in a way that you have to moonwalk to complete a level.
Kind of like a Legend of Zelda walking backwards type of deal, so that the eye doesn't see you.
Well, it's not necessarily walking backward. The trick is that the reason that we're leaving it in is because it's a very slow walk. Because you walk backward, the moonwalk is much slower than your normal speed, and when you're playing with a keyboard, you don't have control over your speed. You hit a button and you walk at a certain speed, and you're done. So the moonwalk will allow you to walk at a slower speed.
There's a guy asking how many people are working on this.
Let's see. It is right now Alex, myself, you, Chris, and Kyle.
And Mary.
And Mary. So there are 6 total. We did have another person who actually created the character. So, like, there are 6 people working on it currently. There were, I think, 2 other people. There was a previous concept artist for the character, and there was a previous modeler and animator for the character. And we've pretty much replaced all those animations with AJ's. Let's see.
Really, I replaced all of them.
Yeah. What about your own logo for starters? I don't know. You are stealing. I don't know what your own logo is referring to. We do have a logo. I can show you that, but. Psydra Games has its own logo. It was in the beginning of Dark Scavenger, and I have a special little logo scene for this game. Let's see. Alright, so we're going to do the turning thing. So it's in player control. Let's see. Player control is a big script, so we're going to have to find... It's under the control function, though, I'm sure of it. Here's our controls function. And let's see. So we are doing move direction, transform. So here is the bit of code that changes the You guys are serious?
He said because we had a concept artist. Or somebody said that we had a concept artist, so.
Yeah.
Which, you know. She's worked on real games, too. What?
Yeah, I think I should have... we probably have some... If you want to see some possible concept art, we got it. I can show you this. Here's one piece of concept art. So this is like a hallway. Just kind of like one of the miscellaneous little hallways to run down, little corridor kind of action. Here's another piece. This is like got kind of pistons in the background.
Your mug is blocking most of the art, dude.
Oh right, because right, I'm only showing this section of the screen. I can't see it. Yeah, so let's. I think it's like this ish. Should be that. There we go. So here's like, so a lot of stuff is going to have like animated 3D objects in the background. The game is 2D in the sense that it's using an isometric camera, so it's like side-scrolling, completely flat. There's no perspective on the camera whatsoever. But we're still using 3D objects, mostly for lighting. So these are going to be animated 3D objects. So these little pistons in the background will be moving around. We're going to have like all kinds of shit. This is like the craziest scene that we ever saw when we got this piece of concept art. We're like, I want to make exactly this. But obviously this is in perspective, so it's going to have to look a little different. It's going to have to look completely side-scrolly. This is like, I think this is the engine room, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what she wanted it to be.
Yeah, there's all these cables and stuff.
Babe,
so
showing off your concept art.
This is Alex's idea of concept art right here, which is take a screenshot of the game and do some really janky photoshopping on top of it. So this is a beam. So this is unstable energy, which you saw kill me many times, where you just blow apart. The pieces of you that touch the unstable energy blow apart. So what we have here is walls. You can have walls that block parts of beams, and that feature was a nightmare, and I don't really want to talk about it, but it works. That feature works. So here's another piece of concept art. This is like much more on the perspective that the game will be in, except the game will be a little bit flatter. You won't see the floor. You'll just see like it'll just be this cut off flat floor. But yeah, so that's some concept art. We have real concept art. It's great.
Real concept art, real models, real animations.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a real game.
What?
So anyways, let's do this stuff where so this is what is controlling the rotation of the character. So whenever I turn left, it's gonna push the character's actually gonna look left and look right. There's no lerping on it. There's nothing like that. There's no smoothing. It just straight up turns back and forth. I had a request to fix that on here. So a lot of people actually use like lerp functions built into Unity. I don't, because so many of the things in this are like so custom, and you can interrupt pretty much every action imaginable. That like I have been writing my own systems for everything because it's just not worth it to try and work around. Like another great example is the IEnumerator functions in Unity. I started out using all of those for all the delays and things I needed to do, and it ended up that if you died and reset, it would like continue on doing those things, and I need to be able to interrupt those, and you can't do that. So there are tons of things that I have to write custom because of that. Yes, it is a puzzle platformer. It is a puzzle platformer, Metroidvania. Period. I don't know. It's a game. It's a game. Yep, that's it. That's
we make games.
So let's see. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually have a float value for the amount of turned that you are, and we're gonna kind of manually lerp that. So here's what we do. Let's see. So we're just gonna add another float down here. We're gonna add a float for character rotation. We're gonna start it at 0. And so then what we do is we're going to totally destroy the code that sets this. And now I fucking There's too many goddamn functions in this game. Let's see.
No, that's impossible.
No, they totally are. Okay, so so what we're going to do is transform rotation. Instead of doing it here, we're going to always be technically going to set the rotation to whatever we want it to be. And this value is going to be character rotation. So we're setting the Y value as whatever character rotation we choose.
Shit.
And actually, all right, so there are cheats function, don't they? There's a cheat function. It controls all of the cheats in the game because I can at any time kill the character if I want to, instead of doing it the way the player dies. They're gonna have to do it themselves, but I can just hit a button and kill the character whenever I want. There's a fly cheat. There's all kinds of stuff. C++ or Java, it's actually C#. Unity uses either C# or JavaScript, and we're doing C# here because JavaScript is the devil, and you should never ever use it. Unless you're a web programmer, then you have an excuse because it's pretty much your only option.
I was just gonna say that. I'm pretty sure your brother would disagree.
Other than that, don't ever use it. You're a horrible person if you do it. So what we're going to do is, instead of setting the rotation value to 180 or anything like that, we are going to we're going to have to make a second value, and that value is going to have to be like the let's see, float rotation, destination or something like that. It's a terrible name actually, but you're just going to have to deal with it. So our rotation destination, I call it that because it rhymes, is going to be 180 in this case, and it is going to be 0 in this case. So what we're going to do is set that rotation destination, and then I'm going to do basically like my own little lerp, which I'm just going to say, let's see, character rotation. So let's say we're going to start at 0. So the character rotation is going to be the character rotation is going to start at 0, and so is the destination. So they're going to be the same. So what I'm going to do is say, like, if the destination goes to 180, then we're going to slowly ramp up the rotation until you get to 180. So we're going to say if the rotation destination is greater than character rotation, then rotation destination plus equals. So we're going to add not the rotation destination, sorry, the character destination, character rotation plus equals. We're going to have to do time.delta time to make sure it's a smooth transition regardless of your frame rate. If you dip in frame rate, we're going to make sure it's still kind of smooth and doesn't just snap. Times, I don't know, some value that's going to be totally arbitrary, and we're going to find out.
I have faith in you.
Else if let's see, if rotation destination is less than character rotation, then we're going to just do the opposite. Character rotation minus equals time d delta time times 10. I don't really need to put an F there, but good if I wanted to. Okay. No, I'm not using float.lerp. That's for suckers. Take that. Anyways, this is just really quickly, we're just going to get this, making sure this works. So, totally arbitrary value that I threw into this, so Oh, interesting. Okay. So I was able to turn once. Let's actually just make it time.delta time. Rotating destination.
Apparently, animators aren't allowed to code.
I agree with that. Only audio
Oh,
engineers
come on!
are.
Fuck you.
Let's see. Character rotation. Rotation destination is greater than character rotation. Okay. Alright, so we can go this way all we want. And, oops, yep, I did that. It's a thing I did, so we can turn this way. It turns awfully fast. Rotation destination. Let's see. Let's public. So, a nice way to kind of debug this kind of stuff is to just set these both to public. Let's see. So now when I click on my little character bro, yeah, so it's definitely setting the rotation. Character rotation.
Speaking of your little character, bro, I've got a new animation for you soon, whenever you get a chance.
Oh, you got a new animation?
I got the one where the clones are busting out of the capsule.
Nice. Let's see. Transformed rotation.
I could use a little more dynamic, though.
Jar rotate. I'm not using that anywhere. It's just a thing I can do if I want, I suppose. Let's see. Walk backwards, right into some unstable energy. Let's see. I agree. We'll get Billie Jean on here. Hey AJ.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to do me a huge favor
do you need,
and
buddy?
turn on your video for animating stuff?
Sure. What do you need? I mean, you just want to see the...
Yeah, so I have to just like feed animals and shit. So if you want to like stream your shit, I can just toss that on.
Okay, well, it should be sending it to you.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, I'm just doing the kick out right now.
Cool.
So
I'm going to stream that for a bit so you can
oh,
do
by
your
the way,
items and talk.
while you're
What?
here, while you're looking at it anyway, do you want to just do a little like fake like quick crit?
Oh, it's the yeah.
This is when so I got him going into normal pose here, like his standard idle pose, but I'm starting it off in the in this kind of like infamous style, you know, like epic, you know, like just in a clone thing. I was actually kind of going for more of like a Mega Man Zero in the tube pose. So I got that, and then I got him kind of just jumping out of it, and then going into normal idle pose. So that's kind of all I'm doing right now, is doing that.
Cool.
But,
yeah, that looks awesome.
Also, I did some tweaks to the other one. So like his death pose. Yeah. So I did a couple of tweaks to this one here. So,
oh yeah, I haven't shown the mic drop.
So this is like the death pose when he dies. And
right. Well, I'll be right back, dude. I gotta do shit. That's why I'm streaming you. That's why I'm streaming you. Just take the pressure off of me. You can go ahead. I'll be right back after I feed animals and stuff.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah, buddy. So I guess I'm gonna take over since nobody has actually seen me. Everybody just kind of hears my disembodied voice. So this is me here. I'm the animator. Joe's doing the coding and audio stuff. So I made him do all of this stuff, and we're kind of just doing certain things like when he falls, he'll land, kind of like splut, or he'll land, like a super splut. But then sometimes maybe we'll go into a room where there's no air, and when there's no air, he'll just go here and die, like that. A face cam, huh? I don't know if I can even do that because Joe's the one streaming, so I'll show you guys in a minute. Whenever Joe gets back, like I don't know. Well, this particular sequence didn't take very long. I basically just do them as they're needed. So whenever somebody needs something, like for example, we just decided we wanted to make these guys come out of the clones to come out of their cages. So I just kind of started making this since Joe's been talking today. So he's coming out like this. My opinion of Blender. Sorry, Automos. He'll be back in a minute. For me, I'm just taking over until he's done feeding his dogs. But yeah, my opinion of Blender, it's good for a free program, but I'm a professional animator. I use 3D Studio Max in game studios, and I generally use Maya in movie studios. So that's I'm kind of just going with what I'm used to, So this is what I'm working on right now, is just this guy busting out of this his capsule here. So basically what I'm doing is he's going to be coming into this pose here so that he can go into his idle pose for what Joe is programming. So Joe will be programming him to the clones to be doing whatever this guy is doing. My where'd I come across my programmer? I've known Joe for about 15 years. He was my best friend in high school, so we've known each other a long time. And then our concept artist is my wife, so that's kind of how we all know. And I met my wife at a game studio. But so yeah, we got so anyway, but Joe's gonna have the clones doing whatever he's doing, so I need it to go into this pose. So that's why it ends up in this exact pose. So when I start the animation, I have to start it way back here instead of being like over 0, like a 0-0 pose. He needs to end at a 0-0 pose, so I have that. So I make him kind of, just jump out like that, and make him do like this one here is when he dies, and so he's gonna have a head explodey. I tried to do something where his head kind of pulsates, but I'm ending up with some of these like explodey stuffs here, so his head is like exploding a little bit, and then his head's gonna be gone, and then Joe's gonna take over with the particle effects in Unity. But yeah, Joe definitely has a lot of work ahead of him. But I do a lot of programming in Unity too. I usually do just the physics stuff. But Joe has been handling pretty much all of it simply because most of us are just. I mean, Joe's even crazy busy with work too. So we kind of just do everything on the side. But. Let's see. So right now, let's just make this look a little bit better, because right now it's not looking super good. I want this guy to bust out, and I think one way to do that is to kind of put in like a proxy. A lot of times I'll put in a proxy. So if I want to make like a little proxy wall here, then what I can do is make it so that he will bust through and see where this wall is going to be. But I don't think I really need that right now, to be honest. I'll just do it this way. But what I can use is this guy. So keep his hands straight. Now this particular rig is not my rig. If I would have done it, I would have done it way differently. In that this rig would have more IK and way less FK. But yeah, it is what it is. So whatever. And then a lot of times we'll take it from Maya into Motion Builder, because Motion Builder has and actually Trent, you might be interested in this since you seem to be a kind of a Unity guy. But Motion Builder's native format is FBX. So anything that you make that works in Motion Builder is actually good for Unity. Pretty much everything will work in Unity. So that makes things nice and convenient. But unfortunately, because this thing doesn't have any IK on the arms, I have to do all of the arm stuff as an FK thing, which is kind of balls, but whatever. It is what it is. FBX master. That's true. Honestly, I've been actually using a lot more FBX at work, which I'm kind of. At first, I was fighting it, but it's I'm coming around. I'm still a Maya guy at heart, but. Let's see here. And I like having these nice arcs. This guy here, and let's do something like this instead of doing it. So. And I actually map all my keys to be WASD, so it makes it nice and easy for me to scrub. And that way I don't have to go and do something that I'm not really used to, like use Maya default settings, which is just a pain in the ass. I don't know if anybody here is an animator. It seems like all of you guys are Unity guys. Or is everybody here a kind of a programmer? Because if you want to see programming, this is what Maya programming looks like. Is to the guy who said that animators don't program, this is my own personal tool, and I actually create all of these tools specifically for my animations and Maya. So I do use programming as well. This one's all written in Mel, which is kind of like its own type of thing. Maya Embedded Language is what it stands for, and honestly, it's not super awesome. I'd prefer Python over it, but it is what it is. It makes it a lot easier to for all of you programmer types. You can see everything that you're doing because it has a little echo. So if I need to learn how to do something, I can just copy it and then paste it and learn how to do it. So it makes things a lot easier to learn. Yeah, that's pretty much how I go about creating tools. And then Joe also does a lot of tools himself. He doesn't do too many tools in Maya, but he does all of the tools in Unity and any of the back end stuff. So plus he's also the audio guy. Real smart dude. So let's see here. Now that his hands seem to be lined up, we can probably at least hide this, and we'll see. So yeah, that feels a little bit better. Looks like I'm gonna have to clean up that shakiness on his hands. So if you look, his hands seem a little bit shaky right there. So I'll have to clean that up. But when we do that, it is... See, to Automotos, the Mac script I've used, and honestly, Max is really cool for plugins, and especially when I was in game development, like we used a lot of Max. But honestly, Maya has such a much more powerful engine, and now that Max uses Python, it's kind of killed it. Like nobody really uses Max script anymore, to be honest. And yes, ChaosCom Mel is pretty much as messy as Max script. It's a fucking giant pain in the ass, but at least it's got an echo, so so people can learn how to use it pretty easily. But there we go, and that should do it. At least that should do that part there. I don't know if there's any animators in here, but hopefully this helps at least somebody. I usually just do kind of like I always work in real space, just because working in real space makes it so that you can look at it from any angle and it'll look right. So if I want this guy to have kind of like a wobbly thing here, and do something like this, and then when he's coming down, we'll have some nice backpack motion. So, and there we go. So that makes things nice and even, easy for Joe to use. That's a little weak. Fix that a bit. But let's see here. What's the question? How does cutting the body into pieces? Okay. So the cutting his body into pieces. If anybody can read this, this is how his rig is set up. We've got his body explodes in certain points. So as you can see, we've got his body exploding into multiple different pieces here. See? And the reason that we do that is so that when as Joe had mentioned before, I don't know if many of you guys have seen the game in action, or how many of you new guys have seen it, but the people that have seen it, when you're in the teleportal, if only part of you is in the teleportal, you can't, the guy will explode, is basically what happens. So we need parts of him to go all over the place. So rather than trying to do that in a different way, what we did was we actually just created a whole bunch of pieces, split them up, and then made it so that you can still move it around, but that each one of these pieces can still explode and go off on its own way, and that way we can use it as a dynamic for like the physics, and create it into a physics like a rigid body. So it just makes it a lot easier for rigid body stuff. I assume that's how it is for Joe anyway. Honestly, I kind of came into this project, this particular project, a little bit later, so this is not my rig, which I'm kind of thankful for. It's not a very awesome rig, but it it gets the job done, so it is what it is. And we got some Euler problems here. So, fix some Euler stuffs. But for those of you that use Blender, I don't know, I highly suggest using Maya or even Motion Builder for importing or exporting into or from Unity, simply because they both use FBX as a native format. To ChaosCom, to subdivide it into the exploding mesh pieces, you can do that simply by just selecting the pieces and then separating them. You can do that in geometry. So if I have like polygons, I can select the character and then just separate them in the geometry before I do it in the hierarchy. So in the hierarchy, it's like all of these pieces are actually constrained. It's apparent constraint to each one, and that way we can separate it. So if I bake this character out, for example, and then delete the controls, technically everything is going to move the way it's supposed to. FBX is a good thing simply because Unity reads it properly. Unity like loves FBX forms, so or FBX format, so it goes in nice and clean. Plus, if you're using something along the lines of like Motion Builder, a lot of times you can then like separate it into custom animation tracks. And like, for example, when you see stuff like, oh god, what's a good example? Like Take 001. You know, when you do, yeah, exactly, Trent. It makes FBX pain-free, like very pain-free. So when you're doing stuff and then you export this to an FBX. So for example, if I were to grab this guy, go and export the selection as an FBX format, then what would end up happening is like it'll
Okay.
here and it'll save it as a Take 001, and whereas we can then change that later in Motion Builder. So it makes things nice and clean. And as Trent mentioned, it Unity definitely makes FBX pain-free. And now for all you guys, your programmer guy is back. So
back, and I brought a dog.
and you brought a dog.
So
So I basically answered a whole bunch of art questions.
nice.
That's fun. But I also put this in here. I didn't know if you wanted a bar or anything. I don't know what you want to do, but it made it hold it nicely. So this is how he's gonna look when he's kicking out of the glass, dude.
Nice.
I also want to do a little bit more floppiness on his hair. But I mean, you know how I do.
Okay. I think we're pretty centered on Tegan now.
Griffin Rules wants to know what's the best way to learn C#. I would say go to head first. I would say go to the Unity forums. That's how I learned.
Yeah, honestly, normally I would recommend like starting off with the basic part of the language, where like you don't use a library, you don't use anything, like you just learn how to do it. But the thing is with Unity, it's like it's a really intuitive library, and so it's actually really helpful to learn. It's a good way to learn. I lost Tegan's not centered anymore. Okay, all right.
Really, you're worried about Tegan being centered?
Well, this is the dog part of the stream, so I'm just giving everyone a little puppy glimpse.
Right.
So we're gonna have Tegan do touch. Good girl. There you go.
It's because she doesn't know she's being watched by 70 people.
Yeah. Down. Good girl. Okay. Well, yeah, we can actually do the full on the floor puppy stream. Say.
Dog stream.
Dog stream. Can we put this up more? I can't really.
To Taurus, I'm a cat guy, so I say no to all.
Okay. Touch. Good girl. Down. Good girl. And one more touch. Good girl. There you go. There's the puppy trick stream. Say hi to everybody.
Why am I called the mystery man?
Because you don't have a face cam.
That's true. I don't have a face.
Nobody has any idea what you look like.
That's fact. And it's gonna stay like that.
Oh, you camera shy. Okay.
Alrighty. Shit.
All right. Is that like just a reference object?
Yeah, it's just so that I can keep his hands straight.
I'm like, what do you have him doing? Fucking gymnastics over there?
Maybe I want him to do gymnastics. What's it to you? Maybe my level is going to be all about gymnastics. It's going to be all a puzzle platformer and then one shinobi level. I've been mentioned before to Alex that that my level is probably going to have like a custom script or many for it, like, because I can. And so if there's any, like, if you want to do a room that has like really specific like animation that you want to do, say go for it. I'll put the code support in for it. Yeah, sure, man. Oh shit! Okay, Chaos Cam got me. He said that. Where's the Ibuki face cam he promised?
You promised a face cam?
He said face cam or riot, and I told him that when you got back, I'd show my face.
That was probably a mistake.
I know. I didn't think you'd remember.
Well, actually, so what I can do in here is add Skype video. So I can just toss you in right here, so we can put your face cam wherever we like.
All right, fine.
Are
you still? Wait, you still have my Skype is still streaming.
I know that. Like, I have it. If you watch like the update of the thing now, it's actually you're in a little window right above my face.
That's awesome. We should just leave it like that.
Yeah, I mean we could. That's the beauty of this.
But I promised a face cam, so I'll show a face cam for like 8 seconds.
But if you want to see, I gave the dog a yogurt, a bottle of yogurt. I'll show you real quick. She's got her thing of yogurt. She's enjoying the hell out of it. It's basically to keep her here and keep her like calm, because she's been so great. Like, she was a fucking terror this morning when I went to walk her, but then like when we got back, she's been like fucking little angel ever since. So giving her a treat. Okay. Jesus God. Okay, so we were doing the lerp. Doing the custom lerp, because I don't use that fucking bullshit all done for you lerp.
Alright, there you go. So it should be streaming both of them, my video and my...
Cats, get away. You're not allowed. Tegan, you're good. You're good. You're fine. I just don't want the cats in it, because I hate them.
Sorry, Trent. Let's see here.
So your face is tiny compared to the thing. I can't even see it in stream. I can only see it like when I look in it. So I don't know if you're able to change the size of that.
I don't know. I can get rid of my my stream for a second. Stop sharing screen.
I mean, it's if the people want a bigger face, if the people want a bigger AJ face.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna request it for them.
Oh God!
On their behalf.
Do that, you fucking dick.
I know. I was changing it to show you the tiny face that you had in your video.
Oh, there you go.
So, there it is. It's a little bit smaller than mine. We can kind of evenly size it. It looks pretty good.
I mean, what do I even do with this? Show off gaming tattoos?
Yeah, do that.
Alright, here you go, gaming
Might as
tattoos.
well. I'll make it bigger just for that.
Gaming tattoos. We got fucking Mega Man. Got Zero. We got Samus. We got some Link up in here. And then Ibuki from Street Fighter 3rd Strike. So, there you go. Gaming tattoos.
Gaming tattoos.
There you go.
Here, this is mine. Canada represent. Everybody else go die. There we go.
Yeah, Maple Leaf.
Okay. Jesus. Hex, open FL, Swift, export, mobile. No. I don't know why people are talking about Swift. Fucking Flash.
Hey, Griffin Rules says Toronto represent, man.
See? Toronto. Fuck yeah. Full disclosure, I'm not Canadian.
You just love Canada.
I just love Canada. And I live 2 hours away from Vancouver now, which is super exciting.
No, I
haven't been there. I haven't been to Vancouver since I moved here, and that's something that just needs to be fixed.
Well, if I end up over there, you're gonna be there.
Yeah, I know. You can fucking live somewhere that's not a shithole, and I'll be there.
Wow, maybe if I could fucking live somewhere where I could ride my Ducati every day, that'd be great. But Canada snows.
Yeah, sometimes. Vancouver hardly ever snows. Let's see. I got a job normal programming.
Oh.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, if it's like a 9 to 5 though, I don't know. I honestly these days have relatively little time to do this, but especially weekends, I will make time. Like this is something that if you super want to do it, like make whatever time you can, even if it's a small amount. Like if for like an hour on a Saturday, you just like do a little bit of programming, you just keep that up. Like you can still do shit. You can get shit done that way. It will be slower, and you probably won't want to work with like a full team that's doing stuff like all the time, because you never want to have that problem of other people working more than, like, some people working more than others. That could be a disaster. But like just doing your own little thing, do like an hour a weekend or something like that, anything, it's totally worth it.
Well, I mean, even going back to when we got into game development, like fucking I was teaching English in Japan.
Yeah, exactly. And we were like, hey, we should make a video game. And we did. And there's ways like you don't necessarily need to use Unity and C#. Just learn a little bit of Python and Pygame or something like that, like something super super simple. Answer your entry. My stance on maple syrup. Maple syrup is God's nectar. That's my stance on maple syrup. All right. So I don't know if that makes you leave or not, but that's my stance.
No shame.
Game Maker is really easy. And it's something that if you don't super have a lot of time, might be worth doing. But if you want to, it limits you in a billion different ways. So it's hard to like super recommend it. But if for a tiny little project, I would say sure, go for it. But I mean, if you do normal programming, whatever normal programming is, if you're talking about like C++, Game Maker is probably just going to piss you off, honestly. Let's see. Alright, so let's find out what the fuck is going on with this crazy thing with our turning. I'm going to do a weird little test, and I'm going to actually gravity calculations. I'm going to actually comment out this line just to see if I should get out of Steam. It's just distracting me. I want to see if this breaks anything. Yeah, okay, so it's not setting anything now. Spaceman Mike. So yeah, he's just not being rotated even a little bit. which seems to suggest that this line is the only line rotating the character based on my controls. Now let's try making this 90. You know what it might be? Maybe it's because it's negative?
What?
No. No, see, I went 90 degrees, and it looks like he's still turned 180. Yeah. So it's not basing the rotation off of this. That's really
This guy says, what other
strange.
games have you guys made? You should put some info under your video. He's got a point.
Yeah, that is a good point. I can link you to real quick. So Python is used in C#. Yes, it is. There's a lot of stuff, and mostly for the fact that you don't really need much in the way of Python. Like for C#, you're going to need to not only learn C#, but like learn Unity's libraries and all that kind of stuff, which can take more time. Python is super simple. You'll probably need something. You'll need like Pygame or something like that. There's a framework called Kivy or Kivy, something of that nature. That is a framework that will allow you to like release your game for like PC, Mac, Linux, iOS, and Android, and you can kind of like build to all of those. But Python is good if you're making tools. If you're making a game, I just cannot recommend it. Like I want to because it's a great language, but for games, it's just like it's not. There's no great solution. Pygame is like I've used it before. It's kind of janky. I don't super like it. Like Kivy is good, but like there's no interface for it. If you want to learn game development, but you want a simpler language than like something like C#, I would recommend Lua. And there are other like IDEs or all kinds of stuff, and engines that use Lua. There's an engine called Love or Love 2D, which is a great one for PC, Mac, and Linux. And there's one called, actually I have it right here, Gaderos Mobile. And that will allow you. This does iOS and Android. Might even do BlackBerry or some goofy shit. I don't know. You can release for all kinds of stuff. And this is a full environment. And you can use really simple language. Like Lua is very, very simple to learn. And actually, this is here you go, AJ. If you're looking at this, looking at the stream. My test for Lua actually is if dog then, which is my which is like I am starting my own little streaming thing for stuff that's not Psydra related. It's called if dog then. There's also a website and all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm starting for like other kind of programming stuff. And I am probably going to be streaming a lot of Lua and all that kind of stuff for people who don't necessarily use Unity. Lua is a great language. Love 2D is a great framework. And Gaderos is a great full package. If you want to make mobile games, if you want to make iOS and Android games, get Gaderos. It's free, and you just start writing in Lua. Like there's a book that I have somewhere. It's a Pact publishing book that is like getting started with Lua and Gaderos Mobile, and it's fantastic. Like it's a really simple language to learn. And super, super great. And Lua is much easier than C# or any of that stuff. So
Trent's got something to tell you about your lerp.
Let's see. Okay, so well, you know what? Let's. I'm gonna trust you then. Why don't we just say that? We're gonna comment out rotation.
Do it.
Character rotation. So we're gonna comment this out, and if this doesn't work, I'm gonna do so much shit. So much of it. Okay, so
If it works, I'm gonna pat Trent on the back for all the times that you gave me shit for my code.
yeah, no,
Because
that's
somebody finally got you.
character rotation, destination, time, delta time. Yeah, so there you go.
Let's Rock 85 says, "Are you working separate or in the same city?"
Very separate.
Very, very separate. Joe there is my best friend, but he lives about 1,000 miles away. I fly up and visit him whenever I can, but we're usually pretty. Both of us work a lot, like a whole lot.
Yeah, so we're running into the same problem because the issue is not the lerp or anything like that. The issue is that when I go over here, I just can't go back. No idea why. Just can't do it. You can see in the inspector here, my rotation destination over here is changing, and you can see that the lerp is changing the character rotation, but I cannot still turn left again. Can't do it. The character rotation will go back, but it doesn't rotate the character still, which is the problem that we're actually trying to deal with. So figure that one out, Trent. You smart ass. No, I probably will just leave the lerp in there. People like that. It's probably, and all of the built-in functions are, more efficient because usually they're implemented in C++ and compiled. So, all the person. Okay, so shit. I was trying to edit our profile. I have no idea how to do this kind of shit. Psydra Games. Can I edit our profile channel? I guess, or is it profile? I've never tried to do anything that even looked remotely professional. Okay, here we go. There's a bio. I guess that's it. Psydra Games is the award-winning. No, never mind. Makes games. This is a game we made. It is called Dark Scavenger. Here is the Steam link.
Oh, are you updating that shit?
Yeah. Now I gotta go to store.steampowered and.
Alright, I think that this guy might be good for the kick out now. Do you want a vid? Or do you want me to just show my screen, or what do you want me to do?
Well, I'm not going to be able to implement it just yet. So, I guess if you want to, like, toss it to me or something, or whatever.
Well, I just want to see if it's going to work for you. I went back into the standard idle position simply because I figured that's what you wanted it to do. Like,
yeah, that's probably what it will do. I have to, like, again, the animation controller is going to do the smoothing anyway, so, like, it's not a big deal what it really goes to.
Right.
Because they're probably going to be, running, like, immediately. Like, they're probably not going to do it and then sit there for a bit.
Right.
Okay, so I updated the bio, hopefully. I can't see it yet, but I don't know. Maybe you have to go to our actual page. Maybe that's not the thing. Yeah, so it's on our profile, but it's not on the actual streaming page.
Weird.
So I don't know if we have to do that. I wonder, you might be correct. New Quaternion. Well, I'm making a new Quaternion, but
Found out that if I just show my screen, you can see it.
well, yeah, because it's just taking the Steam, or it's taking the Skype thing.
Right. So there you go.
Quaternion,
That's the new kick out.
Well, fuck. Quaternion, Euler, 0 character rotation 0. So let's see if that works. Trent's really hell-bent on fixing this problem. I appreciate that.
Dude, that's why we do this.
Whoa! Yeah, he is turning. He's turning slowly. We're gonna have to change that the lerp speed, but that does work. Well done, Trent. You're the winner of the stream.
Stream winner. What?
We need a little graphic for that. Like, stream winner! Woo, woo, woo! Okay, so I need to turn it back to 180 instead of 90 now. 180. So yeah, I guess somehow no matter what I put in the second value for a normal Quaternion, whoa, look at that. Yeah, he's got some turn to him. He's got some turn. I don't know, like the problem is that now I want him to turn the other way. Like with he's facing the camera turn. So we would have to like reverse the direction. Which like maybe I can just get away with saying negative 180. And then he'll turn the opposite way.
Hey,
Yup, that worked. I'm fucking smart.
I
bet you were going to say negative 180, weren't you, Trent? You were going to say change it to negative 180, and then he'll turn the other way because he's going to be going negative instead of positive as you turn the other way. You were going to say that, weren't you, Trent? I got it before you. Take that. Trent's great. Everybody should congratulate Trent for fixing the game. Trent is the reason this game's going to be released one day.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yes, that is absolutely true. The Quaternion constructor does not accept Euler angles. So I was setting. So apparently, any value that is not 0, or when you like set it to any value that is not 0, it somehow went to 180. Like it did what it was supposed to, kind of in one direction. One direction. Tegan, you're making a mess of my futon. She has the. I don't know if you guys can see it.
You see this?
The dog has the. She has the yogurt thing upside down on top of my futon. She's trying to get yogurt all over my futon.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
She's lucky that she's the most adorable thing in the world. I'd be so mad. Okay. So yeah, Alex is probably not still watching, so he'll just be surprised that the character all of a sudden smoothly turns from one direction to the other. Whoa. Yeah, it's great. I feel like I might want to make it even a little faster. Partly because there's no like turning animation. Kind of just like he's like, yeah, he kind of does a little like, you know, skater. Looks like he's on ice skates and just doing a kind of 180 there.
I mean, couldn't we do? Could we fix that in animation? Like a transitional animation?
Theoretically, sure. Oh, now we gotta fix the clones. Okay, so the clone control now does the same thing, so we're gonna have to... Actually, do we even need... We don't need the... Go away. Go away. Player control. So we don't need the rotation destination, right? Or do we? No, we do still need it. Character rotation. So we're gonna make the clones now also follow these same rules. So we're gonna find this section in clone controls. Here we have shit. Where is it? Move direction. Yep. Here we go. See, I guess like if the Quaternion didn't accept Euler angles, then this would have never worked either. So let's just call it a mystery and be done with it. So now we need character rotation and rotation destination. And we get that. I'm just gonna lazy copy and paste.
Lazy.
I'm fucking lazy.
I know you are.
So now everything will magically work because I copy and pasted 2 bits of code from one script to another. And it magically just does stuff. It does exactly what it was meant to do. Except we just killed the clone. Oh, God.
You want cat?
Painful, painful deaths. That's what this game is about. Duh.
That fucking. You want cat? What's here?
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen, I'm just gonna kill the character a bunch more times for my own amusement.
Come here.
Because I hate him. I just hate this character so much. I just want to chop his arm off, and then his legs, and then just make him die horribly. Just pieces flying everywhere.
Every which way? What?
And then I want to spawn him back, and then just do it again, and just go off with your head. And then let's see.
Dude, this cat. Annoying.
Let's see. You go into details into marketing. Where do you sell it? For how much? How do you promote it? Are you talking about our previous game? How we marketed it and all that stuff? So we have a kitty on stream. Do you have a cat that you're streaming right now, AJ?
Do you want me to?
No, somebody said we have a kitty on stream.
There you go.
So the so Tauros, the marketing thing, our previous game, we announced it honestly way too early, and we had like temporary art in there and shit. So we went with the obvious, much smarter decision to just stream the game and not announce it, and still have really temporary art in it, and that's working out great for us so far. But we have a guy who does marketing. He's actually super awesome. So basically, I can't really give you the full rundown on how the marketing worked for Dark Scavenger, which is our previous game. But like, if maybe Alex can convince Kyle to do a stream that we talk about that stuff. It seems unlikely, but I'm not gonna promise anything, but it's possible. But basically, like, we just emailed every like website, every YouTuber that we thought might be interested, and just got everyone possible. Just get it in front of everyone's face. That's how you market a game. You just need the most possible, the largest possible number of people to see it. That's all you need, because there's going to be a percentage of that thinks your game is awesome. There's going to be a percentage that thinks it's kind of cool and maybe we'll cover it, and there's going to be a percentage that doesn't give a shit. And it's probably going to be the biggest percentage, unfortunately, but that's how it is. But it doesn't matter. Those percentages will pretty much remain even. So the more people you get, the greater number you'll get in that percentage of people who think that your game is awesome. Your game is probably for somebody. Somebody will like it in the world. It's almost a guarantee. I mean, Skyrim.
People like Deadly Premonition.
People like Skyrim, and that game's terrible.
Oh,
So,
come on!
I mean, I know so many people were just like, "Fuck this, I'm out." Skyrim, like Skyrim. I want to like Skyrim. I do. I want to like it so bad, but it just doesn't like
You want me to
me.
play
And
Fantasy Life.
yeah, I'll play Fantasy Life all day. Skyrim, I just don't care. Can't bring myself to care. But let's see. So yeah. I mean, if you want to hear it, like basically email everybody. I've heard from YouTubers, especially. Don't ask them if they want a code. Just don't. If you're on Steam, you are allowed to get as many codes for your game as you want. Just send them a code. Don't ask them, because the more work that you put on the other person, the less likely they're going to be to do that work. So if you email somebody and you're like, oh, hey, I really want you to check out my game, like, let me know if you want a copy of it, and I'll send you that copy. Then they have to email you back and be like, yeah, hey, give me a copy. Then they have to wait for that email back from you for the code to download the game. That's not going to happen. Like, you would have to be already a really high-profile developer for anybody to go through that much trouble. Like, it's just, they have a million games they can cover. You have to make your game as accessible as possible in every way. Email people about it. Like, have a website that just has, stuff about it. Even if it's a Facebook page or something, you can make some kind of free website. Email everybody about it, and like send YouTubers messages, send like reviewers, and anybody who runs any gaming website. No website is too small for your indie game. Just email everybody that might possibly post it. See, there we go. I'm not a true Dovahkiin. And great question, Atomos. No. The answer is no. Do not write PMs to YouTubers. And email them. Find an email address for them. If you write them a PM, like, that's a whole different messaging system. Nobody really cares about it. It's easy to forget. It's easy to get lost. Don't PM them like through YouTube. Find an email address for them and email that. Most big YouTubers, most decent sized YouTubers are going to have an email address, some way to contact them. If they don't, then sure, go PM them through YouTube. That may be, for some reason, their preferred way, the preferred method of communication. But most, especially bigger YouTubers, don't want that shit. Email them. That's going to be their way, because chances are they have somebody else handling their email. If they, if they're a big enough YouTuber for that. So just don't PM them, and especially do not, if you do PM them, don't attach a video to it, which sounds weird. Like, you definitely want to try to get them to see a little bit of your game, and a YouTube link is helpful for that. But if you do like a video share, then that goes into a different place than their normal inbox. So, which means they're even less likely to see it. So you don't want to do that. Just send them a message, be like, hey, here's my game, here's a code for it. There you go. Just get them, make it as accessible as possible. Email them if you can. Do whatever you can to find an email address. And even, you may not even want to like PM them the code for your game. You may want to PM them and say, hey, is there an email address or something that I can send you a code for, something like that. Or worst case scenario, just toss them the code in their YouTube inbox. But email is the method to do that. Don't YouTube PM them. Cat pieced out.
Nah, they think he didn't piece out. He just went right there.
Well, he pieced out of the frame that they can see. So, man, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. What are we?
Well, I got this thing done. Do you want me to start working on another animation?
I guess if there's anything else you can think of, I really don't know. I mean, the most thing, like Alex said, most thing that we need is like background art for things and stuff like that. So
Trent saying, "Do you like the way chat keeps you from working for hours?"
Yeah,
To be honest, this is our weekend, so this is how we're working.
Yeah, no, I actually do. I love answering questions, and I love people being interested in this stuff. And again, as I've said before, I want people to know all of the things. So I'm super into answering questions, and it's not a huge deal to me. Like, this is an indie game, and we're not on like some kind of crazy tight schedule where like if I don't get a million features in a week, then it's going to be a huge issue. We were feature complete minus a save system and the mini map. You know, for pretty much like we've been that way for like months now, probably. And we just keep coming up with like new smaller features to add to it. So like most of the coding is done. I mean, you can see like we have decent amount of scripts and all that stuff. You can't see that actually, but you know, there are, let's see, source control. We have 49 like scripts in this game, not including the GUI stuff like maps and stuff like that. So like there are a lot of different pieces of code already done. So this isn't like we're not building this really from scratch. This project has been going on for almost 2 years. So there's a whole lot done. You're kind of just seeing a small piece of it. Mainly because half of Alex's old levels are broken, so I don't even know what to go through to show you any new stuff.
Also,
can you repeat everything you said in a Russian language? I don't speak any Russian. I'm sorry.
Language?
If I even tried, it would probably just be the most offensive thing you've ever heard in your life.
I could probably do most of it in Japanese.
Yeah. Beware of feature creep.
One thing I should also mention is that both of us do have day jobs where we do this all day for other people. So this is actually fun for us when we get to do things the way we want to do them.
Yeah. But to answer your question really quick, Adamos, it's not really feature complete. It's like mostly feature complete, which is, you know, it's pre-alpha. No, it's mostly feature complete. There are two big systems that still need to go in. One is the map feature. So to kind of give you an idea, I'll try to toss stuff away so you can really see this better. I'll show you, and I'll actually show you a scene that has more than 2 levels in it. I'll show you Sector 1. So there are a lot of different rooms in this game. To give you an idea, like here's one room, and if I just keep zooming out, you're just gonna see more and more rooms, and there are more over here, and then you go down here and there's more over here. So this is the first section of the game. There are 5 sectors. This is Sector 1, and I think that Alex just made the 100th level in Sector 1.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so there are 100 levels here, 100 rooms. Not like you can think of them as levels. They're rooms because there's not like you don't progress through like different levels. They're just different rooms in here. So there are 100 rooms in this sector. Needless to say, it is easy to get lost, especially with like all temp art and like gray backgrounds and blue backgrounds. Like you can't, like everything is unrecognizable. You won't remember a room you went through 3 rooms ago. Let's see.
Joe, I need another animation.
You mean to do?
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. To like make one up if you want. I don't know. So chaos come. Trying to ignore all the language questions. I don't speak any other languages than English. I'm sorry. I'm an American, and so I speak American.
I got you on Japanese.
Yeah. If anyone wants a Japanese translation, you can talk to AJ. So to answer ChaosCom, when will you be doing the sound design stream? I'm not really sure, honestly. I have to get a list of assets that I even need, because there are like only a couple of sounds really in here right now. We're going to have some voiceover. We're going to have like a lot more sound design. The asteroids that you guys haven't seen yet, but there are a bunch of asteroids in the game. they're going to need some sound design. It will probably be like in a couple of weeks or something like that. Like, it probably won't be super soon, because I'm going to have to figure out a lot of logistics of recording me doing like, or streaming me doing like live recording in this room and that kind of stuff. So it'll probably be in a couple of weeks. If you want to follow Psydra Games on Twitter, follow this Twitch, anything like that, you'll be up to date on on when we stream things. But it won't be right away. That was a big AJ face that just popped in. Somebody is saying something once again, and that's Alex. We're still streaming on the company because we can add Alex if we want. So it won't be super soon, but I would say like probably in a couple of weeks or something like that. And any way that you'd like to be notified of that, let me know. We'll probably be tweeting it. It'll show up on this Twitch channel and all that kind of stuff. So just let me know. What do you like? Let's see. When do you work for other clients? Is it usually in Unity? Well, yes, I work in Unity all day, and then I come home and work in Unity all night. It is Unity all the time. I
work in Motion Builder all day, and then I come home and work in Maya all night.
Yeah. I'm not sure about Hello Kitty's question. You guys are both developers for a game company. What do they have you do that you don't like? Man.
Oh, wow. Well, generally, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Mine will probably be quicker, because
Go for it.
Because honestly, I'm an audio engineer, so I basically work in Unity and with Audio Kinetics Wise audio engine, if you're not familiar with it. So basically I'm this kind of like hybrid sound designer and programmer. So I do a lot of like the technical side of audio work for in Unity and in Wise. So honestly, there's really nothing that I don't like about that. The only thing that I don't like, that I even like remotely have an issue with, is just like getting things done, especially in like bigger companies. It takes longer, everything is slower, and there's the more people that you are working with, the more issues that you have and the more restricted that you're going to be.
Definitely.
Psydra Games is super small. There are only 3 people in the company itself, and then we, like as we said, we have 6 people working on this currently. So like we'll probably be, I can only imagine at some point like we will be putting the people who are currently working in Teleporter will probably become a part of the company and all that stuff. But we have a goal to remain very small for that reason. So that would be the only thing I'd worry against, is like don't immediately think that you're going to be like in a big company and be happy because what you're doing has a lot of face time and a lot of people know about it. I've worked on many games that everyone has heard of probably here, and it doesn't mean that was the coolest thing ever, because it comes with big companies, and big teams come with a lot of problems, and you're going to be a lot more restricted in what you do. So that's basically all I got. You can take it away.
And to go off of Trent saying that he needs to get a game dev day job and he's got no education. To be honest, I've worked at a lot of places. I'm a freelance animator, and I've never once been asked to show my degree.
Yeah, I was. I was once.
Oh, really?
And yes. Let me. And this was so. Real quick though, Automos, who manages game design on your team? That's Alex. He is the designer / project lead, whatever you want to call it. He will make final decisions about what features go in and all that stuff. But of course, like, because he is part of a 3-person company, everybody kind of has a say to a degree. But basically, final say is Alex's. But and to partly answer a lean symbol plays question with a previous employer with this story. I used to work for Harmonix. When I first started there, they were owned by MTV Games, and because of that, MTV Games had their own like system with like hiring people and all that stuff, and so I actually had to have MTV Games call my college to basically confirm that I graduated, and that was just a whole ordeal because like there was a 0 credit course that I didn't have finished, and I had to like hand in papers for it. It was a fucking nightmare. But the point is that my last day, my first day at Harmonix, at the end of it, on my way home, is when I got the call from MTV saying like they had confirmed that I graduated college with my degree, and so that like I could continue working there, basically.
Apparently, Bean Ray used to work at Harmonix.
Yes, I worked with Binri. He is amazing. We got laid off in the same day. I don't know. I don't even know what else to say about that. Binri is one of the smartest people I have ever known. He is fucking amazing in every way. He's brilliant. I love that he's streaming. I tune into his stream as much as I possibly can. I love it. He is amazing. So
nobody pays attention to animation streams.
Yeah, there are some. I've seen concept art streams and I've seen animation streams.
Well,
before.
concept art streams are a different story. But to answer their other question, from the animation standpoint, like Joe was saying, he's an audio guy turned programmer. I do animation, but I do it for game dev and for film and whatever, because it kind of goes back and forth. You can do it anywhere you really want to, but the things that we as animators hate is just when there's a ton of overhead. Like if there's too many cooks in the kitchen, really. If you got too many cooks in the kitchen, then a lot of times what you do is you have too many people saying, no, try this, no, try that, and then you end up with 42 versions, and then they go for the second one. And that's like, it's just like, come on, are you kidding me? But I mean, it is what it is, and you got to do what you, but you end up with no creative like outlet, and that's what we do here. Is me and Joe and Alex and my wife Mary, we all get to just like puke out a game that we want to make.
Yeah.
We get to do what we want to do.
It's weird. I actually haven't been wearing my glasses for so long that it like looked weird when I put them on. Like I'm just gonna leave them off. Fuck it. I'm trying to like see a screen over here to read chat and then get this closer one to work, and it's not working out. I'm just gonna give up. I just have really big chat over here.
To answer, also Trent, he says that he needs to build up a portfolio. A lot of it's also networking. It's a lot of who you know. So, like, I haven't updated my demo reel since 2011, and I'm still getting work simply because a lot of my friends are, they know that I'm good at what I do, but like, very diligent about what I do, and subsequently I don't see my wife very often because I'm always working. But a lot of it is who you know, but also doing very good at your job, so that you get this reputation of being good at what you do. Joe has a very good reputation. Alex has a very good reputation. So, showing it's that whole, hard work paying off thing, which actually is true in our industry. I mean, there's a lot of people that fail up, which is kind of unfortunate, but
You know, I mean, it's.
Don't even get me started on that.
Oh, I know, it's happened to me too. But yeah, I mean, I haven't updated my demo reel since 2011, and I still get jobs.
Yeah, I don't have a demo reel. Just take that.
Neither does Chris, and he's fucking worked for 4 years at the same company.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so, man, the weird thing is though, like as I was saying, we're kind of like so near feature complete, and I'm waiting on Unity 4.6 to do any UI stuff because for anyone who doesn't know, Unity 4.6 is like a huge UI overhaul. So I don't want to have to redo all that work and work in the shitty UI currently, and then have to redo it. So I'm not doing the map feature yet. We have, I can actually show, this is probably like useful for people. I don't think enough people do this. You can script in the Unity editor. Yes, I do believe Unity 4.6 is in open beta, but beta is a little tricky when you have like 6 people working on the project, and all of them have to update their install separately, and you know, it's just not quite worth it. We should wait. You know, it makes more sense for us to wait until the full release. But yeah, so I guess I'm gonna do this real quick. I haven't done any editor scripting in a while. I don't think enough people do it. It's like super helpful thing to do. In fact, if you see under the game object thing, there's this create empty child menu item. That's actually pretty new. That was not in Unity when we started working on this game, and it was not in for maybe 10 or so versions into the game. And so if you see down here, I have the same exact thing. It's called create empty child. It has the same shortcut, and it's the exact same thing that Unity added later on, and I wrote my own script for it because it wasn't in there. So like, basically became a part of Unity because it was so handy. Everyone, at some point needed this feature, and so editor scripts can just save you so much time, and I super recommend them. Who was talking? Oh, yeah. If you
sorry,
add
I'm
Alex.
talking to Alex.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah. If you can, go ahead and add them. So I guess I'm gonna do some editor scripting, and I'll show you an example of a script. So to do an editor script, you actually need to put it under this editor folder, and that will allow you to put the script inside of that will allow you to put the script inside of like somewhere in the editor. Like for instance, this game object create empty child, there's a reset beam script. I actually need to remove that because we don't need it anymore. There's a material swap script. There's this batch edit, which is kind of what I'm going to be doing right now. I'm going to kind of use that batch edit script. So here is the script. So
I just added Alex, just so you know.
Okay. Let's see. So anyway, you can see the difference between scripts that are run in-game, even at the very top. You can see this is using Unity Engine and using system.collections. If you want something that goes in the editor, you have to use Unity Engine and Unity Editor. And Unity Editor will allow you to access all of the functions that are basically all of the things that you can do in the Unity Editor. And so, for instance, if you need to like add components to something, you can do that in script in the editor. This isn't done in the game at runtime. This is done in the editor, and you can save all these things that you're doing. So I don't know. Okay, so this right here is a script to set up our main character, and I'll show you a quick example of that real quick. I'll show you a quick thing real quick. So if you, yeah.
What do you think, Corona or Jack and Coke?
Oh man, I would have to go Jack and Coke. I don't do beer. That shit is whack.
I think I've only got one Corona left, so I think I'll finish that off and then move over. I might be asking for trouble though.
Okay. So here you can see this is our character. Let's see. Editor scripts. Yeah, editor scripts are great. It's hard to keep up with chat when I'm doing this. Let's see. So, okay, so here we have our spaceman. Here is the, oh, this is the old version. Fuck, never mind. Get that out of there. Models, characters. Here's Spaceman Mike. Here's the real version of Spaceman Mike. That was an old version that we need to get rid of. So here's our Spaceman Mike. For those who haven't guessed it or anything like that, Spaceman Mike is in many, many pieces. These are all bones, and the what that allows us to do is remove pieces of his body. So I can take, for instance, his neck. I can just remove his head. And these are all, this mesh is like filled in, so there's no gaping holes in it when we do that. And that's how all of the physics works for the character. Once a piece is removed, it becomes, it adds a rigid body component, and it adds a box collider so that it can kind of like fall and roll around and all that kind of shit. But what we're gonna do is, there's a lot of scripts that control that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is take this root object and just to show you real quick. These all here, all of these things are just skeletons. So they're basically just empty game objects with a transform component on them. There's no script functionality happening here. Nothing like this character, if I put him in, he would animate if I had set him up with an animation, with an animator like he is here. But there would be no logic moving him or anything like that. So what I've done is, because we've had to reset up this character so many times, and it's like a real special setup, I wrote a script to do it. And so you do this game object batch edit. So what that does is that adds all of the components that all of the objects need. So for instance, right here, it added this rigid body. It had this this activate joint script on it. All of these little guys have this little tell a limb script on it, and it just basically, so in one keystroke, I put in every component that this entire hierarchy needs to function as it does in the game. So it's this super handy to use scripts for this kind of stuff. So what we're gonna do with this right now is kind of do our own little fix on some Unity functionality that we don't particularly like. Specifically, if you were to, we have moving platforms in this game, and I'll go 2D right here. And what happens is, if we want to animate this so that it kind of moves back and forth, I think it's Control-6, so we can bring up our animation editor right here. So we're going to add a curve to this. It's going to ask us to save an animation. So I'm going to save this animation file under animations and test shit. We have butt dicks animation. We're going to make dig butts because we take our jobs very seriously. So that's our animation. So now we're going to animate the
Dude,
transform.
you got what's called butt dicks.
Yeah, and I just made dick butts because there was already a butt dicks. So we're gonna animate the position here, and if we expand this, so we can expand this. We have our X, Y, and Z, and we want to animate, let's say, the X position to make it move all the way over here. Or something like that. Let's do a little zoom out.
I'm gonna switch it over to my screen so that Alex can see the busting out animation and give me notes if he needs it.
Cool. Busting out. Okay, so as you can see here, we are animating. So here's our animation. Just kind of moves over. I'm gonna make it a lot faster though, just because that animation's too slow. It's boring me already. Okay.
Yay, animation being slow and boring.
Slow and boring animation.
What?
Okay, so here's our animation. I'm gonna actually make it ping pong so that it goes back and forth and doesn't just go one direction and snap back. But so here's the issue that we're dealing with this. I just added this animation, so now we have this animating like this. What Unity did for me so kindly was add this animator component. This one right here. So I'm going to collapse everything except for the animator component. This is very bad. And the reason that it's very bad is that this animator component is made to have like a controller. It's made to basically be the animation controller is a state machine, so you can change it from being in its idle state, which does nothing, to animating to this particular animation that I did. Problem is we don't really want that. That's like way too much shit for us to deal with. There's a different component that Unity uses, which is the animation component, not the animator. And so the problem that we run into is when we go to do this, we need to remove this component. Then we need to find the animation component. Animation. If we can spell animation, we can find the component, we can use it. And then I have to go back and find dick butts. And then use that animation, and then that makes that clip number 1, and then we put dick butts here. And as you can see, even though there are only there's also okay, this isn't even mine. Alex has an animation here that's called unstable energy dick wall. So
I have no idea what you're talking about.
when I search for dicks, even when I search for dick, I still get 3 animations. Now imagine if you're like trying to find S0, fucking, I don't even know what you call them, S1, L1. So like here are all the things in sector 1, level 1. This is a huge pain in the ass to do every single time you need to do an animated platform. So what we're going to do is we're going to write a script that swaps it automatically and does all this work for us. So I'm going to kind of cannibalize the batch edit thing that we have going here, because we're going to edit the entire thing. So we're going to create a new script in Unity in the editor folder. And you guys can't see that. So I'll put it up here. Hopefully that will. Let's do it. Put it like up in here or something. I don't know. Here we go. That'll work. So we click on editor, we make a new C# script, and we call it animation swap. And I don't know what the fuck is going on with Unity right now. My UI just flipped as shit. I'm gonna just reset my whole UI here. This is not good. Okay. Actually should probably like save a separate UI for streaming stuff.
Hey, I kind of jumped on board very silently. I didn't want to interrupt, but how's it going, guys? How you doing?
This fucking guy.
Hey.
What happened to your hair?
Oh, it's all gone. I made it go away. Or I didn't, the barber did specifically, but yeah. It used to be about 5 times as long as it is now. It was quite frightening.
So wait, can I change? So I have AJ's screen and then Alex's thing below that. I don't know how to like. Can I?
I think it switches based on whoever's talking, or at least that's what it used to do whenever Chris was in the call. But I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm trying
Sorry,
to,
the lighting in my room is terrible, by the way.
Dude, you look like a completely different dude.
Oh yeah, it's. I no longer look like the crazy scientist from Back to the Future. Kind of depressing, I guess, but.
you want to talk about depressing? Look at this fucking chat. Everybody's getting depressed.
Yeah, what's going on here? Like.
Why is everyone getting depressed in chat?
Well, because everybody's talking about trying to get into game development.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like a joke. I'm actually being serious in that, like, don't be like, oh man, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna try to get into game development. I'm gonna look up all of the jobs that have anything to do with game development, and then I'm finally gonna be a game developer. Like, that is not the attitude to have. Just start making games. Do whatever you possibly can to just start making games. Don't give a shit. Just start making games, and then you will be a game developer. End of story.
That's
Just
exactly
make
what
games.
Like, sure, go ahead and then try to get paid to do it after the fact, but don't wait for a job to become a game developer.
Did Alex ever even hear about that? How you and I finally got into the game development industry? How we
I don't know.
created a game called Hire Me? Like
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Maybe. So we'll go over it really quick for stream, I suppose. For the chat peeps, AJ and I were playing Final Fantasy XI obsessively for a long time, and we both had just graduated college, and he was.
I've been out for 2 years, man. I was in Japan.
Yeah. So AJ was in Japan teaching English, and I had just moved back in with my parents after college, which was like the most depressing thing, obviously. And so I was just working at a fucking cafe and trying to find a job, and so we both just one day just decided, like, you know what? It's like AJ does animation, I do audio. Maybe if we just, like, together we can put together, like, a game, right? And they're like, oh wait, guess what we don't have? A programmer. So we can't make a game. We can make something with animation and audio, but we can't put together a game yet. So basically, we decided, all right, well, we're gonna figure out this programming thing. And that's basically how I became a programmer. Like, I had done programming before, but not to any, like, real extent. I just kind of tinkered around with stuff. I dabbled, perhaps you could say, but I didn't do anything seriously. And then all of a sudden we were like, well, we're just gonna make this game. So we started in Dark Basic, which, if you are not familiar with it, is a really
awful language.
It's not great. Like, it's hard to, like, recommend that anyone try to do that, to start in Dark Basic. You're much better off in like Python or Lua, but that's what we had. We had Dark Basic, and we're like, oh, well, this makes 3D games. That would be awesome. So we just started making a game. It was called Hire Me. So the basic premise of the game was that the very first thing that happened is you have the screen of a character selection, and you could play as either myself or AJ. And so you pick one of the characters, and the arc of the game was that your resume is destroyed by your pet. At the time, AJ had a cat, and I had 2 chinchillas. So when you chose to play as me, the chinchillas would ruin your resume. And when you chose to play as AJ, the cat would ruin your resume. And you had to go collect the pieces of the resume. So it started off as a platformer. And of course, because it was platformer and you were looking for the pieces of your resume that got scattered, we somehow ended up making it that you were jumping across rooftops to collect the pieces of your resume.
That was level 1, and that was as far as we got.
Yeah, it was level 1. So the first thing that you do is jump across rooftops. So it's like a little like Spider-Man, Batman kind of jumping across rooftops to collect things. So that was the first thing. We actually got a little bit way into the second part. I got basic movement going for the second part of it, which is once you collected all the pieces you need, it became a puzzle game, and you had to put your resume together with all of the pieces. So it became a little like 2D kind of jigsaw puzzle game. So that was the second part that we got to. Like we barely got into that, and we both got hired by game development companies before. Like at that point, we did not end up ever finishing the game. We both got hired before, and then we were like, all right, now let's make let's move on to a different project that is not some ridiculous way of just us trying to get a job. So, but the rest of the game that was supposed to happen, it's probably good that we both got jobs, because the rest of the game that was supposed to happen was that once you put together your resume, it became a driving game, and you would have to drive to the interview. So you were like racing to the interview. You had to get there.
We also had the FPS portion where you were.
Listen, you're jumping ahead, fucker.
Sorry.
So you have to race to your interview.
All right, I'll walk away.
And you have to bring your resume. So you put together your resume, you drive, you race to the interview with your resume, and when you get there, there's like a huge line of people who are all interviewing for the same job that you're interviewing for. And so the game becomes a first-person shooter, and you have to kill everyone else who is gunning for your job to get the job and win the game. Probably would have sent the wrong message to any potential hiring to HR.
That might have set off a few alarm bells there.
Maybe, but yeah. So it's probably good that we both got hired before we ever finished that game. Needless to say. Let's see. Trent. Some of you guys have been. Yeah, AJ and I. How long have we known each other now, AJ? It's over 10 years. Let's see. So I'm gonna guess you wouldn't have any tips for a programmer finding an artist. Alex, why don't you take that one? Do you have any tips for a programmer finding an artist, by any chance?
Yeah.
For just a little background. Alex was also the project lead on our previous game, Dark Scavenger. The links to that, I just put the links to that in our profile. So that's all set up. So you can click on that if you want. He was the project lead / designer / writer for it, so he had to wrangle all of the art for it. So that is your backstory. Take it away, Alex.
Yeah. So basically, I actually worked at Harmonix with Joe. Yes, another Harmonix dev on the chat.
Yep, so many. They're all just streaming now because they lost their jobs.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, pre losing my job, in fact, a bunch of us at Harmonix decided we wanted to make a game that didn't involve music as much. And yeah, I basically, how I ended up finding at least a lot of the initial artists for Dark Scavenger was basically just through networking, just through who I knew. I said, hey guys, like, I'm thinking about making this crazy ass game. It doesn't involve any music, I swear to God, aside from the background stuff, obviously. So if you want on, let's just do it. And there was a pretty big group that, you know, was very interested in trying something other than a music game for a change. So a lot of people jumped on board with the project. So that being said, though, a lot of people ended up dropping out. So it basically came down to how many people do I know who want to do some art for the game. And by the end of Dark Scavenger, we had gone through about 10, 11 artists. Most of which, believe it or not, I'm still friends with and talking to. So that's positive that it worked out as well as it did. So yeah, Hello Kitty. Yeah, it was quite an experience, though. I will tell you that. Hello Kitty. I didn't work on any of the Guitar Hero titles. I actually started working in harmonics around the Rock Band 2 era. I worked on Beatles Rock Band, a little bit of Rock Band 3, but my main thing is Dance Central. I did a lot of dancing for the. I didn't do any choreography inherently. I did kind of some back end stuff. I helped with the scoring system for the game. You might not believe it when you look at me now, but I can bust a move a lot better than I think anyone would reasonably expect me to, including myself. So. But yeah, and as far as there's not really a secret club. The best advice I can give you on that, aside from joining the Illuminati, of course, which don't exist, obviously. No, the best advice I can give you for that really is, so actually how I got my start, and it's basically helped me everywhere down the road, is I actually didn't have any experience before getting into the game industry. I actually didn't even have a college education, though I would not recommend that, mind you. It's very good to get a college education for various reasons, but anyway, I just jumped in straight after high school. I went to what's called the Video Game Developers Conference, the Game Developers Conference, GDC. It takes place in San Francisco every year, and I started just passing my resume around. I'd done a little bit of video editing before. I'd done a little bit of design on some real estate programs, which is as exciting as it sounds. And I just basically sent it around, and I went for an entry-level position. Actually, I didn't. I originally went for game designer, which was embarrassing because I had no game design experience at the time. And I'd go up to companies like big companies, like I'd go up to Naughty Dog and be like, "I'm a game designer," and they're like, "Wow, what have you worked on?" I'm like, "I'm fresh out of high school." They're like, "We don't want to talk to you." So that really didn't go so well. But ultimately, I ended up getting into QA, and I worked in QA for several years. And I worked in QA at Vivendi Games, now known as Activision, and I also worked at I worked in harmonics and QA primarily until right before I left. In which case, I was also working in design, and I was doing design work as well. So, but yeah, basically just through working in the industry. I basically just met a lot of people, made a lot of friends, and ultimately, when it came down to making a game, just found a group of people that I knew who wanted to make a game, and we just went for it. So yeah, it's just about meeting people. Just aside from getting into the industry, there's a lot of really good places you can go. Like go to IGDA chapter meetings. There's always like a lot of game developer hangouts in towns. Like if you look at the right places, like. I went to, I forget what it's called. I don't even know if the webpage is still around. It's like meetups.com or something like that. It's not a dating site or a hookup site, I swear to God. It's an actual thing where people can get together and hang out.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, at least at the time it wasn't. Maybe it's devolved into that now, but anyway.
How's
yeah,
QA pay?
You know what QA pay was?
About that. Well, it's above minimum wage in most cases.
You can almost live on it.
You can almost live on it. Well, not in LA.
You can almost live on it. Yeah.
You can almost live on it. That's a good way to say it. Yeah, when I worked at Vivendi in LA, I made really next to nothing. But at the same time, I worked so much overtime.
I'll be right back. You continue on with your story. I'm
Okay.
I'm dying of lack of food.
You should get food. Dev dating site. Let me know if you find one of those. I'm more
Joe, I'm
curious.
going to be animating if you want to make that the primary.
Cool. And I'm actually going to be doing level design. It's actually 1:30 in the morning for me. I live up in Newfoundland, but I'm still working on stuff. 'Cause
Oh, you baby.
I'm crazy.
You fucking baby.
Yeah, well, yeah. At Vivendi, I worked a lot of overtime. So this isn't anything. AJ, we were talking about this earlier. I used to work crazy shifts, 24-hour shifts, and that's where the pay got good because then you go into double time. There's even triple time, believe it or not, after a certain amount. That's not always applicable, but it was where I worked, which was pretty sweet. So, but once you get out of QA, you start making a bit more money. So now the trick is getting out of QA. That's the trick. So, yeah.
Yay. Getting out of QA. What?
That was.
Whoa, Eileen's got 5 a.m., dude. She's
Oh
got.
god! All right, she's
Yeah.
destroyed me. Forget it then. Yeah. That's the kind of sentence I am forming right now. Still late
They're
for
actually
day.
talking about using a. Good night, Eileen.
You know?
They're actually talking about using a question mark in your code, which I actually have in one of my Unity codes. Joe gave me shit for using the question mark to like. I think it's a way to like condense certain pieces of code, but there you go. It's a ternary operator. So take it for whatever it is. I'm not the code guy. Joe is the one to ask, and he's off getting food. So.
Yeah, I unfortunately know less than nothing regarding code as well. So I just make all the level designs.
I got my platformer going. If you'd like to take a look at it, Mr. Alex.
You're way ahead of me, man. Yeah, well, you and Joe had like the game off a while ago?
Trent, I'm not hating on the condensed code. That's Joe giving me shit. To give you an idea, I whenever I make code, I give it to Joe, and I say, "Hey, what am I doing wrong?" And then he rewrites it in 10 minutes, what took me 2 hours, and then it's like my 50 lines of code is now condensed down to 10. And it works more efficiently, and Joe knows what he's doing. So he's the one to ask, not me.
Joe's pretty good at the things.
He
That's
does
what I've learned.
stuff.
What code are we talking about?
They're talking about using a ternary operator for the question mark.
Don't ever do that. You know what? Well, here's what I'll say about that. If you're super familiar with it and you're the only person who's going to be looking at that code, sure, go for it. But I have never found it to be like a good way. It's the most like obscure, like obtuse nonsense syntax of any kind of operator that has ever existed. And if you're really familiar with it, you can read it. But like in general, like it doesn't follow any of the other standard rules. Like if you just wrote a couple of if-else statements, that kind of thing, like everything else uses, and it's going to be indented like you would expect the logic of your code to be implemented. It's going to be much easier to read if you just do it that way. Using the ternary operator is more compact at the expense of looking like shit. That's what I think of it.
Did you see what Poe Hello Kitty said?
Let's see.
They remove if clutter.
If you have clutter in a standard like if statement, then like here's the thing. If you mean it reduces the number of if statements, then yes it does. But that shouldn't be a good thing. If you have a lot of problems with having too many if statements, then you probably have a different problem. Or like there's not a just like, oh, too many if statements is a bad thing. if statements are pretty easy to read, and it's easy to follow that logic. Again, using a ternary operator, sure, it's more condensed, and it's a smaller bit of code, but you have to really switch gears with how you read a single line of code as opposed to all of your other code. So if you're just using them all over the place and it's the only way that you write your if statements, then sure, if that's what you like, then go for it. But I would say as a general rule, I wouldn't just like go throwing them around just because they're kind of ugly.
They seem to be interested in our personnel structure, like saying that we have people that just do one of everything, which is kind of true, but realistically I think we have mostly generalists that specialize in something.
To a degree, I suppose. Like I myself try to be kind of a generalist. Like I do a little bit of most things, and I don't do most of them particularly well. I'm basically focused on code and audio. But I think if you're a coder, you should know how to at least work in a 3D modeling program. You should know how to work in an audio, in some kind of audio middleware. You should learn a little bit of Fmod, learn a little bit of Wise. You need to know how these things work if you're going to be as a programmer, you are the glue to a game, and so you need to know all of your parts. And if you don't know how those other parts work, then you're not going to be doing your job as efficiently. I'm going to go shut a dog up.
Alex, just real quick, while he's shutting his dog up, do you want? It's generally bad practice to have a character face away from camera. So for this praying animation, do you want it to face more profile, or do you want it to kind of twist to face the back?
Well, keep in mind when the character actually kneels to quote unquote pray, they're going to be usually approaching it, this angel statue, from the side.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that whether the character's front is mostly facing the camera, or not, is not as important, as long as it's clear to the player just looking at the animation that they are talking to this structure, to this angel. So as long as that goal is met, I think I'm okay either way.
All right, I'm just putting in the final pose here because that's the best way to do it in animation. But I'm thinking more of a profile approach would probably be a better way to go.
Okay, yeah, go for it, man.
Because then that'll work from both angles.
Okay, yeah, works for me. I know what you mean, man.
Sweet.
Sick.
I should also mention that I'm semi-inebriated, so we'll see.
It's cool.
We'll see how this works.
I'm usually semi-inebriated, so it works out. And Trent, yeah, getting out of QA is it's a difficult thing. It's basically just, honestly, it's just the best thing you can possibly do. It's just making games. The best thing you can do is making games. Like Joe, I bet Joe could talk to this. Or what's that?
Attest.
Attest to it. That's the word I was looking for.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah, that's really good.
Inebriated but former English.
Got the words, man. So basically, like Joe can attest to this. Joe actually did mostly audio. I mean, I know that Joe dabbled in code before, but at least to my knowledge, and Joe could say otherwise, maybe AJ you know as well, but I don't think he actually really pushed himself from a code perspective until Dark Scavenger, and he really used Dark Scavenger, to my knowledge, to really nail down his coding expertise, and through that was able to present himself as a coder, but also mostly gained the skills required through Dark Scavenger too.
Well, even then in Dark Scavenger, he was coding an action script.
Right, which is still quite a bit different.
Yeah, that was already an issue because you were using Flash.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Flash.
Yay, Flash.
Yay, Flash. And Automatos. Hopefully I pronounced that right. It's late.
All right.
Automatos.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're trying to make streaming a more frequent thing. We actually just kind of started it. God, what was it, last week? We just, in fact, today actually was a test run, but we kind of just started going with it. So
Joe, Chris, and I have streamed a couple of times, just video games in general, which we've done a bit. But as far as game dev itself, this is our first go.
yeah, this is what you're witnessing tonight is our first real attempt at streaming game dev stuff. So yeah, we're having a lot of fun. I mean, I'm definitely going to try. I work on this.
Automos, you better be careful. Automos just said action script and had his hands up. Few things can get you banned from this channel, but no. No, I'm not gonna be mean about it. But,
I mean, I'm not here to talk shit, but fuck action script.
I'm gonna say there's gonna be no action script on the stream. I'm just telling you right now. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
Yeah, we went full action script for Dark Scavenger, and we definitely ran into some issues. That was a very polite way to put it, wasn't it?
Po Hello Kitty. No, I am I'm pro Lambda. So take that.
Wow.
Take you and your little accusations and
some intense words being thrown around here.
What?
Pro Lambda. So take that. Adobe Crash Player. Yeah, I agree.
So just throwing this out there, Mr. Alex.
Hey, what's up?
Here's your pose from the left side. Here's your pose from the right side.
Oh damn, dude, that's sick.
So that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go to for an end pose, and then I'll just make and that'll be like, that'll work from both angles. I didn't want to do like a standard praying thing. I wanted to do more of a paying homage or.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's much better than what I was thinking. So just go with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
You got it, man.
Do it, man.
Alright, so... Man, so much shit. So much shit. We're going to take
Wow,
this
we got
inspector.
Epic Error saying here, what's the best method for masturbation?
I'll let you guys take that one. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Find someone else to do it for you.
Well said. There you go.
Takes all the work out of it.
There's your hand.
I actually, and yeah, like free hands. I like to dev while that's happening.
Yeah.
There's a reason that you can't see below here or whatever it is.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
That would explain so much.
Yeah.
That would explain a lot during the meetings too. Those long stretches of silence you.
And it's why we don't video stream our meetings.
That it's all coming out now. That was not intended to be a pun. That is disgusting. I apologize. I don't really apologize for anything.
Okay. So how about what am I don't even remember where I was here. There's something as an animation. There we go. The button. Button as an animation. I kind of wish that I had streamed our little editor thing from before about the alphanumeric sort. I mean, I just ripped the script straight off of like Unity answers, but most people don't implement it. It's super handy.
Yeah, that's a helpful thing.
So if you are having issues with Unity's sorting for the recently they changed it from being alphanumeric to being transform sorting, and so if you like put an underscore in front of something, it won't sort it, by default, straight up to the top of your hierarchy. So you can do an alphanumeric sort. You can have this little tag, and it will change everything, and it will be alphanumeric and super handy.
It's like the most helpful thing of all time. That's like not even an exaggeration.
Trent says, "Give me that alphanumeric sort." I can show you. I seriously just ripped the script straight out of Unity answers, and all you have to really do is I'll try and take this take my Solution Explorer over here. So if you can see all of this now, which hopefully you can, you have to put it under your editor, folder in Unity. So under Assets and Editor, I added a script called alphanumeric sort, and then all that is you're using, again, because it's an editor script, it's not a it's not a mono behavior. So you just use all of these three things. You use Unity Engine, Unity Editor, Unity Engine, and Systems.collection, and you change it. Your class can be named whatever you want, but it has to inherit from base hierarchy sort, because that's what's going to actually like override the transform sorting that is in there right now. And then you just have this public override int. So the compare is what does the sorting. So you're basically just overriding that function. And so there's a left-hand side and a right-hand side for the compare between two game objects. And what this does is just it compares it by the name rather than the transform. So yeah, cool. And so what that does is it won't actually just start resorting things. It will add this little button here on the top of your hierarchy, and you can choose between transform and alphanumeric sorting. So yes, I think Trent just grabbed that. That is the exact thing that I stole. If you want Trent, just that Trent linked to. Just grab that script, toss it in your editor folder in your projects, and all of your problems will be solved. All of your sorting problems will be solved. I should really be more specific when I say stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It pretty much solved every issue I ever had once that went in.
With anything.
Like, with anything. It has been a lifesaver.
What'd you call me?
What?
Huh?
I called
okay.
you a lifesaver.
So,
Thanks, man.
So anyway, speaking of editor scripts, I'm going to go jump back to this one. So what we're doing is
Scripts.
anybody who animates like individual objects in their game may have a use for this as well. So by default, Unity is going to add this animator component, and that's going to add a state machine that you're going to have to like send messages to in order to change the animation. It's a total pain in the ass. If you just want it to straight up start playing an animation when you tell it to, the best way to do is use the animation component. The animation component and not the animator component. And so the way that you do that, so what we're going to do is write a script that just swaps it and uses the same animation that you're trying to use. Actually, I'm just realizing this animator...
Hey, Joe, Outcast wants to know what version of Unity you're using.
I think this is 4.55 or something. Let's confirm that. 4.5.5 F1. I think it's the latest full release. Like 4.6 is in beta, but we don't do beta around here. Our game is already in beta. We don't need to be using a beta engine on top of that. That's bad news all around.
We don't do that around here.
I know some renaming objects. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
so yeah, you'll see the old name. I think that they did that on purpose as a way to like in case, because you can't undo. I guess you can undo a rename, but you can't. But you would have to like hit enter and then hit undo. And if you're like renaming something, but you want to like change the name just a little bit, and like, I don't know. I think that they do it on purpose, but it's super, like just obscure. I showed my free Unity key. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Oh yeah, license type. So it's a free version of Unity, so I don't think anyone's going to go ahead stealing that. I don't know. if you want to steal my free Unity because you really, really don't
Need
want
a free version.
because you don't want to just get your own, then take that. So anyway, so let's see. The button. Take butts. Let's see. Is that my? I will be right back.
Yeah, Hello Kitty got it after she saw the gray.
Yep, light gray.
Oh, the game is called Teleportal, or at least that's a working title.
Working title.
Yeah, like we keep saying, oh yeah, we're totally gonna change the name of the game someday,
Alright.
and
My
we've
pizza
yet to do
needs a
that.
few more minutes. Anyway,
That's not gonna happen.
Nah, it's probably gonna be Teleportal. Let's be honest with ourselves.
what?
We
The name of the
the
game?
name of the
Keep asking
game.
What the name of the game is gonna be?
It's gonna be called Dick Butts.
Dick Butts. That's what it's gonna be called, Dick
5T
Butts.
got it. Is anyone dabbling UE4? I don't. Hello Kitty. I don't know. Honestly, I've done so little in UE4, but the C++ programming is kind of I think it's good overall. It gives you actually even more flexibility than Unity does, because you can make state machines and have your scripts and have your scripts just have your C++ classes just like toss them into like a hierarchy and have really like dynamic component system. It seems pretty good from everything that I've seen about it. I think Unity is still like overall just kind of easier. It's a little more user friendly, but I wouldn't say that like UE4's scripting or anything like that is bad in any way.
The only thing I've played with Unreal is the Kismet stuff, because that's all the animation shit, and honestly, I actually really liked it. But I don't know. I still like Unreal or Unity's blending better.
So I just realized a slight issue, Alex.
What's up?
So this whole like automatic thing, the whole like script to swap everything. The problem is that the inspector for the object doesn't have the animation. It just has the animator, the animation controller. So I can't even like grab the animation out of here and put it to the other component because it's a completely different thing. I have to get the controller and then maybe try to get the maybe I'd have to get an animation out of that it uses. I don't know. It's gonna be even more difficult than we thought.
Yay.
Yep.
That's what I like to hear.
I know. Always is.
Yep.
So we're gonna make static.
Alex, I'm assuming you want a idle while he's down praying.
Guess this is
Yeah. Well, we'd probably need that. I guess we need the idol. We need him coming up from the prayer as well.
Word.
Cool.
I'll take care of it. I'll make it all one like long thing and I'll just tell you where the idol goes from.
Okay, sounds good, man.
Using Unity's built-in animation controller. We are using the built-in animation controller for the main character, yes. And that is available in the free version. I think like there's an advanced mechanism stuff that's not available in the free version, but there's no like the default animation controller is great. You can blend. It's a state machine, and you just throw in all the animations as states, and you can blend between them and do all kinds of shit. Like we've had no reason to super require anything else, honestly.
Honestly, I really like Mechanim.
Yeah, I haven't done too much with it. Like we just have a couple of blends between the states in the animation, and that has worked fine.
I really liked it.
Let's see.
I don't know. I found it highly useful. We use it at work.
Screen on this. What is he saying? I'm stuck. Only one of these guys on the screen and do nothing else. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I'm sorry about it.
Outcast is asking about our legacy or about legacy rigging. These are custom rigs in Maya, and as much as I would love to have said that I made the rigs, I didn't. I've got the awesome job of dealing with them.
I'm gonna make you bigger. There.
I guarantee you I would have made this rig way different.
Okay. So let's see if we can get. All right. So this script is going to go through everything in the editor selection and like perform. So this check selection basically just takes your current selection, iterates through each object, and runs this edit obj script on it, this function. And so we are going to actually do something with edit obj, and edit obj also at the end of this is going to run through all of the child objects and perform the same process on it. So let's see. So what are we going to do? We're going to grab the controller. So let's see. Controller equals temp obj.get component. Runtime animation control. So just to confirm, we're gonna just basically controller.toString.
Joe, I think we're preventing people from doing work.
Are we?
Yeah.
Mission complete.
Sorry, y'all. I mean, if it's any consolation, we're just sitting here doing what we love to do, and having fun doing it.
I couldn't use a type parameter. Oh, I think I have to do. As runtime animation controller. Is that right? I don't remember. How did we do this?
Of course, my plan for the night was to catch up to Joe in Fantasy Life. That's not gonna happen.
You'll never do that.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen now. Now I got 2 animations fucking delegated by Alex.
I'm only trying to stop you from getting further ahead of me in Fantasy Life. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, so this should be animator. I thought runtime animation controller sounded weird. Controller.toString. Okay, so now when we use our handy new script that is called animation swap, where is my console? Here we go. So we have confirmed that we are getting the animation component from it.
Outcast says Fantasy Life is the stealer of real life.
It really...
Yes, it
that
is.
That is so true
right?
for me. Can't even tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know if my stream is actually showing my face right now, but fucking I got Fantasy Life going right now, and I can't actually play it because I'm too busy animating.
Hey, look over here.
Oh, you got it too.
I got it too. Oh, I feel terrible about myself. Yeah, I just finished getting all the initial lives, and now I can get on with my life, my fantasy life. You're right, AJ. Skipping those initial quests was like the best choice I've ever made in life.
Right?
Fantasy
Oh
life,
my
yeah.
God. Like skipping those initial quests is the worst.
Oh man, so bad. Oh, it's
Well, if
Chaos
it's any
Con.
consolation there, let's rock. We're not getting paid for this right now either. So
Yeah. We are doing it for the thrill of it.
The
Is thrill the
lulz.
right word to use there? The lulz. That's a better word to use.
Yeah. Yeah. Thinking about new game. Yeah. That's pretty much what we do. I mean, honestly, we do this all day. We have to listen to other people telling us what to do. We have to listen to other people telling us what they're, we're literally helping other people make their dream. And we're just sitting there like, fuck, I would do this so differently. And so now we actually get to do it differently. We get to do it our own way.
Indeed. You basically just summarized my entire 10 to 6 day every day.
Right? The whole reason that we do Psydra.
That is pretty much the entire reason we do Psydra. It is to get away from it all. I'm pretty sure that no bigger company would have dared put their fingers anywhere near Dark Scavenger. I just saying that out loud. As much as I love Dark Scavenger, it's kind of a niche title.
And they're talking about us hitting publicity and conferences. I mean, honestly, like, I know, Alex, you've been to a couple of conferences and shit, but the last time I saw you was in San Francisco in GDC, right?
Yeah, I go to GDC every year. I usually try to schedule in at least a few publisher meetings while I'm up there. Hopefully this next coming GDC will have some really cool stuff to show them. But I was also at Penny Arcade Expo, or PAX Prime this year. I was actually mostly there for the company I work for doing my day job, showing off their new game, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, I told a few people about Dark Scavenger,
Well,
not gonna keep my mouth shut about that.
I don't get to go to anything anymore. I'm actually in LA, where E3 usually is, and I never get to go because I'm always working, and I don't get a pass anymore because I'm not working on games anymore. I'm always working on films. So it's just like, fuck. Like,
Yeah.
they don't give us anything. Like, even when I worked on Halo, I didn't get an E3 pass or a GDC pass.
That sucks, dude. Did I tell you? I worked at Spiderwick Chronicles. When I worked on that game, they actually gave me a free pass to the secret premiere of the movie in the Paramount Studios lot. That was actually really sick.
Oh, here, I got one for you. You know that game, Sony Battle Royale?
Oh yeah.
Did you see the opening sequence for it?
Yes.
You know I was the lead animator for that?
That I did not know. Did you
Fucking, like, I did most of the animation on that entire 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It was ridiculous. And then I had 2 other guys. We had to do it in 4 weeks. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And it's fucking ridiculous. And then, and nothing.
That
Nothing.
sucks, dude.
No GDC pass, no E3, nothing. Fucking
You at least got in the credits, I would hope. I mean, that's something.
I don't even know. That was put up by Superbot, and we were a third party. So.
Okay, I was about to ask if you knew some people, but if you were a third party for them, then you probably would not. So, I like 3 of the designers at Superbot. Like I'm buddies with. So, I don't think any of them work there anymore, though.
It's like that reminds me of the story you were telling earlier about asking if you know people. Like I'm gonna go to Canada and be like, hey, you're Canadian, right? Do you know Alex Gold? He lives in Canada.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I told you when I'll say it for the stream. When I went to PAX, I pulled that exact mentality. I was working with some people from Microsoft. I'm just like, oh wow, you guys, do you know Joe Kelly? And they're like, dude, Microsoft's like 40,000 people. I'm like, is that a yes?
I think that's not an exaggeration.
Yeah, Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I was a little embarrassed. Yeah, and then I'll say it for the stream as well. The person I was on the train with, I was sitting on a train in San Francisco on the BART. There was a person across from me, who was in the military, and there was a woman sitting next to me, and she looks at him, and she says to him, "Oh, you're in the military." He's like, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Do you know Samson Jebediah or some random name?" He said, "There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people in the military, ma'am." And she continued that line of questioning for the next half an hour. I felt really bad for him, but I also kind of found it hilarious. So I think I'm a bad person. If that hasn't been established yet.
He was in the 3rd unit.
3rd unit. He toured in Oregon for a bit.
Alex,
What?
this guy wants to know how Dark Scavenger was.
Yeah, he said,
Oh.
seriously though, how good is Dark Scavenger?
Yep, and I have to re-up my Jack and Coke, so I'm gonna see how drunk I can get tonight.
Do it. Well, if you're asking me, Dark Scavenger is the greatest game ever made. But if you ask anyone else, I don't know. I don't know if they'd give you the same answer. But as far as we know, like, it was pretty interesting because Dark Scavenger is it's a super niche title. The art is kind of, it's not Call of Duty is basically what I'm saying. But it actually found a fan base. We were actually really concerned. The writing is hopefully strong. That was me, for the most part. And that's kind of what we were banking on selling it. That with the progression and the gameplay system or the battle system. And we were really concerned that because of its presentation, it wasn't going to necessarily rise to great heights. But it found an audience, and people really seemed to like it. So I was really happy to see it. It was one of those games that the entire project were like, "Oh God, is anyone going to like this game?" And we were pleasantly surprised that the answer was yes. So it was, it was.
Yeah.
So it was fun. It's interesting.
Trent, I think relocation is pretty common. I moved to Boston to work at Harmonix, and then I moved to Seattle to work for Microsoft. So the 2 main jobs that I've had in game development, I have had to move for both of them. I think that Alex, I think that's pretty much the case. Like, you've moved a lot. You've moved more than I have.
So, okay, I'll just relay the story very quickly. Before I got my first gig in the game industry, I was living at home in my parents' house in Arizona. And one day I went out to visit my grandparents in California. This is way too much information, I know, but anyway, it's relevant.
I know
One
everything
day.
about you now.
My grandparents live in California, it's true. Anyway, one day I went out to visit them, and there was this job opening at Vivendi, and I was only supposed to be there for the weekend, and I interviewed, and I got the job for the QA position, and that weekend I moved out. Like, I never went home, and my parents were a little freaked out by that, because I'd actually never lived outside my home before, outside my parents before, and that weekend I was gone, and I was suddenly working in the industry. Then for Harmonix, I got the job at Harmonix about 2 years after Vivendi, so I moved to Boston, and now I'm working at a place called Other Ocean Interactive. We're working on #IDARB. We did the War of the Worlds game that came out a little while ago. We ported Symphony of the Night to Xbox Live. We did some other. We did Dark Void Zero was our big one.
You ported
Yeah.
tonight?
Oh yeah, we did. I didn't personally port it.
Dude, next time I see you, we're making out.
Okay, you don't even have to ask. Just approach me in the stream. Just initiate the makeout session. I'll go with it. But yeah, so I'm working there right now, and we're located up in Newfoundland, Canada, which is like you go all the way to like the edge of the world, and then you just like keep going a little more, and you reach it. So yeah, I've basically moved everything I own 3 times for the game industry, and frankly, if I get another better job past Other Ocean sometime in the future, I'll move again. I don't care. I'll go wherever this industry takes me. I'm happy to. It's, honestly, it's fun to just get around and explore new places and meet new people. So I would have never met Joe and AJ had I stayed in my parents' basement. So,
I
think
would have
that's
never
positive.
visited Alex's parents' basement. That's probably true. I would have never gone
When
there.
did you visit
Would
my
have never
parents'
thought to
basement,
look.
Joe? I knew about you stalking me from my window. My parents' basement, though. This is undisclosed until now.
I was there too.
Oh boy. I hope my parents weren't there for it.
Did you ever see
Little-
that? What was that? That Scrubs? Where fuck, what did he say? He was like, yeah, you got a possible melanoma on your penis that you should probably have looked at. Wait, how'd you know? Because I saw you from the window. Why were you at my window? Wait, if you would have looked outside, you would have seen my penis. Why? Because I had it out while I was looking at yours.
There's like 20 punchlines in that little exchange. That's pretty amazing.
Duh.
Would love to deconstruct that.
What was that from?
That was from Scrubs, actually. It's pretty good.
That's freaking amazing.
To Trent and Let's Rock, I worked 10 days after I finished college. I moved out to California, and me and a buddy, we just packed up everything. I had a little CRX SI, which is like about the size of a roller skate, and packed everything I owned into there, which basically meant the necessities: PS2, video games, etc. And came out here and got a job working the night shift as a forklift operator. and I was like, oh, that's great. I've got a degree in animation art and design. Fuck. And so I ended up doing that for about 9 months. Moved back, became a hot tar roofer in New York, then went to fucking Japan, and then me and Joe made that game called Hire Me. And I ended up working on a game that never got released. But that game gave me that shoe-in to where I could finally say, hey, I've worked on a game, kinda. And another thing that helped was I actually emailed a character animator and was like, hey, here's my demo reel. Nobody's hiring me. Why? And they were like, and he ended up becoming my buddy later, but he red marked the shit out of it, and he was like, this is why you can't get hired, is because of this and this and this and this and this. So I went through and I spent about a month on unemployment, fixing everything that I needed to do, and then he was totally impressed that I actually took the time to fix everything, and he gave me a recommendation to a place, and then from then on I just ended up going into games and film and commercials and shit. So honestly, a lot of it's based on networking, you know? It's showing what you can do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Okay.
And showing that you give a shit is the easiest and one of the most effective ways to impress people enough to the point where they want to hire you. You know, like putting effort into things like that. Like, you know, putting yourself out there, like sending a demo and be like, hey, you should critique this or something like that, you know? Little things that aren't like, hey, look at how awesome I am. You know, it's more like, hey, I really want to learn how to be better, or like, I'm really working towards something. It's kind of a better attitude to have to make people want to work with you.
Definitely.
Yeah,
and
I accidentally. I don't know Twitch very well. I was trying to. This guy talked to me, and I think I fucked it up. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Go ahead.
what?
Huh?
Oh no, I was actually just going to reiterate. I think AJ, you made this point, or AJ or Joe, maybe you both made this point. Anyway, the fact is, also the biggest thing you can possibly do for anyone who just really wants to get into games, make a game. Seriously, like people told me that for years before I, really made a game and became part of the industry. You gotta just make something. You just gotta make something, even if it's rudimentary, even if you're just cloning Flappy Bird. You gotta start making games.
I did that in Unity. Clone Flappy Bird.
Yeah, high five! I'm gonna be doing that soon. Yay! I'm doing that for work, actually.
I did it when I was drunk in 30 minutes.
Sick, dude.
Using just shit I had on my computer.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta. We're all taking some Unity courses at work, or we're all doing some basic Unity stuff. We're all making Flappy Bird is one of our things right now. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna make mine. I obviously want to make a penis, but I'm pretty sure they're not gonna let me get away with it. And I feel like that's been done. I mean, it's too obvious, right?
What the fuck, man? I've got these things on my screen. I can't see. It's got like ignore use. Ah, wait, there we go. Damn it! I think I have to refresh my page. Considering it's been on for like 4 hours.
Hmm.
There we go.
Yeah, Trenta, as you stated, actually, game jams are great too. Honestly, it's a great experience. I mean, even if it's just a short dev cycle, it's really really good. Floppy Dong, yeah, Fappy Bird. There's a lot of.
Did you just say
really,
Fappy Bird?
I don't know what you're talking about. Did I say that?
Oh, hey, by the way, speaking of which, because you guys have both really appreciated this, especially Alex,
Oh boy.
in Fantasy Life.
Oh, how are you transitioning to Fantasy Life?
Fantasy Life.
Stick with me here, okay?
Okay.
In Fantasy Life, one of the, I think it's the woodcutter, one of the woodcutter challenges is called Sappy Endings.
What?
Oh my god.
I don't want to play anymore.
Oh, they did it. Good job, guys. They did it. They had to sneak one of them in there.
Oh,
Joe
wait.
wasn't?
I get it. Shut up! Do you see this? This is an empty Jack Daniels bottle. That's why.
I'm just paying attention to the cat stretching behind you right now.
Oh, is he right? Oh, what are you doing?
Cat. Joe, what was our original band name in Boston? It was I don't even know if
Fappy
I wanna
Endings?
That's it. It was Fappy Ending. That was the original band name. We had some good ones. I liked Waterfelon. It was so stupid. Not quite as risque.
The original, a couple other harmonics people that I was in a band with, really early on, I was in a band with Eric Pope and Jean Baptiste.
Oh yeah.
And Chooch and Mike Verrett. And that band, I think the name that we kind of landed on, though we weren't really sure about it, was the Hobo Paving Company. And
okay, that's good.
Yeah, but one of the options that I think Sean came up with was Vasodifermen.
All right.
But we didn't go with that one either. But I think that was another good potential in there. Some of those names.
I've mentioned this before. I still think my absolute favorite Boston band name was Penis Flytrap. I mean, you really can't beat that. It's a brilliant pun. It's brilliant. I don't even know if the music was good. I don't care. I wanted to go to their shows.
Oh my god. Dude, you guys are fucking up my... I'm trying to work here. Like, drunk.
Okay, I just realized something. Actual teleportal note. I can totally make a Brady Bunch. What is it? A Brady Bunch. Not a cameo. What's the word I'm looking for? Reference with clones.
Oh god.
Oh man. Oh, wait until you see this level I'm making right now. If I finish it tonight, I'll show everyone on the stream. I just by accident I realized I could totally make a great Brady Bunch reference because that's current, right? Brady Bunch is still relevant, right? Remember them?
Yes.
This is the story on Gilligan's Isle or something. I forget. I really forget how it goes.
By the way, I think we should make this. I think we should make this Psydra business like a thing every night.
Every night. I don't know if I can do it every night, but I'm totally down.
What's wrong with you? Why can't you do it every night?
Have a
I can do
little
it for a bit every
dedication.
night. Oh no! Look what we started.
Oh man.
Look what we
The
started.
Veiny Bunch.
What?
Oh god.
Hello
You did
Kitty.
it, dude.
They had to do it.
We devolved into the dick jokes. We've done it. We did
There's
it.
nothing wrong with dick jokes. I
No,
see
I
nothing
didn't-
wrong with dick jokes.
Guys,
I
we
didn't say
did
there's
it.
anything wrong with dick jokes. I'm simply stating.
And
I'm acknowledging their existence.
Hang on.
Oh boy.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's right. I'm zooming in on fucking Spaceman Mike.
Wow. He is.
That's right. Dick jokes.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is.
Dude, come on. He's praying. That's disrespectful.
I don't give a shit.
Hell, man. I still think that the greatest debug name that we've called anything in this game is the mic drop.
You said that accidentally. It was the best. Because
It
you didn't
is-
catch it at first.
It is the best.
All right. So what do you want him to do while he's praying, son?
Just kind of, just holding the pose really would be ideal, because what's going to be happening in these situations is while this praying animation is present, we're going to have the angel talking to the character. And ultimately, so we don't want we want to divert some of the attention towards the angel itself. So Spaceman Mike himself should be kind of static still. And keep in mind the punchline to all this is the third time that the player does this to the angel, she actually turns and talks to him, which should freak the players the fuck out. So we want to make sure that nothing too busy is going on with him when he's in that idle state, to make sure that their focus is on the angel.
Okay. I'm just saying the masses want dick physics.
Well, I'm not
Like a mount your friends kind of floppy thing going on.
Yeah.
I'll put a rigid body on it.
Oh yeah.
Hey, how about that?
Trent says praying angel spaceman what?
Oh yeah.
Just to add to that, I've worked on crazier things. To give you an idea, I once worked on a movie called Detention, which had a time-traveling spaceship mascot bear. I wish I was making that up, but yeah, it had that. What? Right, babe? Yeah.
Well, AJ, you didn't work on Dark Scavenger though. You want to talk about pure insanity? That was about as crazy as we get. I believe my reference image for the final boss of that game was, I said, combine it with, oh god, what was my wording? Combine it. It's a cross between a tornado, a dragon, and a slab of roasted salmon. And Reiko was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I actually gave her a big reference image. She's like, "Oh, that strangely makes sense." And you look at that thing now, and the initial impression is still, what the fuck am I looking at? And now you know it is a combination between a dragon, a tornado, and grilled salmon. So that should ruin that.
Hello Kitty. That's kind of what I am seeing right now. Is really, I can't get the actual clip out of the clip state, so I don't know. Like, this is really a stupid thing. I don't know. Just
Holy shit! If you type in detention bear into Google, it comes up with like a ton of shit about this shitty movie. How did this movie make any money?
So did you animate the bear? Like, what was your role on it?
On that bear, I actually did a lot of the compositing on it, but I mostly did like exploding bodies, because this one kid like gets blown up and comes flying out of a window.
Okay.
So I had to do a bunch of animation of that, and then Christ, hubcaps flying. Oh, there was like this saw that like destroyed this person's face. I did a bunch of that. I don't remember. That was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Nice.
But it was an awful movie. It had that kid from Hunger Games? Is that? Yeah, that kid from Hunger Games, Josh something or other. Hutcherson. That guy. I don't know. He came into the studio a couple of times. He's a weird guy.
Fair enough. Oh my god, am I gonna be able to make this level?
Oh man, I think that Jack Daniels is. Whew.
Yeah, how you doing over there, AJ? You still?
I think I might make it through this animation. That's about it, buddy.
Okay. Don't overdo it, man.
I don't think I'm gonna make it to Fantasy Life tonight, buddy.
I'm not gonna make it to Fantasy Life. Sounds like you're already in the Fantasy Life.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm animating for Psydra Games.
I'm incredibly impressed that you can animate inebriated. That is.
Are you kidding me, dude? Like, Mary remembers this. When I was, oh god, it was ridiculous. I was at a family gathering in Sedona. And
Sedona, you say?
Yeah, Sedona, Arizona, and like we went golfing the whole nine. And I fucking my grandfather comes out and he breaks out this like 70-year-old bottle of scotch, right? And I don't know how to drink scotch. I'm a fucking nerd. I used to play D&D, you know? And I still play D&D.
I was about to say.
Like, he breaks out this fucking bottle of scotch and he's just like, here, and he pours us all like this tiny little nip. So because I'm looking at it and I see a nip, I'm thinking shot. Right? Like in my head, I'm thinking shot. I don't know how to drink scotch. I don't realize it's sipping, so I just down the whole thing. And they're like, "You're gonna feel that." I'm like, fuck that. So I drink that, and then I drink a bunch of rum and cokes. Next thing I know, I'm waking up.
Huh.
The next day, like I totally fucking blacked out. Turns out, I was talking about animation the whole night. For like 5 hours.
So it was basically
while I was so drunk I blacked out. So when it comes to animation, yeah, I can do it completely fucked up.
Dude, that's like the nerdiest hangover movie, like plot synopsis I've ever heard.
Sorry, buddy. That's how I roll.
That's awesome, man.
When Psydra Games becomes like a brick and mortar area, just fucking stock the jack. If you want good animation.
We're gonna have to get our own our own bar installed. We had a bar at Harmonix in the the Aqua area, didn't we, Joe? I could have sworn there was a bar. Is Joe? No, I was talking to a fan.
Yeah, you're talking to a fan, dude. Joe's not even there anymore. Apparently he doesn't. Apparently he doesn't like my story.
I liked your story. I thought it was good.
Thanks,
That was
man.
a very good story. I appreciate the
Yeah,
story.
it was awesome story.
Hey, buddy.
Wait, the fan is talking.
The fan is definitely talking.
I don't understand.
What's going on here? No. Yeah. Well, whatever. You know that Blur has like beer completely stocked all the time too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a bunch of studios do that.
Yeah, we actually Other Ocean does, but unintentionally. We had a huge party when we moved into a new office, and we had a huge party, and but the thing is, we didn't drink all the beer, and we still have beer from that party, and it's downstairs in like a cabinet, and everyone every night just goes, and we've yet to diminish it, and this was like 6 months ago. Like that is how much beer we had at that party. It was absurd.
Overcompensating much?
Yeah, you could say that. That'd be a good way of putting that.
Oh man, I think I need to switch to. Babe, what do you switch to after beer or liquor? Water? Fuck that shit.
We don't actually have water in Newfoundland.
No, I need to get some water.
We just have beer in Newfoundland. Honestly, like I that's a half joke. Like
I know. I need to. I don't know. I've been doing really good about like the no carbs and staying in shape. That whole business, and then here I am getting fucking crunk on camera.
Oh, what a better place to do it, man.
Yeah, right.
It worked for David Hasselhoff. It will work for you.
Wow.
Yeah. Took it there. Made a celebrity joke. Pretty weak one at that, but I went for it. Went all the way.
Okay. So, getting back to work-related business, this person says, "Look like there's nothing useful hidden, though." Oh. Sorry. I was not a part of the conversation. Sorry, Hello Kitty. I definitely only read the last part of what you said, and I'm not exactly reading well right now.
Yeah,
So,
I think the animator is just like not a super scriptable component.
Yeah.
I'm finding like no useful information whatsoever in it. It's just kind of like you can get like the current animation state or something like that. It's super not useful.
No, I've made 3 animations tonight, son. That's
We
more
actually
than I've done.
we actually had at the very beginning of the stream, I believe we had 2 followers.
And I'm pretty sure one of them was me, the other one was AJ.
No, one of them was me.
Oh, gotcha.
AJ's probably still not following us.
No, AJ followed.
Oh, did he?
I'm following. I'm fucking
okay.
talking.
He is fucking.
He's talking to a dog.
Hey, you fuck yourself.
Yeah, it had to come up sometime. Come on, I let you go like all day.
I know.
This fucking
I'm
guy
the only
is
fucking Jersey
guy
cat
and his dog.
who actually talks like I'm from Jersey, even though I'm not actually from.
Yeah, not even from New Jersey, and not from the right part of New Jersey.
Well, I mean, I lived there for a while. Does that count? All right, switching to water. Fuck you.
So here's what I found with this whole thing, Alex.
What's up?
First of all, there's like you can't get any information out of an animator component.
Okay.
So I'm trying to do this the other way, which hopefully will be a quicker way and make sense. Which is, it'll be like a little menu item that will change the tag to a moving platform. It'll add the animation component. Like it'll be one thing that you just do that turns it into a moving platform. So like so there's no like so don't just straight up just open up the animator like just. Actually, I think I can also open up the animation window. So basically just change the shortcut that you use for it, and maybe I can override Control-6 to do all this stuff for you. But basically there'll be like a different shortcut that will just do all of this stuff. Let's see. We're going to learn something new. I don't know if you can open up a window, Unity editor script, open animation window. Look at that. Answers, Unity Answers is like the best thing ever. Look at that. Just look at it. That's all you have to do. Editor application, execute menu item. Time to go to legacy. Legacy animations, Trent, are so much easier to deal with. The whole animator component with a controller for simply moving a fucking object is dumb. Nobody wants to deal with that shit. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's just kind of toss this in here and see. Boom. So we're gonna click on our platform, which I think is our button. So let's say we start off, remove this. Then we have our button selected, and then we go to game object and animation swap, And yeah, that does everything. So that changes the tag to moving plat, it adds our animation component, and it opens the animation window.
Sick.
So that'll be easier. Let me see if I can make it. The shortcuts are kind of weird. Let me see if I can make the control 6. And actually, we're just gonna call it add animation. Control 6. So one of these maybe numbered 6. I don't know. That's shift. Okay. What is the shortcut for control? This is the kind of shit that I just don't know. Unity shortcut control. This is not the thing I'm looking for. Unity editor shortcut.
Oh my god, the thing I've been trying to do for like the last half an hour works. Oh, this is fucking glorious. Sorry, I'll show you guys in a moment. You'll see. You'll see. I gotta finish the level.
I fucking walk away for like 8 seconds, and next thing I know, people are talking like a ton.
It's really open the dialogue. Yeah, Po Hello Kitty. That makes sense, and it would be a good way to do this. Either way, I'd like to do what I'm doing now, which is like a kind of all-in-one solution. It doesn't just catch the one case and fix it for you, or ask you if you want to fix it. This is like the all-in-one. This will do all of the things that we specifically need in this game to make a moving platform. But yes, I mean, I think that like once I'm done with this part, like that would be a nice thing to do as well, is catch that case. It could get tricky, of course, because if we catch that case on the character, hopefully we won't be doing that very much, but like we do use the animator controller on the character itself, because that does need a legitimate state machine. We also need it on the clones. So like we don't want to, like every time we create a new clone, we don't want to have to like confirm that yes, we do indeed want the animation component on it, or the animator component on it. What the hell? I did originally want to swap the component Hello Kitty, but because you can't get the animation clip information out of it, it's not super useful. So I'm just kind of going with an all-in-one solution to deal with it. Let's see. Control is the percent. Okay, that's what I was looking for. So %6. Let's see if that works now. Alright, it is now Control 6, so let's see if it works. It may it may open up 2 windows, who the fuck knows? So make it untagged, select a button, add animation. Cool, looks like that worked just fine. Oh, I didn't try the actual shortcut though. Remove component, make you untagged, and then Control 6. Nice. All right, so Control 6 is now corrected.
Joe, you are my hero. Thank you.
Yeah.
That will save so much time.
Yeah, that should be significantly less infuriating to. Here's a fun little TFS lesson. I think we went over this with you. Actually, let's see. Empty child. So I have a new script in here called Animation Swap, which is an unfortunate name now because it doesn't swap anything, it just adds stuff. But the menu item itself is called Add Animation, so I'm going to call it good. So we actually have real source control, and anyone who is looking for source control and and doesn't kind of want to deal with Git, or you're already using Visual Studio, Visual Studio offers like free hosting for projects. It's like I believe it is a maximum of 5 users that can access the project, but luckily we have a small team and we are able to do this. So we actually use Visual Studio's Team Foundation server, and so what I can do here is right click and do a quick compare, and what this will do is it'll check everything. It'll check all of the differences between what's on the server right now and what I have locally. And so as you can see right here, the thing that it's finding that is different is that I have this animation swap script. And so what I'm going to do is reconcile that. And so this is, I can just leave all these defaults. It's going to add anything that is not already on the server that I have locally. It's going to change, it's going to open for edit anything that I've changed locally that is different from the server, and it's going to download any new files that are on the server that I don't have yet. So it's basically just going to make everything, it's going to just sync everything as it needs to be. So there we go, we just added, the pending change that was there now is that it added my animation swap. And so now in my Team Explorer, I can't see it here. Can I just... Yeah, I can move it over here. You made it big. You made it big, you son of a bitch. In my Team Explorer... No, don't do that. So now, under here, we can just say, here are my pending changes, and I'm adding my animation swap component. So, and I can just check that in right now. Right now, I'm including all of the changes. So I actually want to exclude all of this stuff right now, so that I just want to check in just this one. And so I'm going to even write a comment just saying adding shortcut for adding animation to objects. And I'm going to check that in. Go ahead. Alright. So that's all good now, and so now Alex can just sync to that and start using it immediately, which is pretty sweet.
Sick, man. That is awesome. I'm almost done with this level. I was experimenting with some stuff. Joe, please don't hate me for something I did.
That's a little late for that. It's a little late. It's like 2 years
though.
too late.
It is 2 years too late. Oh, it's glorious though. This is going to be really funny. I'm almost done. I'll show you guys in just a moment.
As the charge document. Chaoscom, if you're talking about the thing that I was looking at earlier, if you're like that far behind, yeah, this is, I found the little Control, Alt, and Shift keys. Yeah, that is super handy. Like that needs to be documented somewhere, like more apparent.
What did I miss?
Oh, just the let's see, shift it over here. The way that you add shortcuts to your scripts in the editor. So that's fun stuff.
My wife has limited me to water.
That's probably smart. So the only thing, the only thing scripting wise that I have left is the make exit call save state, so that I only have to broadcast a single message through each level when you exit it or when you save it. That's kind of a boring thing. I can just do that because I'm weirdly out of things to do. Like I've done everything that I had planned for today.
Yeah,
we'll have to think of some new features.
Yeah.
I've done way more animation than I thought I was going to do tonight.
Yeah, that's awesome that we have that in though. Maybe that's like the next stream will be implementing that new stuff.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Absolutely.
animations.
I mean, I just got notes from Mr. Alex there, where he wanted me to have it go into a praying stance, so we can actually use that.
A praying stance?
Yeah, he go. Apparently, for the angel, he prays.
Oh, so you did add a new feature for me.
Yeah, sorry, I added a new feature, Joe.
Oh, awesome.
I forgot to tell you about it.
Cool. Great.
In the chat.
Really glad to know it.
Don't worry, we'll have stuff for next stream. I just want to make sure we have stuff for next
This is
stream.
how games are made.
By not telling the coder the features that you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so implements new
Joe, you'll feel much better after you
animations.
see this glorious thing I just created. I'm done with this. How should I show this?
I think if you share your screen, it will override AJ's.
Sorry, AJ.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to deal with it, I guess.
Wait, what'd I miss?
I think
Alright,
Alex is gonna bump you off for a bit.
Oh, I suck.
This sharing the Skype video is awesome, though. It's really
do you want
great.
me to stop sharing my video then?
Oh, I think it does that automatically.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
sweet.
think it'll do it now.
Alright,
Well
can you-
then.
Can
Oh,
you
there
guys
you
see
go.
this?
Oh yeah, I see it on the stream even. So.
All right, here we go. So I'm
Yeah,
just
let's
working on
stop.
this right now.
I'm gonna stop showing mine just in case.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
Actually,
never mind.
if you're
Automatically stopped.
actually if you're showing this, I'm gonna that's what we said would happen.
Yeah, I'm.
If you were listening.
No, I was listening. I just didn't comprehend.
All right, so check this action out. So this is what's called one of the devil rooms. We have a bunch of characters in the game aside from our spaceman Mike. This character is called, well, the devil, the demon character. He's pure evil, and he basically uses the clones to represent him murdering you. He talks big, but in the end, yeah, he's a pretty big guy. But anyway, so this is one of the rooms where he taunts you and murders a bunch of clones in front of you. We only have placeholder art right now for the devil image himself. I kind of got him off Google Images, so but anyway, here it goes.
The
So the
amount
players-
of temp art we're gonna have to take out of this game.
Yeah, players dropped into this level. Boom, they land. The devil taunts you. There's all these clones down here, and then an asteroid mows all of them down, and then you teleport out after a few seconds.
That's amazing, dude.
It's gonna look really good once the clone deaths are fully functional.
It looks really good now.
It's pretty hysterical.
Wow.
Ah!
Oh, that's amazing.
That was a pain in the ass to do too, but yeah, I think it turned out really well. So yeah, it's gonna be
So,
some.
do you want the praying thing to not allow you to move for that amount of time?
That's all I got to share. Yeah, you won't be able to move for that amount of time.
Why'd you stop sharing? All right, great. Now I get to share.
That's all I had for tonight. I just wanted to show that off.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
I just wanted to show it off. I just
Nah, it's
very
all right.
Yeah. So Joe, we'll still need to talk about this angel thing. So actually, this is going to be worked into like the full game flow. So basically, yeah, we're gonna have to talk about this. So we talked about it a long time ago. We've kind of been putting all this stuff off because this kind of ties into the map system. But basically, in order to give the player a bit more direction as far as where they need to go, we were talking about once the player reaches the hub room, the safe room of a sector, it will basically on the map show their destination. Do you recall that conversation? It was a long time ago. Like, this is all map related. We'll have to talk about this later.
What?
Oh. So yeah,
I don't
basically.
think there's anything that can be hidden from our 50 viewers.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, he's just saying that. Basically, we're sharing everything here today.
Yeah.
Oh,
is what
yeah,
he's
we are.
saying.
We are sharing.
We're not
Sharing.
holding back.
Definitely not. But yeah, what I was going to say was, so basically, ideally, what I'd like to see in the long run, which is not something we've talked about yet, we'll need to talk about once we get closer to polish state, is when the player reaches the angel statue. Like I wasn't even aware that we were going to be able to get this This entire prayer animation thing, I didn't even expect that we'd be able to get it. So thanks again, AJ. This is freaking awesome. But
Don't even sweat it, man. This is actually tons of fun.
awesome. I'm glad to hear it, man. So basically, once the player reaches the state, so the player reaches the angel in the angel room. The angel will the player will kneel. They'll perform the kneeling animation, go idle. Then what the player will see is it will go to the map, and that point of interest will be highlighted on the map. Then it will go back to where the player is, and they'll come out of the kneeling state and resume normal gameplay. So it's a bit complicated. So we'll have to discuss it, because we haven't even completely finalized our plans for the map yet. So some of this I think is going to have to wait, but we might be able to at least implement the basic functionality of just the player kneeling. We can probably take care of that by having a trigger state, or just a trigger activate this state. So once the player enters this trigger, we activate prayer, we activate kneeling, and then the player after X number of seconds comes out of kneeling state and goes back into player active.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we should think about how it is going to be implemented in a final state. More than just saying oh well, we'll hack it together for now and then we'll figure out a real solution. It probably will have to be a trigger, I think.
Yeah.
I don't see a more practical thing to do than that.
Yeah, I think one way or the other, it's definitely going to have to be a trigger. As far as final implementation state and flow, I think we're going to have to, unfortunately, talk about that a little bit more once we've further developed the map and exactly how we want to approach it. So that being said, I'd like to wait on the task a little bit, but if we are interested for now, if we do want to just get the kneeling state working, though, as stated, it will probably change. That's the final implementation will probably change, which is the risk. I think we could probably say for certain right now it's going to be activated by a trigger.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I don't necessarily know that we need to implement this immediately, but it's good that we have the animation now, because when it comes time to this final implementation, this will be here for us. Cool. And just to keep you in the know as well, Joe, because keeping the coder in the know on a feature is kind of an important thing.
It sounds overrated.
The final thing too is regarding there's actually one more animation that myself and AJ were discussing on the chat, which I believe you obviously should have access to. But that being said, the one more animation that we were discussing was a victory animation, and I'm still kind of debating exactly how we would activate this through gameplay. I have an idea, but this animation, this final anim, is basically once the player has finished once they've completed a major objective, be it an ambush room or a boss room, they'll basically do this awesome victory pose, so to speak. Like the character's pumped, and in turn the player should be pumped. And this will occur, once the boss is defeated. So likely, what I'm thinking actually for this is we might want to make it once again activated by trigger. But what I could probably do is because all of our bosses in a sense are, they're time based, so to speak. It's always survive X amount of time. I'm thinking maybe this is probably high level implementation. You probably have a simpler way of doing this, but my base thoughts is we create an empty game object, kind of like how we do for some of the activating sounds. We create an empty game object and we attach the animation state to that empty game object, and then we simply pull that empty game object into the list of things to trigger. And that way, what I can do is once the player enters a trigger, I can either have it activate this animation state activate immediately, or I could instead put a delay offset on it. So in a room, for example, that big angel room that we that big angel room boss fight that we put together a few weeks ago, that is all timing based. So this means at 53 seconds, for example, I can activate the player's win animation.
So the same way that and it's the same way that activate objects have delays. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, basically. So we can talk about it a bit more once we have the animation. I'm just doing some preliminary brainstorming tonight because it's 2:52 in the morning for me and I'm really tired. But that's my first past thoughts on it basically.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. But hopefully that'll be the last gameplay feature, and
I have no doubt that it will.
Yeah. By the way, guys, for those watching the stream, when if we continue doing streams, which I believe we are going to, obviously,
Oh, come on, we have to.
we will continue doing streams. Let me rephrase this. When we continue doing streams, you're going to hear that. You're going to hear that phrase a lot. Don't worry, this is the last gameplay feature. That's been kind of the
and don't worry, it will never ever be true.
And then that one day it's going to be true. And that day will be...
it won't. Even
No,
we'll release it, and then it'll be like, well, we got this one more thing. I guess we'll make it DLC.
This game will never release.
What was the I think it was a composer who coined this term that a piece is never finished, only stopped.
Oh yeah. I think it was about painting, actually.
Oh well, it's one of those art forms, some sort of art.
For anyone curious, what I'm doing right now is basically giving everything an exit function, and using that exit function to call the save state. And this may sound pretty pointless, but the thing is, there are some objects that need those functionalities to be like totally separate. So for instance, and for anyone who was not around when we were talking about this, our clone spawner object, when you exit a room, it saves everything that happened in that room. And so for the clone spawner, what would happen is when you spawn this clone, you just have this clone chilling, and then when you exit the room, we have to actually remove that clone from the room so that it resets to its original state when you go back in. The problem was that we also have these checkpoints, which will allow the player to just save at any point in the game. You just run through this trigger, it saves the current state of the room so that if you die, you don't have to reset. And so the problem is that because everything was using this save state function, when you hit a trigger, it would remove all of the clones because it thinks that you just left the room, basically. So we need these separate functions for exiting the room and for saving the room. And so, but for most objects, when you exit, it's just going to save the state of that object in the room. So I'm basically just going through, like, this is the kind of like boring, just checking every single component that we have and making sure that it has an exit function and that exit function saves the state of the object. And that will make it so that, the reason I do that is because I have to broadcast that message through the entire level, which could be like, knowing Alex, probably hundreds of objects. And I don't want to have to broadcast two different messages, one for exiting and one for saving the state of the room. I just want one to take care of it all. So it's be a little bit faster. Let's see, music manager, neutral, parallax. Okay. It's interesting, actually parallax kind of has a similar thing where, ooh, yeah, I'm actually glad I caught this. I guess we're not using the parallax very much because if you had an object that had a parallax object, if we were in a room that had a parallax object in it, and you ran through a checkpoint, it would disable the parallaxing on it.
Yeesh.
Glad we caught that.
That would have been a bad
doing
one.
this thing.
All right, cool.
Tell Kyle
I just checked
I'm
it
disappointed in him not noticing that yet.
I don't think we use it too much yet, so that would not surprise me.
Yeah, we don't.
It's 3 in the morning. Fair enough. It's 3 in the morning. I think I'm probably going to call it a night. This was a lot of fun. I checked in all my changes, which was just a scene 1 for now. Honestly, I'm down for streaming whenever, to be honest. Like, I had a blast. Thank you everyone for
No cross streams.
Oh my god. You guys can keep going. Like Joe, you and AJ, whatever. But like, I'm going to bed. What I'm saying is that I'm going to.
Are you kidding
No.
me? I could stream with Joe all day.
No, after I am done this, like getting all these exit functions in, I'm actually like totally out of things to do. So I'm gonna kind of regroup and invent more tasks for myself to give myself more work.
Is that what you're gonna do, or are you gonna get on some fucking fantasy life?
I'll probably play some Fantasy Life, yes.
There we go. That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
hear.
That would
boy.
probably happen. We're not going to stream that, though.
Joe, you can do the save
Princess
system.
to stay up for that forever.
Might as well at this point. No.
I know.
All right.
Right?
Anyway, I had fun. Honestly, I'm gonna try to do. I try to do a little work on Teleportal every day, and whenever I do work, I will I'll pop on and stream it, and yeah, and good night, man.
I know I'm normally the shitty one because I'm always fucking working, but I'm gonna try and make a point of it to be on. I don't know how often you guys want to stream, but I usually get home around 10. So, if you guys want to stream late night, I'm down.
Yeah. Well, okay, so 10 o'clock your time. What time is that my time?
Probably 1 a.m.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck it.
Sorry, bro.
I am all for some late night deving, man. That is how I roll. I'm a total night
I'm all
owl.
for late night deving as well.
Yeah, I think there was like a night that you stayed up later than me, Alex, and
I'm pretty
which
sure.
means you stayed up 4.5 hours later than me.
I go to work I leave around 7:30. I don't get home until around 10:30. I mean, yay work, but I'm all for Teleportal because honestly, working on movies is just not nearly as awesome as working on indie games.
See,
For sure, man. This is a blast.
Otto Motos wants to hear more about game design. So you better be fucking chatty when you stream.
Ha!
I'm in. I'll definitely be chattier than I am now, and I think I'm pretty chatty. I'm very tired right now, but yeah, I'm totally in. Anything you want to talk game design? Let's do it, man. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to bed, but I'll see you guys.
Okay, beast regards.
See you guys later. Beast regards. Night, y'all.
Beast regards.
Tile sheeter.
Oh man.
Tile sheeter, I think, is a very generic script that I think a lot of people would like.
What are you crying about?
I'm talking about the tile sheeter. Go fuck yourself.
Excuse me, sir.
This function is called save and not save state, so I guess timers have never saved. Okay. Okay, great.
Fuck.
I don't think they have a reason to save, though. I guess they... whatever.
Really? Come on.
Oh man, we didn't show tractor beams.
Yeah. Remember that time I was an animator and not a piece of shit? God damn it.
Go to bread.
Go to that. You know what? That's actually what Alex said. He said I had to go to bread.
No, I know.
That's because he's Canadian.
Is that how they say it?
I don't
Canada?
I don't know. That's what they say in Canadian.
Trigger zone. Save state. Once again, void. Exit. I'm like so close to the end of save state. So close to the end of every fucking component that we have saving its state.
By the way, in case any of the people listening are interested, our concept artist is also watching this stream. And so
Yeah, we showed off some
to her. She's right there.
We showed off some concept art earlier.
I know, and she's fucking trying to be all shy.
Mer, tell the stream. Sup, sup, sup.
Yes. Come on, baby. Come over here and tell the stream. Sup, 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 sup. Show your gorgeous face.
Who's chatting?
Woo! Automotive's fixed a bug. Up. Oh. Mary actually said sup.
Got the concept artist in the chat. What?
All right.
Yeah. Is there anyone who was not here for that? Because I can definitely.
For the concept art?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that most of the people here, or at least the people talking, were here for that.
Yeah.
Chaos Con. Oh, Outcast wasn't here for that, and he's been pretty active. Oh, there you go. Nash fan didn't see it.
All right. Let's bring up that concepts.
Oh man, I'm really drunk. I'm fucking sucking.
I don't have the new one in. I'm gonna grab that real quicks. Real quicks like.
What, the concept art?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been knocking it out. She's working on a new one right now.
Download that shit. Download that shit. I'm gonna put Tegan up there. Dog face.
I know. Automoto's just said people come and go out constantly, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm so surprised that we've like maintained over 40 viewers the entire time. Like since we got the bump, we have not gone below 40, which is crazy.
And they've all been really cool. That's the thing that I like.
Yeah.
Is that they've all been really, really supportive, and honestly, like, just, kept us fucking doing some good work. Because, Teleportal is going to be awesome anyway, but fucking, it's going to be even better now that we know that we have support. Because now I feel pumped to actually do shit for it,
Yeah, it's pretty great. Outcast, we are using Visual Studio repository. Visual Studio Online is a free, is basically free hosting for projects.
No way.
Yeah.
That's what we're using?
The limit. Yeah, exactly. You're not even on it yet. You need to actually make a Microsoft account.
I know. It's Microsoft,
it's not
though, boy.
Hey, I will do mean things to you. But yeah, so Visual Studio Online, you can just create projects and upload them, and there is no size limit. And I feel like that's just kind of an overlooked thing. They were just like, well, how big could all these text files be? But you can upload everything. We have our whole project on T Foundation server for Visual Studio Online, and so everything is using Visual Studio. So this is our source control explorer. So in Visual Studio, you can just go through all of our all the scripts and all that kind of stuff. For any text files or any scripts and anything like that, you can edit them right here. I have them checked out, and then you just open it up right here. And then for all the stuff in Unity, you check it out here, and you can open it up right in Unity. I've never used Tortoise. I have used Perforce. There are a couple of things that I like more about Perforce, probably just mostly because I'm more familiar with it. I used Perforce for like 6 years at Harmonix.
Yeah, I used Perforce too.
Yeah,
I also
there are a couple. What else?
Shotgun.
No, I've never used that.
But Shotgun is the one that's used mostly in VFX and movies. But honestly, I don't know.
Well, Cascom, there's an option to use Git. So because so many people use it, but you still have like the Team Foundation server, and on top of that, there's also, if you are kind of like, I don't know of anything that Git does like this, but there's also I'll show you, there's like a project planning aspect of it as well, that's like fully integrated. So if we open up the teleportal project that we have in TFS, we can also
He said Microsoft switched over to Git.
That's what I was just talking about. There's an option to use Git, but it's not the default, and it's not. You don't have to do it. So I can, let's see. So I can set the start date to today and set the end date to December. Do it, and then let's go there. Overview. Let's see.
Fuck you. Not you. My animation. God damn it. Remember that time I was sober at work?
No.
Shut your mouth.
Following iterations, the iteration may have been deleted.
Actually, that looks kind of cool. I can get down with that. Joe Kelly, I'm giving you 6 or 5 animations today. I think it's the most I've done for Teleportal ever.
So yeah, for instance, here's the like planning, the project planning end of Visual Studio. So you can kind of like have all your tasks. I called this iteration Dicks, of course, because why not? You know, you have your project, your team members here. You can assign tasks to them. There's a board.
Do a thing, do another thing.
Do another thing. Butts and do a thing. So this is basically, if anyone has done Scrum or anything like that, this is our online version of that. So, you know, here's a bunch of things I got to do, and I can move them over to in progress. So you always have an idea of where everybody's at with all the things that they're doing, and it's like integrated with Visual Studio. So then I can also can associate those with submissions to the repository and all that kind of stuff. So it is super handy. I've never used Git, but I'm willing to believe that it's great. And if you set up a repository there, then more power to you. But yeah, we just went with with the Team Foundation server, just free up to 5 users and unlimited storage. So that's where we're at. So yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah, I'm done with all that stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna bother submitting tonight.
Well, if you're interested, I just finished another idle. As drunk as you might think I am, I can still animate.
I believe you.
Yeah. Yay! So now I just got to get him back up to normal pose. So if you want to keep coding for another, I don't know, 20 minutes, I can get that finished.
I mean, I would, but I seriously have nothing else to do right now. I could make something up, but
I don't even know you.
But I honestly do need to like go through a bunch of stuff and just kind of like look for improvements that I can make and all that kind of stuff, because there are no other features that need to go in right now.
What? I don't even know you.
Yeah, Automotos. I mean, I can just answer questions, I guess, for a bit and just leave up and if anybody has any requests. Actually, you know what? I'm fucking dumb. I'm just gonna start playing the game just so people can see it.
There you go.
How about that? How about we actually show this thing that we've been like dicking around with forever? So yeah, go ahead and talk about stuff.
What's that? Oh, Mary said people wanted to see the concept too.
Oh fuck yeah! I just downloaded the new one too. Let's put up the concept. So
Time to add multiplayer.
You know what? You say that kind of as a joke, I think, Bo, but that's been on my mind.
I think it would be awesome to fucking add multiplayer for the clones, man.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. Like, what I originally did for when we were talking about all the kind of like public static stuff and how everything works. Oh man, I need to shrink you a bit, I think.
You don't need to shrink me.
Yeah, I do.
You know you like seeing the whole me.
Actually, I'm just going to put you down here, I think.
Aw, you suck.
What? What's your problem?
You know you love me.
Let's not go that far, but still, I'm just moving you like... There we go. We'll do that. So I did actually... refactor the entire game at one point because the player, like the character that you play as, was like, it wasn't technically, but for all intents and purposes it was a singleton. So there were a lot of public static stuff, and all the controls were totally bound so that you could so that there, like, even if you added 2 players, they would use the same controls, they would have all the same like animation state, and everything would be exactly the same. But I completely like gutted the whole system and made it so that with like a couple of little exceptions that I'll have to work out later, it is entirely possible to drop in another character and use different controls for it. Online multiplayer is a whole other beast, and I would love to do it. That would definitely wait for Unity 5 because they've completely uprooted the networking system. But it's definitely a thing I've talked about. I've thought a lot about.
Joe, real quick, not to cut you off, but they're saying they should add some info to the channel for what language it is, and stuff along those lines. So, like,
it's the title says Unity C#, if that's what you're talking about. And I did set the language, and if you're talking about other language, you also can set a spoken language for your stream, and I did set that to English so that if people are trying to filter by language.
Looks like that's
this is not amateur hour, kids.
Sorry, son.
Yeah, exactly. Hello Kitty. Yeah, their Unity 5 is doing a huge upheaval of the networking system, so it's going to be much easier to add networking stuff. And yes, I would absolutely love to do some kind of multiplayer version of Teleportal, even though the main game is like very much a single player experience. As much as I just kind of am wary of that. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, KSCom. I tried to do that, but I added it to the profile instead of the streaming page, so I don't know. I will definitely work on that when we're not in the middle of doing a million different things. Because
it's kind of our first
everything. Yeah, exactly. Even the title was not the same as it is. Like midstream, I was editing the title to say that we were programming in C# and not doing level design and all that kind of stuff.
Mine actually says it still says buzzwords.
I put buzzwords at the end still.
Oh, there you
go. But it does say Unity C# game programming. So this is first concept art piece. Well, actually, this is the most recent. So this is the control panel. It's like the control room kind of thing, and these are like, you know, kind of computer monitors. And one thing that I want to do is that we have one character in the game that's going to show up inside of these monitors and talk to you. We have a couple of characters that kind of pop in and out of the game at different times. One of them is just going to only be represented on these screens. And he's going to, you know, probably fuck with you, knowing Alex's writing.
Yeah.
Probably going to try to mess with your head and all that kind of stuff. So this is the control room. One of the things that I keep looking at and just drooling over the idea of putting into a real background is you can kind of see this like little window in the background, and it has this kind of honeycomb texture to it. And so I definitely want to play around with kind of like doing different lighting things on it. You know, it's a little bit semi-transparent, kind of a little bit translucent, and it looks like it's a perfect candidate for kind of like animating that the lighting through the honeycomb and that kind of stuff. So we're definitely going to have like really the backgrounds we really want to make kind of like alive, you know, like it's not going to be this kind of static. It's not going to look like it was just painted there. All of the objects that we want to have like a lot of kind of moving parts and, you know, really subtly kind of alive things and a lot of animation. So here's like basically a corridor of some kind. Like the perspective is different, but there's a lot of cool stuff that, like, you know, stuff that I had not even thought of to try and do. Where like it's kind of like curved edge up on the side of the background, and yeah, so like I think that would be a really cool thing to actually add. It looks like they're like grates in there, and some of them look like they have lights maybe, all this stuff. So there's a lot of like really cool interpretation of all the things. And like right here, this thing way down the end of the corridor looks almost like a little claw machine thing. Maybe we can kind of play around with that a bit. It'd be cool, like maybe at some point we actually have like a clone dropped in with one of those claws or something crazy like that. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. This one is the closest to like for real perspective of the game. This is like the side scrolling, and Mary even put Spaceman Mike inside of it. So this is like actually how you're going to be seeing it, minus you won't be able to actually see the floor that he's standing on. Sci-fi, yes, it has a sci-fi vibe to it. It is very much sci-fi. The entire game takes place on a space station. So yes, everything is very sci-fi. But yeah, and in the backgrounds here, it's kind of like these pistons moving, so this could be like part of the engine, you know. There's a lot of chains going on in the background. Chris actually has, Chris is our other artist, he actually has chains in some of the background objects already, and they kind of like swing a little bit, and it adds a really, really nice effect. Like that subtle little animation in there of a swinging chain in the background really just makes it look alive. It's really, really cool. We'll have to show some of that stuff once there's kind of more of it going on. This is once again like a kind of semi like backside perspective. I don't even know what to say about it. There's so many crazy things happening here. There's like this little, almost looks like it would be some kind of portal or something like that. It's kind of like, you know, these round like light energy shapes going on. It looks like you could just walk into it and be sucked up or something into it.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really cool stuff going on there. But yeah, like, and I wonder, it's gonna be hard. I'd like to get something like this little like roof that is kind of just these little platforms over top of you, because it's gonna be super like dead side, so like flat side scrolling. It's gonna be hard to communicate like the shapes of that and everything, but yeah, it would be really cool to get like a lot of that detail in there. So here's like super engine core room kind of thing. You know, you got a bunch of these little like weird kind of container things, are all hooked up to these like thick wires and stuff. And it looks like one of them is like fell on the ground or something like that, but it almost looks like it was meant to be there. Yeah. Let's see. Which may actually be the thing. Yeah, automotive. So as far as like theming, that's gonna be all Alex's thing. So I'm sure he can really more speak to the you know, the actual themes and the writing and all that kind of stuff. There's definitely a lot. Like he's described obviously a lot of it to me, and I'm I still wouldn't be like comfortable just kind of explaining and bastardizing his explanation as much. So I'll let him do that on another stream.
Let him bastardize it himself.
Yeah, he can be responsible for his own bastardization there. So teleport doesn't name you guys. No, what kind of genre? No, Nash fan. So this is very much a puzzle platformer. It's nothing at all like Dark Scavenger. I remember there was an interview that Alex did after Dark Scavenger was released, and he said that the next game was going to be much more action-based. And I don't know how much of this stuff that he had in mind even at that time, but we definitely we obviously we love Dark Scavenger. It's like a really cool project, and it's like the most bizarre thing ever. It's really cool, but like we definitely we did a point and click, and we wanted to branch out a little bit from there. We wanted to do something that was different. We didn't want to just be like a point and click company, you know. It's like it was a bizarre point and click anyway, like RPG turn-based battles and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't your standard point and click fare in the first place. But we certainly didn't want to just kind of like redo the same genre over and over again. So this is very action-based, kind of like a Twitch puzzle platformer, Metroidvania. Puzzle platform Metroidvania, I think, is or Metroid. Any jumble of those words is what this is. Let's see. Yeah. I think all the concept pieces, like we basically just kind of gave Mary the direction of like, hey, this is on a spaceship. These are the kind of rooms that we want, and like we got this back. Like amazingly enough, out of shitty descriptions like that, we got pretty amazing artwork. So yeah, it's been going quite well in that regard. Jagex, that sounds familiar. Hello Kitty, but I don't know. I guess they only do point and clicks. Like I don't know. We did the point and click thing, and it was great. And it's not saying that we would never make a point and click again, but I also wouldn't say that it's just like the first thing that we think of when we're like, okay, we're gonna make a new game. Is it gonna be a point and click? Yeah, like that's not the thing that we would immediately jump to. You know, like it is just one genre of many that we all love, and one of the options that we would consider for a game. The game, we have the idea for a game more than we have a genre, you know. It's not just like, hey, I want to make a point and click. Hey, I want to make a platformer. Like, it is whatever it ends up being, you know, whatever works best for the story that we want to tell or whatever, you know.
I mean, 3/4 of my tattoos are fucking platformers, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's everyone. So, I don't know why I even have this one in here. This is Alex's little concept piece, but it reminds me every time, and I swear next stream we're going to go over some of this stuff because this is some of my favorite stuff. These beams, so this is just kind of showing off the feature that we wanted for, these are unstable energy beams. So we have these turrets, and they shoot out these beams, and they could be any number of different types of energy. So we have teleportal energy and we have unstable energy, are like the two main ones that we've been using so far. And this is just kind of showing the feature that a beam is actually split up into multiple parts. And so you can have a wall come up and block part of a beam and still have like the top showing through. And, you know, and it can like slowly kind of go, the wall can kind of just like slowly go through the beam and block off only pieces of it at a time. And we use that, Alex has used that a lot. And so there are a lot of times where there would be a big beam that shoots down over top of you, and you have to stay below a moving platform that is kind of going back and forth. So you have to like stay below it so that you're not getting hit by the beam and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure Alex will show a bunch of that stuff, and I'd love to go over if anyone is interested in like the tech behind it, because it was the biggest pain in the ass feature I have ever had to make. but it came out so well that it's hard to hold grudges. Basically, it's really, really cool. It's really fun to play. And I think this is the last one. This is the last concept piece that we have for right now. So this is like another kind of like almost corridor, but it's still kind of open at the top. And what this looked like in the middle, it looked like a giant kind of turret beam, like a beam turret, like we have in the previous slide. It looks like a giant one of those or something like that. Like it looks like something is just gonna be shot out of it or something like that. But yeah, and you can see. So this is partly of the weapons sector. So what you can see in here is like there's a lot of detail in these. So these are kind of glass cases that have all of these like kind of sci-fi guns to them and everything like that. So yeah, and all these different little panels. This actually, I'm pretty sure this texture right here is now an exact texture in our game. It's one of the background panels that we have, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is as well. But yeah, like this stuff is going to be actually, you know, stuff like that will be actually modeled in 3D and probably animated, just so we can get more, again, more of the life in all these environments. Ooh, but yeah, that's kind of all we got. We got so many. I wonder if I still have any of the GIFs lying around that we did, because those are pretty great.
Joe, just while you're looking,
I do. I have this one. Yeah.
So I've got him going down to pray, and then I actually have from 65 to I think 720. Yeah, 65 to 720. Him. Oops, that's a bit much. Him praying. So from 685, this is his idle. So he'll idle like this. And then he'll get up. Sorry. Gets up. So he does his thing and then he gets up. See?
Nice.
So we got that all done.
I don't notice. Are you talking about the concept artist? Yeah, that's Mary. She is in the chat as, I think she's Alley Cat in the chat.
Yeah, she's. Babe, why don't you just come over here and show your face?
Or Mur, as
yeah, we all call her Mur.
Her name is Mur. So this GIF that I have playing right here is kind of showing off the
There's Mary.
The little moving platform feature that we have. There's Mur.
There's Mur.
Up, Mur.
Who's the artist?
She's the artist. She's the one who does all the concept.
Alright.
All right.
She's like, yep. Okay.
Yeah, and now everybody has to look at my fucking ugly mug. Because now Mur is too shy and she's gonna run away.
I wish I had more GIFs though. I don't know where they're all hiding out somewhere. But yeah. So this little GIF right here is kind of showing the little feature that we have in. So when after you die, you kind of like ragdoll, and the pieces of your body can actually activate these moving platforms. And I love the really subtle kind of like the you know how it kind of actually pushes the pieces up a little bit and they kind of bounce. It's pretty amazing. It's kind of so yeah. A lot of it is based on this like really dynamic death system where any piece of you can kind of be torn off, and that will, you know, kind of have this domino effect where you can have part of you cut off by a portal, and then the rest of you like drops into unstable energy and it blows up, and all kinds of crazy shit. We have so many gifs,
As you do.
so many gifs of this game, and I need to put more back on this computer because they're so great.
They are very great.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a super lot else to go over. Oh boy, I just died. I'm also not like super awesome at this game. There are some levels that are still really hard for me.
Yeah, because Alex is a fucking...
He's a bastard. Is the
He
thing,
really
the word that I think you were
is.
looking for.
Jesus, I've done a lot of animation today.
Are you supposed to get stuck in this thing? This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about, Alex. Jesus Christ. Oh, actually, I think you do this.
Wait, that
Or
one's
not.
textured. What the shit?
The back wall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell?
There we go. I got... Oh, shit. God
Why
damn
do I
it,
have to see
Alex.
this at the same time as everybody that's streaming?
Damn it. Oh, boy. That seemed like a bug. Better fix that. No! This level's so hard, and I don't like it. There we go. Got up there. Oh shit, that was dumb. That was my fault. It's just being dumb. There we go.
Joe, I think I'm blocking like a bunch of the screen.
You're blocking the bottom. I don't know. I think it's... Oh, fucker.
I think they'd rather see the game rather than my fucking mug.
I don't know. Don't be so hard on yourself.
I'm just a realist. God, I really did a lot of animation today for this. I think I doubled the amount of Spaceman Mike animations there were.
Fucker. Fucking hate this level.
Are you trying to play
Oh.
fucking Teleportal?
Yeah, I'm bad at it.
Dude,
Really
that game is
bad.
rough.
Shit. Fucker. You know
Hey,
what? I'm getting through this
I think
the
Otto,
easy way.
Otto made a good point, dude. He said, when will you be cutting the difficulty?
You know what? You can talk about that to Alex, because that's not my domain.
That's something that we've been talking to Alex about, too.
We have to really convince Alex to not be a dick a lot
Alex
of the time.
Fucking masochist, man.
The thing is that I'm pretty convinced that Alex hates the people who play his games. And so he tortures them in just the worst way he can imagine.
Oh, God. God bless Alex.
Well, so I'm kind of just cheating through this right now, but
Way to cheat, cheater.
yeah. I'm the coder, that's what I'm allowed to do.
I guess that's technically true. You can
Free,
code all the
free
cheats.
reign.
To Outcast, no, it stays in as an FBX, but it looks like it's a 2D thing because it's an orthographic view. Like the camera is orthographic. And to Otto, yes, let's have a serious talk with Alex.
Yep, that does me. So yeah, we also, I guess we haven't shown this at all, but we can We can change the gravity in any given level.
What?
So this is like a low G level. I can just kind of like float up a lot, so you can. There's a lot of like configuration that goes into each room that we have. So right here you can go. But totally giving away strategies now.
What?
Yep.
What are you doing?
Oh shit, that was bad.
What? I don't even know you anymore.
Oh, it's good. Good use of a checkpoint right there.
To Automoto, that's the thing, is that our game developer or our game designer was a Q&A guy, so
Yeah,
you would think that he would test them.
it would be a little nicer.
Yeah, but he's not nice. He hates us.
Man, I don't even. Fuck you, Alex. I don't.
What was that?
This level. It's just impossible. I don't know.
Oh my god,
I'm
that's
gonna write a bug to Alex. I'm like, no, this is impossible. Stop being a dick. Stop being a dick. Fuck.
Dude, how do you even do that?
I have no idea. Fuckers. And there's nothing over here that I could see, so I think you're supposed to go through here though, but it doesn't look like there's enough space.
I don't even think you can.
Oh, there we go. I got it. Oh, damn it.
I'm watching your stream. I don't see it.
You pay. Kyle just told me I picked the worst sector. Yeah, I believe it. Actually, I want to play. Is it Sector 4 that has beams? Because I really like. Yeah, I believe it. I do want to show off beams, but
Oh shit! Kyle just got on.
yeah, he's like, dude, you're really putting your worst foot forward on this Sector 2 thing. It's kind of janky. What the fuck?
Oh, why
I
is
guess-
Kyle so fucking shy, man?
Is this sector also broken? Because the first room I can't get out of. I step into the portal and
Dude, Kyle and Mary need to hang out because they just don't want to be a part of this. Part of the fucking stream.
yeah, I'm gonna guess it's Sector 4 that has. Yeah, here we go. We got some beams. Let's see where we're at. Oh, look at that. It's impossible to cross unstable energy beam. Well done. This looks like it's impossible to cross, yeah. I'm just gonna have to invincible myself here a bit. Is that? Yeah, there we go. Damn it.
Who's fucking texting you?
Oh, I don't know. That might be an email. It was a Facebooker.
Facebooker.
Yeah.
Nobody knows your Facebook.
It's true.
I think I'm spent on animation tonight, dude.
I don't know whose levels are whose, but yeah, we're definitely. I'm definitely gonna show some beam stuff next time because it's super fun, and yeah, I seriously have no more coding stuff to do at the moment. What the hell is all this stuff with like stuff going everywhere? Why are there so many things outside of the level? What is this? Teleportal test unit? Oh, okay. Anyway. I have no idea what happened here.
Shit. Trent just reminded me that I have to fucking do all our Brawl players view. Shit.
What about Brawl players?
I keep forgetting to go through because I never have any fucking time.
Oh, the YouTube
So I
stuff.
keep-
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to like condense them from like 3 hours down to viewable.
All right, so yeah, I think we're done for the night. But yeah, that was super productive stream. I added stuff that I never anticipated doing, like ever.
Yeah,
For this
well,
thing,
I
so-
added a whole bunch of animation that I didn't plan on doing. So, I mean, we got what? We got this animation here, the fucking dying one. We got this one, the jumping out of the clone one.
Yeah.
And then we got the sit down, pray, idle, and then get up from pray, idle. All in one night. That's not bad.
Yeah. It's pretty sweet. Yeah. So I guess we're good. We're good for now. But thank you everyone for tuning in. This has been an absolutely crazy stream. I cannot even believe all the madness that has happened on this stream.
Please tell me you recorded it.
Well, Twitch like saves the last like 30 days of stuff, so we can grab it if we want to.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, thank you,
Thanks,
Outcast.
Outcast. Yeah, we you know what, we had a whole bunch of fun with it. So honestly, like, we're definitely gonna try and make it a thing.
Yeah, and if you guys have any like anything that you want to see or any kind of like, especially like Unity stuff, do like a lot of editor, a lot of tools stuff. So yeah. You know, any aspect of the game that you want to check out, we're just kind of just free for all streaming. We're indie, so we don't play by any rules. We can just do whatever the hell
Fuck
we
the
want.
band.
Yeah. So we don't have to worry about what we share. We just kind of stream whatever we feel like working on at the moment.
Word.
But yeah, so thanks for tuning in, and just definitely follow if you had fun, and we will do more of the Unity stuff all of the times. You answering questions and cool. All right.
All right,
well, peace to y'all. We will be back sooner than
definitely.
later.
All right, take care, y'all.
Thanks for tuning in. Peace.